We don't care when you call our name. We don't care, we're just the same. We need the ways and we need a miracle. Watch over there, it disappears. We lose it all and shed no tears. Behind the progress, behind our walls, we had it all and we want more. Just a dream that turns into nightmare. We don't care when you call our name. We don't care, we are just the same. We ignore the ways and we ignore the fight. We need a miracle. We need a miracle.
Ladies and gentlemen, the best the world has to offer in the world of sim drifting, battle it out in the hills of Tuscany. Welcome to round number 4 of the Esports Drift Association presented by Traxion here in the hills of Mugello in Italy. My name is Keenan Kuzin, joined as always in the commentary booth by Joe Piro, Strix9 Pulsatrix, and Hayden Rigsby. Joe, it was a heck of a day yesterday for qualifying, and that's only going to mean a heck of a day today for top 32 competition.
I am super excited, and let's not forget our lovely judges today, Harold McKinney, Doug Armstead, and Brady, our local resident one-named man. Yeah, Keenan, yesterday qualifying was amazing. The cutoff was super high here at Mugello, which is only a short jump and jog down from Nürburgring where we were last time. Mugello, a beautiful track, lots of elevation, lots of camber changes throughout the course, and I'm just gonna say, Keenan, every time, every single round, over and over, I'm more excited by every single layout.
Yeah, I mean, again, this track's steeped in history in ESDA. I remember my first Forza Motorsport battle here in Motorsport 2 about 12 years ago. So this track has been in the ESDA lore for a long, long time. You see right here, no major decel points on this track whatsoever. It's very, very fast, very committed, very flowing. As we could take a better look at it with our Vosen course preview.
Oh, we're starting off the day strong, combining words for efficiency and speed and smoothness, which is all what we're looking for on this course demo as we rip through the start gates. And this will be very important today, not so much in qualifying yesterday, but the restart marker. Every driver has the available choice to restart the run before that line if they are not happy with how they got out of the gates. Then they must stay on the right side of that initiation line and be at angle before the initiation zone. We did see drivers get zeroed for that yesterday, crossing that center line. Then you go to angle as you cut inside, Keenan, into this inside clip, and then after that, you just clap that gas pedal into the ground, keep your tires off that inside zone, and power out, and you're basically on power for the rest of the track.
Yeah, you are burying the loud pedal down into the firewall. Inside clip number 2 is going to set you up for the best part of the course, the 3 outer zones. So no touching that crumble strip right there, and then you push into where we saw Connor Christensen light up the leaderboard yesterday with a high 90 on 96.8. I do believe in a number 1 qualifier, getting all of these curbs, number 1 and number 2, and you want to stay out to the right here as long as you can to make that run into inner clip number 3 nice and smooth. Wait, late apex into that inside clip, and then carry all that angle and momentum out to the last outer zone. Very risky place to be able to get aggressive with that outer zone though, because you drop a tire into the dirt, we will notice, and it could ruin your run just as you power out over the line, Joe, and that is a lap of the Mugello circuit here for ESDA round number 4.
Gosh, it is such a great circuit, and yesterday in qualifying we saw a lot of points go off for things like left foot braking into inner clip 1 and left foot braking into the 3rd inner clip as well, Keenan. Lots of points off for that, so I would keep a close eye on lead drivers on how much commitment they're going to have onto those inside clips, and I think that might be a big telltale sign today in which way the battles are going to go.
Yeah, normally you would see outside clips play a bigger deal, but just in case you've never watched any competitive drifting before, first of all, welcome to ESDA. We're so very glad to have you. Secondly, these drivers will compete in a head-to-head style battle. Each battle consisting of 2 runs. The higher-seeded driver will lead. The lower-seeded driver will chase in the first run, and then they will switch out for the next one. 3 judges are going to determine the winner, and if the run is too close to call, we get it one more time.
And so how do you call it, you may be asking? That's easy. We got more slides. So the lead driver has a very straightforward job. Ideally, you're running a 100-point qualifying run, and that consists of running the ideal line as provided from the judges earlier. Stay as close as you can. The closer you are, the better. And make sure that you keep your door wide open the entire run, giving the chase driver ample opportunity to get right up next to your car. And make sure, another thing of that, don't hit the brakes when the chase driver is not expecting it, because then that will result in a collision and that will be at fault for the lead driver. But then the chase driver has to just basically treat the lead driver as a moving clipping point, trying to mirror them as much as possible and doing the exact same line as the leader. If the leader goes offline, you got to chase it. You have to be prepared for anything from the lead driver while also allowing enough space, especially in the transition, to not make contact with the lead driver, because that will also result in a deduction, Keenan.
Yeah, you just have to make sure that there's no little bit of contact, a little bit of door rubbing's okay, but any sort of movement from that lead vehicle is going to result in a deduction. So be very, very risky with how close you're going to see these guys push into each other today. And because of how fast this track is, it would not be surprised. Ladies and gentlemen, we are round number 4 here for ESDA. It's time to start thinking about a championship. It's time to start thinking about points. It's time to start thinking about prizes. Ladies and gentlemen, our friend in the studio, Devin, going to let you know what these drivers are racing for.
This season's competitors will be battling for a slice of the $1,600 money pool and a whole lot more thanks to our sponsors. This year's $300 Top Team and $100 Rookie of the Year prizes are presented by Big Duck Club. The Rookie of the Year will also win a Wheel Stand 2.0 from Next Level Racing. The season champion will be awarded $600 in addition to the FGT Elite Simulation Chassis and ERS1 seat from Next Level Racing, an R16 wheelbase RS Racing wheel, CRP pedals, and RM Digital Dash from Mazda Racing, and an Akina handbrake from 3D Wrap. Second place will be awarded $400 and an FGT Simulator cockpit from Next Level Racing. ESDA would like to thank our sponsors for supporting esports drifting, and viewers like you for watching our competition. Thank you. Now back to the studio.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got prizes for rookies, we got prizes for the teams, we got a ton of prizes for the drivers. A lot of these guys know what they're out here playing for. And speaking of points, your points leader, Alexander Element, will be in this first group, this Next Level Racing group number 1, as we take a quick look at the points. Again, your current points leader coming out of qualifying yesterday, and apparently this table will be updated throughout today. Alexander Element taking the lead over Deshaun Hack by about 20 points. That's really the only 2 people that are eligible right now. Anything can happen in the rest of the season, but right now, that is how the points crumble. And some other stories near the bottom of the table is Martinez Ostreka, actually 74 points, just trying to keep his license. He's going up against your number 1 qualifier, Connor Christensen. Next Level Racing just so happy to be a part of ESDA that they want to involve themselves in the bracket a little bit. We keep telling them, no, you got to go home, boys, but they just want to drive so bad. But that first battle, it doesn't look that important, but points-wise. But Connor Christensen right now, the most points he scored in one round is 20, and he got 20 points yesterday for being your number 1 qualifier. So he could move up the leaderboard, Joe, a lot. But another guy who can't is Martinez Ostreka. Both of these guys trying to retain their pro license for next season.
Yes, and everyone in this top 32, I think, has an equal opportunity to get to the top 30, the top spot here. So let's just look at our group 1 here. We got Connor Christensen up against Martinez Ostreka. We'll have Lucas Kazinski up against Alexander Element, our current points leader. Then, this is a fun one, Zacho Sullivan against Ryan Literal. Ryan Literal's real-life spotter up against Zacho, up against Ryan Literal himself. Who will win? The brains of the operation or the looks of the operation? And all of you guys out there decide who is who. And then we have, this is a long one, and I know it is, and the first name's thing, but Lopin up against Artem Chukov, and then Samuel Kuti up against Thwanawat Wanfuisen. Thwanawat, there it is. I got that one right. Ooh, I'm so excited. As our drivers are lining up, Keenan, I am vibrating in my seat. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to Masashi Yoshida. He got moved to the other side of the bracket. Will be in 10th instead of 9th, so I'm not quite sure what happened there, but we're going to get Lopin instead of Masashi Yoshida. But to get there, we have to go through our first battle of the day. This is Connor Christensen going up against Martinez Ostrika, the OTM on the mountain S14. Leading and chasing will be Martinez Ostrika in the Urta Esports S15.
Super excited to see it. Connor Christensen had an amazing qualifying run yesterday. Honestly, I'm sure there was maybe a point off for the fact that he considered hitting the brake once and the judges were reading his mind or something along the line. As these boys are honking, they're ready to get off the line here. And I think we're just making sure that we have all of our information set for you guys, our viewers, to make sure as we have S14 on S15 action, as now I'm getting ready and we are ready to go here in round 4 at Mugello. Keenan, are you excited? I'm excited. Let's get them going as our lights are getting on and away we go.
Connor Christensen going to be taking the lead here. Martinez Ostrika giving chase. Connor in that #1 qualifying position. Lots of momentum on his side. A little bit shallow there for Martinez in the line, but trying to make sure that Connor Christensen does not pull away from him. Connor looking really good in the lead right now, which he should. He was your #1 qualifier yesterday, but Martinez Ostrika, bunch of pressure in the chase, Joe, ended up getting to the door, but had to make a couple of sacrifices in chase to stay there.
And I think we pointed this out yesterday that Martinez Ostrika's car looked set up for the battles today too. And we were saying as long as he gets into the top 32, he's going to be a competitor and his car looks gripped up. Connor Christensen, he really did just have a perfect lead run. There's no real way to fault him there. But Martinez might have left a little bit on the door with angle in the chase, maybe a little bit more aggressive in the transition, but I think that he might really open up a gap here when the turntables are turned and he leads Connor. But we'll have to see here. I think that Martinez is really looking to go deep today.
Yeah, I mean, again, both these drivers really need a deep run to help secure their bid for top 32 in points. So top 32 in points, ladies and gentlemen, will retain their pro license for next season. So it might not seem like that big of a deal. These guys will realistically not be competing for a championship, but there's still so much more to play for. Again, Connor Christensen will now be chasing. Martinez Ostrika, driving out of Lithuania for that Urta Esports machine, will be leading.
Man, these guys are chomping at the bit. As soon as they get on the line, I'm hearing that horn getting spammed. I haven't heard that yet before. So you can tell today that everyone's hyped up. Everyone's ready to go. Everyone is feeling a return to Mugello. I know I am, even though this is my first time here personally. I can see why everyone's done it, as Connor Christensen kind of jumps a little bit, which he's allowed to do in the chase, and Martinez Ostrika streaks into that first inside clip as Connor Christensen fights up to that door through the first of 2 transitions. Connor Christensen again just assaulting Martinez Ostrika's door, fighting for any amount of proximity, and Connor Christensen is the #1 seed, and he wants to go on.
Contact!
A little
contact again!
There, Connor Christensen. I think that contact
Guys!
will be okay.
It's the first battle!
Let's go.
Man, you want to talk about 2 guys who are hungry and passionate about making it in this tournament. Both of these drivers right now. Martinez Ostrika is one of the most passionate people I know when it comes to sim drifting, and Connor Christensen has needed a good day for 4 gosh darn rounds now. Both of these guys want it, and it is only our top 30. It is our first battle here in the SLR Racing Group #1. It feels like we just saw a final. Connor was not afraid to be able to put the pressure on the door of Martinez Ostrika. I was going to say maybe a little bit of wavering for Connor in the chase. We got deeper into those zones in the chase. That was an issue I had with his lead. That's why he scored so well yesterday, was because he was not afraid to run those rumble strips in those outer zones, which are, the judges were specific in the drivers, meaning they want guys to get out as wide as they can there. They've spent all that money painting those curbs for a reason.
Yeah, and it does seem to me, and I am not a judge, that Martinez really did find himself better on the lead for lead, but Connor Christensen had a better chase for chase. So we'll see what our judges say here. We're going to slide him left for Connor Christensen. We're going to slide him right for Martinez Ostrika, or keep him in the middle for an OMT. Again, our judges today are Harold McKinney, also going by initial die, Brady, and Doug Armston. So let's see what we got here. 1 for an OMT, 2 for an OMT, and 3 for an OMT, and I completely agree with that. Lead for lead, Martinez really took the cake there, but Connor Christensen had a far better chase, in my opinion, Keenan.
Yeah, both of these guys just don't want to go, man, and it's already so early. One more time, first battle of the day. Number 1 qualifier, Connor Christensen going back up against Martinez Ostri. So if you've never seen an OMT battle before, just forget everything you just saw. This is going up against each other one more time, so we're resetting the score and letting these guys do battle one more time. So, I mean, now they're going to be able to learn a little bit about each other. I think that we're going to see Martinez clean up his chase a little bit. We're going to see Connor maybe push those outer zones a little bit more, bring that little bit extra sauce. Man, these guys are so ready right now. I'm so pumped for this.
Yeah, they want to go, and I think Connor in his head now is thinking if he wouldn't have made contact, he would have taken a win easily there. So now...
He would have been a lot closer, that's for
So
sure.
his lead, I think we're going to see him blow the doors off of it, send it as deep as he possibly can here as the lights are out, Keenan.
Connor Christensen in the lead on the mountain S14, chasing the Erda Esports S15. It's Martinez will strike a contact right away, and he's done that more than once, ladies and gentlemen. That's not the first time that Martinez has gotten aggressive in a WOMT battle. He's got a tire off course as well, so that is going to be a 0, unless there's something that I missed there for Martinez Ostri. Unfortunately,
that's deja vu. Crazy that we're saying that a drifting comp, but deja vu back to last round. Same kind of corner, same downhill, same car in the chase. I think Martinez is shooting himself in the foot here a little bit.
Yeah.
Over and over again. He's got to be upset about it at this point.
I mean, what do you to do?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it just looked like his car didn't get the rotation it wanted. You could see, especially on the replay, Connor's car is so set for the corner with a bunch of angle. Martinez's car just doesn't snap the way he wants it to. It's almost like the rear just grips up. It looked grippy yesterday in qualifying. It looked grippy today in the battles we've already seen. So I think it's coming back to bite him a little bit here. Very, very unfortunate, man. I was really stoked to see these guys go again. But this kind of just how Martinez drives. He puts his heart in his sleeve and leaves it all out on the racetrack. So unfortunately, that will cost him. But Connor Christensen still needs to have an active chase here, Joe. It's not quite over, but they're tuning up the band.
But if I'm him, I would be so relaxed. I would be smiling hard right now, and I would actually be nervous that I'm not going to mess something easy up here, because really Connor Christensen knows what he has to do, and just stay close. That's all you got to do. So let's see here as they're lined up. Connor Christensen giving himself a run up, even though he doesn't really need to. You might as well, just to show everybody that even though I might have a win in the books, I'm not going to let it lie. The lights are off, and Connor gets a little jump again on Martinez. And let's see what happens here. Is Connor going to give him a lot of space? Yes, he does. Super, super calm. And now he just slowly inches up as Martinez is doing a great lead run, but there's nothing he can do at this point. Whoa!
Okay.
That? I don't know what that was.
I didn't know that IRTA had flux capacitors in the trunks of their cars.
Yeah, we just kicked it on there, and I think unfortunately due to ESDA rules, a lag like that is on the driver that lagged, I believe. I believe they count that the same as a mechanical failure in real life. Someone can correct me on that, but I believe that's what we're going to expect to see the judges say.
I believe that's also the rule. I'm not sure if it also includes runs that are in progress. I know if you've been lagging or having lag issues, they'll just DQ you, but it's been a while since we've seen something this egregious.
Brady, our judge, just threw a wadded up piece of paper at my head. I unrolled it and it just says 3 words in all caps: lag on driver. So yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. So we're gonna show our judging score here, but I think we all know what's gonna happen here. Sun left for Connor, sun right for Martinez, in the middle for an OMT. Unfortunate, it all goes for Connor Christensen. So Connor Christensen does take a win. I'm sure he's happy about it. Definitely a deserved win. Connor was driving great, and Martinez just unfortunately had the luck against him and a mistake. So Connor Christensen moves on. Up next, though, we will have Lucas Kazinski up against Alexander Element, our current points leader. Alexander Element has just been on fire in the battles. He never qualifies super well, but Keen, I gotta say I'm excited to see him drive here.
He is your points leader for a reason. Ladies and gentlemen, your current points leader, Alexander Element, has not finished outside of the top 4 this season in the first 3 rounds. But congratulations to Connor Christensen moving on into the top 16 here in the Next Level Racing Group number 1. But yeah, I even saw some people from Chad, Joe, saying that even that first contact could have been caused because of lag. But unfortunately, the way these servers are done is whoever the bulk of the drivers are in the server, that's where we go. So the bulk of the drivers here are in the US region. So we're in the US server, but unfortunately for Martinez, that is probably what led to that. So I've never really seen big lag issues for Martinez before. So that's I'm very, very bummed. I'm happy for Connor to move on. That's great, but I'm very, very bummed that we didn't get to see a full-fledged OMT there. But Alexander Element going to be going up next, up against Lucas Tezimski. One of those is right.
We'll get it right sometime.
Your number 16, number 17 qualifier. Ladies and gentlemen, it was so close yesterday. The difference between these guys in Q scores, 0.167.
Not bad at all. And it is a bummer to see someone go out that way, but unfortunately sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles, and any one of the competitors here I think has a story of a loss that has happened that way, and it's very unfortunate. It's always frustrating, but at the end of the day, at least as a competitor, you can just kind of say, oh, it's out of my control, I did everything I could. And yeah, you're bummed, but at least Martinez Ostrega can leave today saying that he drove as hard as he knew how to, and so I would not be bummed at all.
Yeah, not a whole lot you can do. Just the unfortunate side effect of running an online tournament, unfortunately.
Yes.
I think some of the drivers probably our European drivers are expressing their concerns at the moment. I just had Artem Chukov and our pro general to say, I have 160 ping, smiley face. I don't think that was a serious smiley face. I think it might be a little bit of sarcasm there. Because this is an unusual kind of hold here as we wait for this second battle to approach. I think Martinez may have just been pleading his case, and
which is reasonable. I would understand that.
It sucks,
but it's frustrating.
But as you said, Joe, like for every battle that somebody has that you lose due to lag or due to internet issues, somebody's won. I mean, you got to take the good with the bad. Some days it's your day. Get a little bit of a blessing as you take another look here at the second run from this battle. Again, not a whole lot Martinez could have done differently. They're even saying that contact may have been put on lag. You see that Connor just trying to transition across the bumper there, but from my side, Joe, he was 2 car lengths behind, and then all of a sudden Martinez was literally inside of him.
Yeah, it moved weird in a way that you couldn't put like the lead driver hitting the brakes or something. Like the cars moved weird in relation to each other, and it might look a little foreign, but if you watch a lot of online drifting or racing in general, you kind of notice, you know exactly when you see the network. And I think that was one of the times. But we're lined up now, and I think we're ready here for Lucas Tezimski. Will be leading Alexander Element. Lights out, and away they go.
Tezimski in the lead, the Polish driver in the S15 chasing. Your current points leader, Alexander Element, in the Ferrari. Kind of wide there for Lucas, going to open the door really wide for Element to be able to chase. He's actually opting not to get hecking aggressive here. As Lucas a little bit offline in the first part of the track, but he's going to get it dialed in now. Element being able to put it on the door where it counts, right in the last corner. Kind of a timid run. I don't know if they're just a little bit nervous with the 2 Europeans in here being in a NA server and
the lag gate. Yeah, especially so. This is going to be very nerdy to everybody, but let's talk about it for a second. So if you're a US player playing on a US server, it's not very bad. If you're a EU player playing on a US server against a US player, still not so bad. But an EU player playing against an EU player on an US server will result in a lot of lag just by default, because every command has to go to the server and back twice from the EU. It's very frustrating. So Alexander Element in game chat just said he's dealing with lag right now. So I think he's very concerned about that, Keenan, and there's no other explanation for it. So he's just going to turn on the afterburners in his lead in hopes that he has a faster car.
I mean, smart chase from him if that's what he's worried about. He got close in probably the safest corner. If you get a little door tap there, in the last turn, cutting out to outer zone number 3. Again, it's still kind of going to be a deduction, but you're not going to spin the guy out. So it's a safe place for him to get aggressive. Very smart driving, and some points left on the table by Lucas by going a little bit wide in that first inner clip. So good smart driving from our points leader. See what he can do in run number 2.
Here we go. Alexander Nolan in the lead. Lucas Kazinski in the chase. Let's see if they are scared of the ping now. And let's see, Lucas is not at all, washing out a little bit to keep up with Alexander Element's blazing fast Ferrari, but we already knew that car was this fast. And Lucas Kazinski is pushing in as much as he can, cutting angle to try and fight for any form of proximity. But I think the game plan of just, I'm gonna go really fast, might have paid off for Alexander Element there, Keenan.
Yeah, that car always has so much speed in it. He's just a fast driver. A lot of people wanting to point the finger at Alex and say, oh, it's the car, it's the car. But man, I saw this guy ripping an S14 last year, and still it's the same guy, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like all of a sudden he got so much better. No. He was always been capable of this. You know, some mistakes from Lucas in the chase, just trying to keep up with him. I think having the pressure going up against your points leader is a bit rough, as we do have a winner.
We do have a winner, so we're going to slide him left for Lucas Kazinski, slide him right for Alexander Element, keep him in the middle for an OMT. Let's see where we find ourselves here as Dye goes for Alexander Element. Brady went for Alexander Element, and Doug also went for Alexander Element. And they're saying that Lucas zeroed out his chase with 3 tire drops over the course of the run, which is an ESDA rule. 3 tire drops is a 0 at that point. And I just want to touch earlier on this thing of Alexander Element. Yes, he's just a fast driver. In drifting, there are some drivers who are like it, like our judge, Doug Armiston. I drive with him a lot now, and Arrow, I know you drove with him a lot back in the day too. He's just always fast. It doesn't matter what it is.
Oh, Swirly? Yeah, he's nuts.
Yeah.
He's annoyingly good.
And it doesn't matter the car. It doesn't matter anything. And I think we're ready to go here as we're ready for this might be a big battle here. This will definitely be one of the most fun battles here. Zach O'Sullivan, the real life spotter for Ryan Literal, up against each other in the top 32. Keenan, what are you thinking?
Yeah, man, it is a first time we'll see Ryan Literal in competition. Very excited about that. Thank you as well, Beamerstein, for the raid. Appreciate it. Welcome on in, everybody, to ESDA round number 4 for you from Mugello. But Ryan Literal, Formula Drift driver in his in a replica of his Formula Drift vehicle in the Power Stop Brakes S15 against his spotter, Zach O'Sullivan, who's the one who kind of opened the door for him to be able to get into a virtual competition here in ESDA. So it's kind of student versus teacher in 2 different senses of the word. You know what I mean? You have Ryan, who's been helping Zach break into the real life drifting world, even if it is just from a spotter's perspective. And then you have Zach saying, hey man, would love to see you get into this virtual stuff. Ryan also has a huge history with drifting competition in gaming, having come from Forza Motorsport way back in the day. I know that some of you guys have heard of a little team called Blackjack. So it's been really awesome to see Ryan kind of transition from video games into real life driving, make it all the way to the top of Formula Drift. And now he's back here in ESDA in a replica of his pro car. Super cool to see, but he's got to go up against Zach O'Sullivan to be able to continue competition today. Zach O'Sullivan, Ryan Literal in the chase. Not the best initiation from Ryan. Kind of just wasn't expecting Zach to whip it so hard. Ryan is extremely offline right now. See if we can wrap it up in the second half of the course. Zach showing why he is in your top 10 of qualifiers. Ryan's got the proximity there at the end, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to make up for the mistaken chase. Just mistimed his entry a little bit there, Joe, and it's going to cost him a little bit, but there's still one round to go.
And as we said earlier, this track is so reliant corner to corner to corner, and I think Ryan A was taken aback at how aggressive Zach was in that initiation, because let's be real, that was a very, very aggressive initiation from Zach O'Sullivan. Ryan Literal did show why he is a pro driver, and he did catch up over the course of the run, don't get me wrong, but I think that Zach O'Sullivan, he wants to win this. He wants those bragging rights next time they see each other in person too. So this goes further than just a normal esports competition here. This is a rivalry in real life. This is your buddy in real life. And I don't know about you, but for me, the people I want to beat are my buddies.
Yeah. I mean, you got to. I think they're probably in voice chat, smiling and laughing at each other anyway here too. But not over. Ryan can still make up for this in his lead. He qualified really well, got a 90 yesterday as well. All these guys qualified well if they're able to make it into top 32. But Zach has been a staple here in ESDA competition for the past couple of years. Has only been getting better and better. So it is a very tough mountain for Ryan to climb. Very funny it's against his spotter of Zach.
Of course. And someone who is this practiced as well. You're getting thrown to the gauntlet here. So Ryan literal in the lead. Zach O'Sullivan in the chase. Zach with no chill at all, giving Ryan a little bit of space here, a little bit of adjustment. It seems like Ryan's car is very, very stable in the lead. It just might not have the speed of that Mark IV Super. I think that's the issue. Zach O'Sullivan struggling to keep that car behind Ryan. I think that's what's going on here. Great run from Ryan literal in the lead. Zach O'Sullivan, though, no chill in that chase. And I think Zach O'Sullivan wants that bragging right so bad. And there's a reason why he is that number 8 seed against the 25 here, Keenan. I think overall we will now wait for our judges' call, but I think the writing might be on the wall here.
Yeah, I didn't think Ryan zeroed his lead, honestly. I think we maybe saw him cross that center line with initiation. So we'll see if the judges caught that. Definitely already sitting on a major mistake in the chase. We talked about it a little bit more yesterday, Joe, but we'll mention it again now. This track is so rhythmic in the sense that if you make a mistake early on in the run, it's very hard to correct from that. And if you look at the run 1 replay, you see that from Ryan. He ends up making the mistake going into T1. Or inner clip 1 and then going into inner clip 2, there's a lot of corrections need to be done. If you're on the right side of that racetrack, you see time to just push wide here, and he's like, oh crap, oh no. Like, how do you transition to the next corner without some sort of major mistake? So, really hard to make up for mistakes like that. He had a great lead run. As you said, Zach kind of just struggling to keep pace behind him. I think Ryan kind of opted for I want a comfortable setup versus a fast setup. But we do have a winner, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, we're going to slide him left for Zach O'Sullivan, slide him right for Ryan Literal, keep him in the middle for an OMT. And let's see where we find ourselves here as Dye slides it left, Brady slides it left, and Doug, Ryan Literal's former Blackjack teammate, votes against him for Zach O'Sullivan.
Yeah, I mean, again, history between those guys there,
it's
too.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of, this world is so small.
Yeah, that's why I pointed out. I'm just shocked. It's just crazy how far back all of these ties go. And as someone who's rather new to this scene, to be here at Mugello with all these guys who have been doing it and doing it together for so long, it's just, I'm excited to be a part of it. And I'm just excited to watch this competition for what we have. As up next, we have another Ferrari up against Lopin. I got that last name in front of me, up against Artem Chukov, as our comp bracket may disagree here. Yeah, we might have a disagreement here. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't know what happened here. It looked like some sort of last minute change. Yoshida actually is in group 3, ended up being seated 10th, and Lopin is seated 9th. So I'm not sure what happened there and how he got 9th seed somehow. But the bracket that we have for you guys is incorrect because Yoshida's car is not even loaded in this server. He's not even here. So I don't know how that happened. But what you're seeing on screen, I think at the moment, is incorrect. When Lopin is your 9th seed, Yoshida is your 10th seed. So I don't know how that mistake happened, but
it's not the end of the world.
No, we figured it out.
We got it worked out.
We figured
together
it out.
Through the power of friendship
and reading.
Here's a replay.
While we, that was. I'm stoked that because we've known that Ryan's been registered since round 1, obviously. But you know, if you're traveling with I don't know how you would put it, a national racing team, it's a little bit difficult to find time. I know Ryan did his qualifying yesterday, and then immediately was posting videos on Instagram from the shop. So, you know,
I think his rig is at his shop. In fact,
it never ends, man. Like, it's a constant thing, especially when you're on a smaller, I don't want to say grassroots team, but I mean like Ryan's, where he's so involved in the day-to-day operations. It's cool to see him find time to come out here. It just sucks that he had to go against his spotter.
Yeah, right.
It's so funny.
That's so frustrating as well. And here we go. We're waiting up a second. We're working it out, but our drivers are here. They're happy. Yeah, I'm super excited to see Ryan out here, though. So we'll see what happens as what's the word I'm looking for? Thanathip. There we go. That's how we say it, Keenan.
Lopin, again, driving out of Thailand. It's super cool to see some Thai drivers here. I believe it's IIDS that these guys were either running or ran. So it's cool to be able to see a lot of those names. Wang Fu with the Shin is here as well. We'll be seeing him a little bit later. Artem Chukov again driving out of the Ukraine in the Ferrari 599. Just saw that before. This is your champion from IDS. I think we finally have a moment where the schedules don't interact or don't intertwine. And they were able to get it here for qualifying. They were able to get some runs in. Not a bad Q spot. Top 10.
Not bad at all.
It doesn't really matter where you qualify. Especially it matters if you're in the top 10, though. Those top 10 scores are very, very, very strong. So cool to see him finally out here. But he's got to take down Chukov to be able to go up against Zach O'Sullivan. Zach, again, congratulations to Zach. He's had a rough season. He's had a very rough season, and that's not to single him out. And just because I know Zach and I'm aware of Zach and I know his history, and he's done so well in ESDA up until this point. But right now, if you look at the points, he's 26th. Hasn't gotten more than 20 points on one day, which usually means you get first rounded. So this might be the best finish Zach's had all season just by progressing this far.
Yeah, no, it's really crazy, and I'm super excited to see it. I will be very interested to see, though, the ping between a driver over in Eastern Europe up against, where is it again?
Thailand?
Thailand, that sounds about right. That sounds right to me. Either way, it'll be interesting to see how that ping works out here. I'm excited to see this battle for sure. Yes, Thailand confirmed, as we're just working out a quick bracket situation. Don't worry about it. It's just for our graphics back then to make sure that we all that your viewing experience is caught up with what is actually going on here as we pride ourselves.
I'm double checking to make, the bracket that you guys have access to in the Twitch chat is correct. Yes. It's the one that we use on the back end that is not. So I think we should be good now. It looks like everything's changed over.
We're gonna lick the stamp and send it here.
Yeah, everything looks like it. When just as a note to our director, I will take a look at the brackets and make sure they match when we have it. 2 seconds. So probably during the second run of this battle.
We'll get her together. There we go. I'm sure the drivers are chomping at the bit here. Ooh, it's still angry. Don't worry about it, folks. We're just gonna send it. Okay, so here we go as we have Thanathip.
Whoa, hold on.
Lopin.
Oh, I saw you there, Artem.
Ooh, there we go. There we go.
So Thanathip in the lead in the 2020 Super. Artem Chukov in the chase in that Ferrari. Big angle from Thanathip to start this off. Not afraid to get aggressive on the initiation. And it really is paying off for him because Artem has no answer for him right now. Gonna have to see if he can pressure him in the last corner. Going into interclip number 3. Not quite. He gets the proximity, but can't match the angle. Thanathip has shown up to ESDA, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, and he win it too. I am excited to see this. We really are just getting very, 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 the level of driver here. Even, again, we've only seen top 32 best today, Keenan. This is obscene. This is just obscene. The level of driving that keeps going on here is just ridiculous. So I cannot imagine what's going to happen here as Thanathip gets into the chase. And now Artem Chukov, who is known to be fast in the lead, is going to see what they can do to pull away here. I'm excited. Either way, both drivers are going to be pushing 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, you can get aggressive on the lead, but you know, if you have to sacrifice so much to keep up, it looked like every time he got on the gas in chase Artem, he got to the door and then was like, all right, now I could pull angle. And as soon as he pulled an angle, he dropped back like a quarter of a car length. And that doesn't sound like a lot, but in ESDA, when the battles are this close and this is still top 32, that is everything.
Exactly. So now we are lined back up. I'm sure both drivers ready to just get on with it as now Artem Chukov takes Thanathip in their first chase run ever in competition ESD. I'm excited. I've never seen this driver drive, but it sounds to me like we're going to be in for a treat here, Keenan, as our lights are getting on here. Wait for it. I hear the drivers revving up. They're so excited today, man. They're biting at the bit, and we are off as Artem Chukov is leading. Let's go. Big initiation, putting that super right up on the door. A little bit of a washout, but Artem Chukov super fast in that Ferrari. Woo! There we go. As
look at him go!
Right on the door. I don't even know what else to say about that. As a little angle. Artem Chukov has a fast car and is hoping that that is enough, but I think Thanathip is in it enough for an OMT here at the very least.
Brother, you're EIIDS champion for a reason, trying to be your ESDA round number 4 champion. Like you said there, Joe, a little bit shallow on the start, but look at the proximity going into interclip number 3, just way more comfortable. I mean, Artem had it real close too, but like every time he moved forward, he pulled back, he moved forward, he pulled back, but this might be a lot closer. You have to really look at these leads here. Their chases are very, tire off there for Thanathip.
And a tire off in this series, especially on this track, has been the undoing. A tire off alone has been the undoing of a lot of people. So I'm sure the judges are going over it with a fine-tooth comb to see what negates what and who really is deserving of a win. We also may see an OMT again. Who can say?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna double check the notes from the drivers' meeting when we have a minute to see if they're allowed any drops in chase. I mean, if Thanathip ends up walking away with this one, I think we'll know the answer. But it is gonna play a role in this battle, that's for sure.
Oh, it definitely will.
The bracket that you guys see in exclamation mark bracket is the bracket that we have in the background now. Everything is good, fixed.
Hey, as long as it works out.
For now.
As long as it works out. So we're still waiting for a call here. I'm sure the judge is watching the replays. Fine-tooth comb. It's a little bit harder to judge, especially when both drivers have small mistakes here and there. It's a little bit easier when there's only one mistake that's obvious to everybody, because then you actually know who wins, as opposed to, well, is this worth that? Is it better to be shallow here and cut a little angle versus that? But I think overall the judges are looking at 2 very even leads and 2 very even chases.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at the PDF that they put out for the drivers' meeting, just to see if there's any sort of tire drop allowed by the chase drivers. We can go ask judges. We can see what happens here with the outcome of this battle, but it's going to play a factor, especially with distance and chase. If they're allowed to drop a tire and chase, they'll be able to stay close a lot easier. However, if they're not, and then rules are rules, obviously. So I'm just trying to see if there's anything in the drivers' meeting packet about that.
Yes, okay, we are getting word from one of the drivers that a chase is allowed to drop until the tire hits the clip. I'm assuming they mean the cone on the clip, which is unreasonable, and I've seen that called many times for chase. So, let's see here. As our judges are typing something, I'm sure that we're going to get some clarification as well along with this, as that tends to be the case when the judges are going for it. Ooh, okay. This will be a fun one. Judges' calls are in. So we will slide them left for Thanathip Lopin and slide them right for Artem Chukov. I got that one down by now, man. As keep him in the middle for an OMT. So let's see what we got here. As Die goes for Artem. Brady goes for Artem Chukov, and a split decision from Swirly for an OMT as Artem Chukov moves on and will be facing Zach O'Sullivan. So now we are moving into the next level racing Group 1 top 16, as we will have Connor Christensen up against Alexander Elman. That's going to be a crazy battle. And then we're going to have Zach O'Sullivan up against Artem Chukov. That's also going to be a crazy battle.
Yeah, I just wanted to get clarification, just because I know it's going to play a role later on. And I just double checked with one of our judges, and that is Chase is allowed to hit the cone, but I don't think they're allowed to get up on the curb that we saw Thanathip do. That is a hard pill to swallow. I thought it was a really, really strong run for Thanathip, but that is going to be Artem Chukov moving on into our next level racing top 16. First battle on the deck for that next level race in top 16 is going to be a doozy. Alexander Element going up against Connor Christensen. Both of these battles are U.S. versus Ukraine. So it's very interesting how that kind of played out. But Connor Christensen going up against Alexander Element with Artem Chukov going up against Zach O'Sullivan.
As we do have Harold McKinney here, I believe, to explain that last call. Is that correct? Am I correct in believing that?
Yes, sir.
So what's up?
So pretty much what happened was we looked at it thoroughly. It came down to both to the chase runs. Both had a little bit of proximity. We favored Chukov's proximity was a little bit better, but it mainly came down to Thunderdip's follow run where he went too far inside and put a tire into the cone. Just for our audience to know what was talked about in the drivers' meeting today, drivers are allowed to drop tire on the rumble and have their bumper go through the cone, but they're not allowed to have their tire to hit the cone. So he went a little bit too far deep in there, and that's pretty much what gave the overall decision to Chukov.
Excellent. So now we know. As we move on, good luck, Di. We will talk to you later. Have fun. Give some kisses on the cheeks to the other judges for me so they'd feel appreciated.
I really do, man.
Thank you, man. I will talk to you later.
Yep.
As we move on now, Connor Christensen leading Alexander Element. This is going to be a crazy battle. I think what's the word I'm looking on this here? This battle will be as competitive as our final battle today, I would argue. I would not be surprised to see either of these drivers in our final battle, the winner of this one. But again, just to get there, they had to get through two amazing drivers in Zach O'Sullivan or Artem Chukov. So this is just going to be crazy to me, Keenan.
You ever mute your mic and then forget that you muted your mic?
All the time.
Yeah, I was sitting there talking to nobody for a bit. Anyway, it's a big deal because Alex needs this win to kind of give himself the comfort in this championship, especially if Deshaun, who's going to be appearing a little bit later, doesn't progress. So the farther that the farther that Alexander Element can go, the better it is for his championship. However, another guy who needs a really good run today for championship reasons is Connor Christensen. He is outside looking in right now in the top 32. So if he can get a win today, or even just a strong run in battles, you're going to catapult your way up that leaderboard because it's very close at the top and it's very close at the bottom. So he can go from mid to high 30s up until 16th in points if he has a good day today.
So let's see what happens here as Alexander Element will be chasing Connor Christensen. I'm sure both drivers here really want to win this one because both drivers here are good enough to go on and win the entire day. So they will have something to prove here as they rip out of the gates.
Connor Christensen in the lead, Alexander Element in the chase. Christensen, your number one qualifier, and he's showing you right now nice and smooth in the lead position. A little bit of a bobble from Element in the initiation, but definitely has it cleaned up now. Kind of offline Element. Connor Christensen trying to be able to put down a 98, 99 point run right now. There is a reason that man is your number one qualifier, and he is displaying it in the lead position.
Oh, for sure. And Alexander Element didn't no slouch in that chase as well. So both drivers will not be taking it easy in their second run here. Super excited to see it, especially as Alexander Element has been known to really just lay down heater lead runs. And Connor Christensen, it seems, has a very fast car for the chase. So I suspect we're going to see some rubbing and some loving between those doors in the next run here, Keenan. I'm excited to see it. This battle, again, it's just crazy to have battles on this caliber this early in the competition.
Rubbin' and lovin' is what I'm going to call the ESDA after parties from now on.
Oh, please do.
But yeah, again, small mistake from Element in the beginning of his chase there, Joe. And then other than that, he was right there ready to put pressure on Christensen. That car looks set up very loose, but we just saw from his previous battle that it is just as fast as it needs to be. So we'll see what he can do here in his chase. He's going to have to challenge Element. He got a little bit of a break against Ostrika, especially in the second run with that contact. He didn't have to get close. So we'll have to see what he can do in the chase position here right now as he's going up against our current points leader, Alexander Element.
Yes, and as chat points say, yeah, the cutoff quality was quality cutoff was about a 90. So yes, every battle is basically a final.
Oh, I have that stat. That stat. So our Martinez Ostrenga was at 89.167 was the exact score.
So yeah, every battle here is basically a final already, and we're only in our top 16. And look how far back Connor Christensen is going to start from Alexander Element. Super super long lead-in for him, not wanting any space on this entry as Connor Christensen throws it in, putting a little space, closing that gap up through that first inside clip. Alexander Element so fast in that Ferrari, running a perfect lead, lots of angle. Connor Christensen going a little bit wide and just falling back. That Ferrari is so fast as Connor Christensen rolls up right onto that door, cutting angle to keep up with Alexander Element. I fear Alexander Element might just have too fast of a car to keep up.
So if we check the replay here, I want to see it again before I open my mouth. But great job from Connor to not get phased. He didn't quite have the gap right away. You see coming out of 1 there. He's very, very close. Interclip number 2. Alex just pulls a little bit less angle than I think he can. And I think his line was a bit different. Not saying he was trying to do anything nefarious, but I think his line was he's transitioning a little bit earlier, kind of just not trying to run away per se, but if you look right here, just at the angle coming out of the corner, Connor was very willing to run wall to like outer zone 2 to outer zone 3, or outer zone 1 to 2, sorry. Was not sacrificing anything in his chase, was not phased by the speed of the lead, and then all of a sudden the gap just opens 2-3 car lengths. I think it just came down to line choice, and whether that's Element choosing a different line or Connor going offline is going to be down to the judges.
I don't know. It's really hard, especially the chase driver, to decide in your head, especially right in the moment of, do I try to mimic exactly what the lead driver is doing, even if it is cutting a little angle, maybe going a little bit faster, things like that. But then you also have to decide, or do I just stick to my guns, run a really crazy angle, stanky chase, and hope that the judges give me extra points for pulling more angle than the lead driver? That's the question.
Yeah, it's a tough call, and it's somewhere that a lot of us who have competed have been before, and this track doesn't help with how fast it is and how little decels there are, and there's 3 inner clips, and inner clips compared to outer clips, there's not a whole lot of places you can find time when the clip's on the inside. When it's on the outside, you can cut it a little bit shallow and find big gains, actually, and if you know how to do it right, you can find that time without it looking bad. But with a lot of inner clips, it's very difficult to make up 2, 3, 4 car lengths and not have it be very obvious that you're going shallow. But Connor actually did a really good job. He may have had a tire on the rumble strip there, but did a really good job closing that much time. But unfortunately, you could see as soon as he gets to the door of Element on the exit of our third corner there, coming into outer zone number 3, you could see the angle difference.
Yeah, but then he pulls away, and that's such a big gap. I'm sure that's what the judges are discussing right now is, at what point is shallow angle too much shallow and just trying to pull away? And that's always the biggest argument, especially in competitive drifting. And you'll see arguments from both drivers and judges about what is right. You'll see arguments between drivers and judges in the same competition even about which one they feel is right, and it's a big point of contention, especially in a judge sport like drifting, because there is a limit, but it's also competition, and speed is a part of it. As much as we want to ignore that, speed is a part of competitive drifting. So maybe Alexander Element's going to take a win here only because he opened up that gap.
I mean, the ESDA judges have called people out on this before.
Yes.
I don't want to say, again, I'm not trying to make it sound like it's nefarious or it's
not at all.
Bad taste at all. But the ESDA judges people have lost battles based on, hey, it looked like you gripped up to try and run away from the chase driver, and we are going to penalize you for that. So again, it really is just going to depend on what you said, Joe. It's very up to interpretation. There's no set rule in the rule book. It's kind of just based on however that judge is feeling, particularly at the exact time. So we do have a call, and we will be having somebody come in and explain. I think they're just going to explain to the drivers first, which means we probably won't hear from Dai for about 45 minutes, because I'm sure they're going to be arguing about it.
Yeah,
but
they're going to have a discussion.
We do have a call.
Yes. And so left for Connor Christensen, right for Alexander Element, in the middle for an OMT. And let's see what we got here.
Perfect.
1 for an OMT, 2 for an OMT, and 3 for an OMT. So why was it an OMT?
Okay, so it came down to the second round. We looked at Element's lead really close. Connor did have that drop in in the last interclip, but more was focused on coming down the hill. We looked at both runs, like from the stream here on both the dual screen, and we just seen the angle difference, and Element just didn't have a lot of angle, and he also cut through outer clip 2 and didn't fulfill all of that, so we equaled that and gave it an OMT.
There we go. So,
Joe, it's almost like we know what we're talking about.
It's crazy.
Almost. We'll get there eventually, but we're getting there slowly but surely. OMT battle against Element versus Christensen. Christensen, your number 1 qualifier in the lead position, presenting on the mountain. Alexander Element giving chase. Part of that squad of blue Ferraris.
Super excited to see it. Again, both drivers very good, and now they have each other's number. They know what the other driver is gonna try to do. So I think we're gonna see a little bit more angle out of Alexander Element, and Connor Christensen will be a little bit faster.
Yeah, he can. It's both these drivers are really good at adapting. We'll see what they can do. Connor Christensen in the lead. Oh my God, Alexander Element in chase. Got bitten for that before, but he got away with it this time. Had to back off though. But Connor Christensen absolutely does not care about that blue Ferrari in his rearview mirror. Nice and smooth in the lead position, but Alexander Element not afraid to give chase. He almost passed him on the exit of that corner there. Was sacrificing everything for the proximity.
Hey, either you go for it or you go for it, and Alexander Element went for it today. That's a technoism if I've ever heard one. But as we're moving on, Connor Christensen now, if I'm him, I'm worried. I'm just gonna say it. You know Alexander Element's fast. You know Alexander Element is going to push as hard as he can to be as fast as he can and get away with as little angle as possible. And Connor Christensen, great driver, great driver, but you know how fast that Ferrari is. And there's nothing else you can do besides hope, pray, and put down the loud pedal.
Well, here's the thing, Joe, is that you know why they're even having an OMT battle right now is because Connor kind of just stuck to his guns. Yep. You know, he said, I'm going to run the line that I know I need to run. I'm going to run the angle that I know I can run. The only mistake he made, for what I can tell from what Dai explained, the reason this is going OMT is because Connor put a tire up on the rumble strip trying to catch up to Element. So, if anything, it was him trying to catch up that costed him a chance at the win and forced us to do an OMT. So what do you do when you're in the chase driver position now? Do you do the exact same thing, or do you try to make him not able to get away this time? We're about to find out. Run number 2 is right on deck.
And again, Connor Christensen starting super far back and definitely going to jump that light a little bit to make sure that Alexander Element has no excuse to jump into that first inside zone. But will it hurt him like it hurt his competitor Martinez Ostreka earlier? Let's see here as Connor Christensen, there he is, right up on that door. Lots more angle out of Alexander Element as well. He's looking a little bit more stable, and Connor Christensen is way closer this time, but I think that it might not be enough. That Ferrari is just so fast, even with all of the angle he's putting on it this time. That Ferrari is just so fast, Keenan.
You know what? And again, it's the car's not slow. You're not wrong, but it's the choices that Element is making in the lead. He's very smart. You know, very, very smart driving. Watch the Ferrari right here. So Connor's there, he's there, and then just watch him come off the zone. And I'm gone. He doesn't sit as wide out. He comes off a little early for some zones, and by a little early, I mean he's there for the first 2/3 of it. It's very, very smart micro adjustments and little choices that he's making with his driving. That's why he's your current points leader.
Yeah, and it seems that he has learned what the judges want and where that line of too shallow is, because every judge has a line. At some point, it's too shallow, that's where you're getting taken off, and I think he has dialed in exactly where the judges want it to be.
And because it's two different driving styles too, I don't really see Element getting up on, I mean, I could be wrong. I'm just going to wait until I see it here. Yeah, he's not really using the curbing as much. And the curbing, it's something we can correct from yesterday, which is, I'll take full responsibility for it. They want you, where the curb is painted, they want the car to go on the curbs. They want you to use all the track that they're providing to you. So the old rule in Forza at this track used to be the rumble strips were allowed but not preferred. So you could get on the rumble strip a little bit, but they would prefer you to stay off it. That is not the case today. If you look in the driver's meeting, the line shows them they want to fill all of those outer zones. So watch that Ferrari in the lead position. you see Connor, who this is why he got his high score yesterday, because he was able to get aggressive. He gets out on the curbing there, and Element doesn't. Element doesn't get on the curb there either. Connor doesn't, but he's trying to make sure that Element doesn't pull away from him and chase. So that opens up maybe a car length or two. And then the other gap is open just because Connor, there's a mistake from Connor. You can see the line choices of the Ferrari in the exit. It stays nice and tight and then pushes out late. Connor seems like he's pushing out early, but because of that, you see right here, they're close, and then Connor starts to push out and the gap opens again. So,
and I'm sure the judges are having a discussion right now of at what point are they going to put the foot down a little bit harder about cutting angle, especially coming out of corners, because that is a big way to put a little bit of a gap, and it is hard to chase. And it seems like at least using Connor in the chase as a guide, because his angle has been very consistent throughout the corner. It looks like
you could even use Alex's chase as a guide as well. That is the same driver doing the same thing. So,
yeah, I mean, you can see that there may be a little bit of an angle cut coming out of corners for one driver as the other driver falls back. And I'm sure the judges are looking at that, and I'm sure that there is a discussion that as a team and as the competition, because we haven't had to make that decision for this track yet. And
hey, man,
once it's made, they're going to stick to it.
It's smart. It's very, very smart. You can see it in the transitions. We want to see a nice, snappy, fluid transition. But what you're almost seeing, you can see it really clearly as Element pushes out to OZ1, where he kind of, instead of just holding angle, and snapping, he kind of slowly starts to take it out of the car. You watch it right here. You'll see him come out of outer zone, inner clip number 2, and then watch the angle kind of pour off, and then he transitions. It's very, very smart driving, but he's been caught. I keep saying words like caught. It's just smart. You know, you're driving against the other guy as much as you're driving against the track and drifting. So having things in your pocket like this in your toolkit are very, very smart to have. But unfortunately, he's going up against almost his antithesis in driving style, where Connor is just big angle, very fluid, very stylish. So it makes a lot of these small little decisions it blows them up. It almost increases the magnification on them.
And yeah, I could not argue that this wouldn't be the best comparison between basically the two main camps right now in competitive drifting, because it's really two of, is it okay to be pulling a little bit of angle out to get a little bit more speed? So let's see here. And I'm sure the judges are going to make a decision. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another OMT.
I was just about to say that.
The judges went in there and said, look, this is how we're making a call now. This is how we're going to judge it. Deal with it. And then they're going to do it again. And this is what you have to do.
I mean,
and we're getting word.
It is going to come down. Like, it's just driving style, as some people are pointing out. We are having something. The smoke is coming up from the chimney here in the judges booth.
Yes. Let's see here. So we have a split decision, as we would expect here. So slide him left for Connor Christensen, slide him right for Alexander Element, keep him in the middle for OMT. So it seems like we're almost having a discussion between style over speed at this point, and
so
which one we'll do. Yeah, let's see which one's going to be speed or style. One for Connor Christensen, one for an OMT. Number 2
That's
for
huge.
Connor Christensen with a win. So it does seem that the judges will want angle all the time now, for sure. So now, looking forward, I'm sure that we will see all of the drivers take that into consideration.
That's a big win for Connor Christensen. As we said before, it's not too early to start talking about points. Connor Christensen is 35th in points right now. He does not have a pro license for next year. The farther he can go, the better. Speaking of points, you know who's smiling right now? Deshaun Hack, who's only 28 points behind Alexander Element. Element getting taken out this early in the 16. If Deshaun makes it to the 8 or the 4, he has closed that gap significantly. So the points for the Pro Championship have just been blown wide open.
Well, here we go. Dai is here. So Dai, we know you guys took the time to make sure that that was the correct call for you. What were you guys discussing?
It was more based on Element's lead run again. It was honestly, like, I rarely say this, but it was kind of tough to call. On the first run, Element did have slight contact, Connor wasn't fazed by it. But other than that, Connor had a phenomenal lead run. He fulfilled all the areas. follow run or lead run for Element. Coming down the hill again, he did listen. He did put a little bit more angle, but he also did not fulfill the outer clip too. We just looked at lead to lead and chase to chase, and it was a 2-1 decision, and we barely gave it to Connor.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Now we know, and now all of the drivers know what to look for. So thank you so much, Di. I appreciate you. Send some cookies back for all the judges.
Yep. And some chocolate chips back.
Oh, great. No oatmeal raisin. Get that out of here. As we have Zach O'Sullivan up against Artem Chukov. Another great battle. Battle of the long hoods here. Let's go. Let's see here. Zach O'Sullivan coming off of a win against Ryan Litteral, so I'm sure he is ecstatic right now. And then Artem Chukov with a very, very close battle as well. And the winner of this battle gets to go on against Connor Christensen, who's seeming like a machine today.
He can't be stopped in his leads, that's for sure. Connor Christensen has put down some of the most consistent, I know it's really early to call, we're only next level racing group number 1, but he has put down some of the most consistent leads that I've seen all day. One of his teammates yesterday said, haha, like clown idiot, he's just lucky. Absolutely not. He's showing his skill today. However, both of these, if Artem wins, he's got to basically go up against Element's twin. Very similar driving styles, obviously driving the same car. And then Zach is going to be a lot more of a direct fight for him in terms of driving style. But Zach is so much more seasoned in terms of ESDA, in terms of battling, in terms of consistency. Whoever wins this is going to be a good fight for Connor, but we have to get there. Zach O'Sullivan versus Artem Chukov. Artem in the chase, Zach leading in the JSI Supra. Oh my God, what an entry from Zach. Artem was not ready for that at all. Nice line choice by Artem Chukov to be able to get on the Zach went a little bit wide, keeping it all four on the paint, just barely. But Artem Chukov, all the pressure in the chase position. Zach O'Sullivan putting down such a big run, to crack my voice.
Okay, sometimes it drives just so hot, your voice just freaks out. But Zach O'Sullivan starting out real strong. Maybe a mistake there. Let's see what happens. But I think if you're Artem Chukov, you just gotta turn it on and burn, you know? What else can you do? And I think that overall, personally, and this might be controversial, I would always prefer to chase first.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird how I get why qualifying higher would mean that you lead first. I really hope we don't have a NASCAR choose rule, because that would make the stream so much more confusing and hard to set up. But like a lot of, we've seen it in Formula Drift. I remember, I think it was last season in Monroe, Washington, that both RTR cars threw qualifying on purpose.
Yeah.
Just so they could chase first. Some drivers prefer leading first, just being able to get a consistent lead run. But at least when you put down a good chase, you kind of know where you're at for the second run. So there's advantages to both, honestly.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here, as now the turntables are turned as Zach O'Sullivan is busy flashbanging everybody here. Part of his strategy.
I don't know why the lights look so bright on stream, but yet for my chase cam, they're not at all.
It has to do
so
with
weird.
PP filter. PP filter. Artem Chukov in the lead.
Zachary!
In the chase. That might be it. Dropping a tire off in the middle. Again, that's not too bad. The judges said that is acceptable. But Artem Chukov, those Ferraris are just... Zach O'Sullivan gets right up on the door, negating exactly what I'm saying. Perfect. Right up on the door through that last battle. But I think that unfortunately Artem Chukov was just too consistent over both runs there.
Man, you know, I was with you until that last corner. I think Zach may have clawed his way back and into at least OMT conversations, because let's not forget that Artem's chase wasn't perfect either. It's basically, I think, going to come down to chase for chase. Keep an eye on that Ferrari in its lead run. I know Zach's lead was good. I know Artem's lead looked good. So I think it's going to come down to mistakes in chase. So watch the Ferrari here, run number 1. Goes way wide in T1, almost completely misses the clip, but still gets a little bit of it. Goes shallow here, the amount of angle that he needs to cut to be able to keep up with Zach, who's on the proper line. I think Artem's got the faster car, but Zach was just on the right line. So Zach, in contrast, in chase, I think just got gapped a little bit on the start. I think he went, look at the trend, like the initiation.
Yeah.
I just think that was a bit of a hesitation. I'm not sure if he was reacting to Artem or if that's just what he wanted to do. Grabs a little bit of rumble strip to be able to catch back up and then puts on that big pressure moment at the end. So I don't think there's a world where, I almost don't want to speak because I don't want to be wrong, but I don't think there's a world where Zach wins this, but I think that last corner may have pushed this into OMT territory.
Yes, for sure. And big props to Zach O'Sullivan, especially when you kind of mess up that first corner a little bit, being able to just keep your composure and finish the run strong like he did, because he came through, and after a mistake like that, I know at least for me, I would keep making mistakes after that, but he put his head down, put his nose to the grindstone, and put it right on Artem's door by the end of that run. And again, as you said, pushing it almost into OMT territory. We'll see if the judges agree with that. Yeah, where did Zach lose his bumper, Brady?
I think he just took it off to cool. I think he just took it off to cool the car.
Okay, so he's like spraying some water on the intercooler. I see.
Yeah, his crew is all using Stealth Boys right now.
Oh, I see. Is that new technology? It's that new Sparko racing seat, the clear ones. That's pretty cool. As we have a judgment in here, and we're gonna slide him left for Zach O'Sullivan, slide him right for Artem Chukov, keep him in the middle for an OMT. Let's see what we got here. 1 for Artem Chukov, 2, and 3 for Artem Chukov, taking the win and going up against Connor Christensen. If I'm Connor Christensen, I'd feel like I'm just in the same battle again now.
Yeah, my man Connor's over there going, man. He just took down our points leader and one of the best drivers in ESDA and across the sim, to be honest. And now he's going to take down a driver with a very similar style and a very similar car. So that is, I don't know if I'm going to be upset about it because that battle against Element was so hard fought, or am I stoked because I know exactly what I have to do. Unfortunately, Zach not being able to get the win on that one, taking out the boss of Ryan Little Racing, and then unfortunately losing to Artem Chukov, but a very, very strong run, and I'm confident saying that is the strongest Zach has looked all season, so keep an eye out on that JSI Supra. But for the win for the Next Level Racing Group number 1 and moving on into the Traxion Final 4, this will be Connor Christensen going up against Artem Chukov, the OTM driver, going against the Drift Sundays Ferrari.
Ooh, this is gonna be a crazy battle to say the least. And if you're Connor Christensen, I think you feel like momentum's on your side. The judges have been calling in favor of the kind of style you prefer to drive anyway. So Connor's over here, he doesn't have to change anything about his approach. He just gets to go out there and send it. And if I'm him, I'm excited, and I would just be putting the biggest angle into this first corner and hoping that Artem just cannot keep up. And let's see, and as chat points out, Connor's had an OMT so far for every battle up to this point.
Yeah, my man Connor in the lead position right now, like, I didn't hear no bell.
Nope.
I didn't hear no bell. It's not over yet. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 more runs to decide it all. Who's going to be making it into the final? Connor Christensen, your number 1 qualifier, looking for a perfect event. Good start. Great initiation for Connor. Artem trying to put the pressure on. Almost made the exact same mistake, going a little bit shallow. Contact to the door of Connor. He stays in it. No fear for Connor Christensen in the lead position, but Artem Chukov is doing everything in his power in the chase position to force some sort of mistake from the driver that's been robotic in their leads.
Whoa. And Connor really, he put the sauce on that run, and it seemed like Artem Chukov, it looked like Artem Chukov almost had no angle behind him, and it was just fighting to stay close at that point. Connor Christensen, it looks like he just caught him off guard with how aggressive he went into each one of those inside clips, man. I don't know, I think Artem Chukov now is scared. If I'm him, I'm scared at this point, especially after a lead like this, because now you know Connor can do that kind of stuff, and he in the chase can just dial on that angle, dial on that smoke, and make your lead run look like you're just pulling angle to get away.
So here's yeah, I was gonna say, here's the thing now, Joe. Artem, I think, is a bit more set in angle than the previous battle with Element in regards to Connor Christensen. Words are very difficult, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I'm used to waking up at 2 in the afternoon. This is a hard life for me. But
it's okay.
So Connor, he knows I think both these guys are they flipped now. So Connor's weaker of the 2 runs is his chases. Not to say his chases are bad, but it's definitely where he's not as strong. He's been so good in the leads today. But Artem has won battles based on his leads. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to come down to this run. I think that the first run, they were in their weaker, they were both in well, one of them was in the strong suit, one of them was in the weak suit, and now they flipped. So this could be a great battle forcing us into an OMT. It's really good to see, depend on who forces who into a mistake. Run number 2, this is the final battle of group number 1 presented by Next Level Racing.
And let's see what happens here. Is Artem Chukov in the lead, Connor Christensen in the chase. Connor,
Oh no!
double on the initiation, wasn't sure what to expect from Artem Chukov. That might be enough. Let's see, but Connor really putting on the pressure, really matching that angle. I'm seeing this very, very strong from Connor Christensen, making up for that mistake in the first corner.
Oh my
if
God.
it wasn't for that mistake, I would know exactly how this was going to end, but this might be an OMT due to that mistake.
Ladies and gentlemen, !Discord right now. Get into the Traxion Discord and vote your boy Connor Christensen as driver of the day. That second half of that chase run was some of the closest chasing I think we've seen all season. And keep in mind, these guys, this is not a slow track. We're not at Tsukuba. We're not at tandems with the boys here. These guys are really high grip tires going 80, 90, 100 miles an hour, and there's purple paint on the quarter panel of that Ferrari right now.
Gosh, that was such a crazy run. And Connor Christensen, again, feeling like he really had to turn up the heat after that first mistake in the run. And again, I'm sure that for the rest of that, he was upset that he made that one mistake, because otherwise he had a perfect lead. That chase was the best chase I've seen him make, minus that first corner too. So if I'm him, I'm feeling strong and confident for an OMT, but upset the fact that that's even the conversation at this point.
Yeah, I mean, just looks like he didn't get the rotation on his initiation. You can see Connor's been snapping the angle. If you look on his lead run compared to his chase run, he usually the car just snaps right to where he wants it, no problems at all. Did not get that on his chase, but
Yes.
it's almost like he's like, all right, I know what I have to do now. And as soon as they transition to interclip 2 here, you see gets on the power, gets right to the door, waits, and then this is the best opportunity to put on crazy amounts of proximity. And if you couldn't hear our producer screaming basically the entire time, right to the door of Artem Chukov, and I guarantee you, ladies and gentlemen, it's not the last time you're going to see a chase like that today.
Oh, for sure. And I bet Connor Christensen was definitely wearing his brown pants during that first corner, as he's coming through here. And again, I'm just shocked that it was such an otherwise flawless battle for Connor Christensen here. And Artem Chukov is thanking the gods that first corner existed as well, as we just, I fear to see any reality outside of an OMT at this point. The question is, did he straighten enough to zero out his chase? I don't think so.
Oh, no.
I hope so. Yeah.
No. I was watching from the bumper. It was bad. Like, don't get me wrong, and especially because he kind of missiled straight for the inner clip and maybe had a tire off there. But man, drifting's
I
cool.
don't know.
Drifting's cool.
Yeah, it's really crazy, especially with this, because we don't know for sure. The judges are definitely looking at it, but at the end of the day, it's all up to what are they going to count as. Is that how many points off effectively is that big mistake in that first corner? And is it enough to bring it down to an OMT? Is it enough to bring it down to Artem Chukov taking a win? Because overall, Artem didn't have any mistakes, but he did have a worse chase.
Yeah.
Besides that one thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think they both have hiccups in chase. It might come down to lead for lead. I think Connor was definitely sitting on a deficit and then did what Zach did, but more. It poured it on as much as he could on the last corner to try and even the odds out. And I think he might, in my mind, the wow factor was enough. But if it wasn't, you know what I mean, he's got at least one tire up on the curbing there as a chase vehicle. They say that's okay as long as you don't hit the clip.
Yes.
So if you lightly get on the curb as a chase car, that's fine, as long as you're not into the clipping point. Is what they talked about in the drivers meeting, I believe, this morning. So might get away with one of them, but I don't think he's going to get away with both. But watch Artem's chase. He's got his own set of mistakes, initiates really early, has that hiccup. He's got no angle, misses all of the inner clip there in the second one, cleans it up for the end, which is basically the outer zone 1 and 2 is the best chance you get to mentally reset on this track, but does not have the exclamation point going over the line. So
yeah, and let's see what
very
happens
well might
here.
come down to lead for lead.
I think it very well may, because yes, Artem didn't have any major mistake, but I think overall it would balance out against a very good run with that one mistake that Connor had. So yes, I think that, yeah, I think you're 100% on the road about it's lead for lead, and I think overall Connor had a more aggressive and committed lead, but I don't know. I hate to just say I don't know so much, but again, this is a very sticky situation to judge where what's worth what at this point.
It's tough. It's tough. Connor definitely made it harder on himself with putting a tire on the curb.
Yes, for sure.
I think if he kept all four on the paint, this would be a lot easier, but having a tire slide off course is definitely the sticky situation the judges are in now. But yeah, again, Artem making his own mistakes in chase, no tires off that I could tell. Granted, I'm not looking as hard as the judges are, but no tires off from what I could tell. We already have Dye in here. We don't even have a call yet. Yeah, we don't have the call yet, but Dye's ready.
I'm sure that there's a call. We do have a call here.
I'm really stoked to hear about this.
Yeah, I'm really very interested here. So let's let everyone see what our call is, and then we'll go from there. So we're gonna slide him left for Connor Christensen. We're gonna slide him right for Artem Chukov, and we're gonna keep him in the middle for the ever-present situation that we won an OMT. Let's see here. Dye, our head judge, with an OMT. Brady for Connor Christensen. Uh-oh. 2 for Connor Christensen, so a non-unanimous decision. Let's see here. So, Dye, what's behind this call?
So, what we looked at it was Connor had a great lead. Chukov on entry had a choke up and corrected a little bit. He also corrected a little bit going into interclip 2. On the follow run, Connor did have that huge correction on entry and hit the cone. But it also going down into interclip 3, Chukov also slowed up just a little bit too much to almost choke up the follow car. And it went OMT for me. And the other 2 judges seen the braking was a little bit too excessive going down to interclip 3. So other 2 went with Connor.
Okay, so it sounds like it was a battle of the least mistakes, as competitive drifting tends to be, especially when it's a slugfest between 2 great drivers like Connor Christensen and Artem Chukov. Okay, so as we are finishing up, that was our last
Getting
battle.
really annoyed every time I mute the mic to burp and then forget to unmute it. Getting really upset.
Just burp into my ear softly, please. It'll be better.
We'll do that over the course of this next commercial break. Whitley, this one's for you, my boy. This one's for you. I know he's pumped for the ad reads.
So happy.
But ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for round number 4 here for the ESDA Drift Association. Was presented by Traxion. We'll be back in just a moment with group number 2. Connor Christensen, your group number 1 winner. Who will be the next 3 finalists in the final 4? We'll find out later as ESDA from Mugello continues. Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG. Bring you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh! Oh no! Oh! Oh! Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC.
The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the hills of Tuscany. Welcome back to Mugello, the Autodromo Internazionale del Mugello. Welcome to the ESDA round number 4, presented by Traxion here in Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Keenan Kuzin, joined as always by Joe Piro, Strix, Pulsatrix, and Hayden Rigsby. We are back with the next, or the Big Duck Club, or the Mazda Racing Group number 2.
Mazda, and our judges today are Harold McKinney, Brady, and Doug Armstead. Man, so far, Group 1 was amazing. Great battles. Season implications, in fact, due to that here at Mugello. So let's take a look at the track real quick and make sure we are reacquainted with this gorgeous track in the gorgeous hills of Tuscany here. Mugello.
Quick train ride through the Swiss Alps, and again, this played host to a Grand Prix in the 2021 season. Plays host to I believe the Italian Grand Prix for MotoGP. So this track's steeped in motorsports history, but also steeped in drifting history. We've been having competitions here in Forza Motorsport since Forza Motorsport 2, about 10 plus years that this layout's been used, Joe.
Super excited. So we did have points implications for the first round. Our points leader, Alexander Element, is out of the competition at this point here, but Deshaun Hack, who's in second place, whose original goal for the season was just to maintain a license, is in second place and is in this current upcoming group here, Keenan.
Yeah, so he's got, basically needs to get 50 points right now to even the score up. You can see he did that in round number 2. Connor Christensen went from outside of the top 32 to 14th in points, and he still has at least 2 more battles left to go. So, I mean, great day for Connor. Gotta love that for him. He doesn't really have to worry about his pro license anymore. No longer on the bubble. As you take a look at this group number 2 bracket, some big names in here: Samuel Kuti, Thonawat Wafushin, Darius Ostreka, Grigori Andreev, Mustafa Amin, Ryan Aldina, Ilya Storzev, and Deshaun Hack. Again, your number 2 in points. So keep an eye on that Ascent GTR.
Yes, all of these drivers here today want to win it, and from their qualifying runs, again, the cutoff was an 89.17. That sounds about right. But either way, all of the drivers today are here on merit. So this is going to be some serious driving, as Samuel Kuti had an amazing run yesterday, I remember. It was so crazy. He's going to go up against one of my favorite cars. Controversial, I know, but Thonawat Wangfulisin in that gorgeous Liberty Walk silhouette S15.
Hey man, you know what? If you don't like it, I can see why. It's very square. It's very Bozozoku in terms of how it's styled. with the it's like the front splitter and the wing is really high. But if you know the style of car that this car is based off, the Silhouette rule set in GT racing back in the late 80s, early 90s, it's a love letter to that, made up by Livery Walk. Habino drives it in real life, the 4-rotor. So it's cool to see this kit in Assetto. It's cool to see it being represented here in ESDA, and it's awesome to see Thanawat Wongfuishin out of Thailand here to see if he can take down Cutie the Cutie, Samuel Cutie, driving out of the Czech Republic for the Iskuko Drift family.
As they are lined up, red car on red car action, lights out, and away we go.
So Kuti in the lead in the E36, chasing in the S15 is Thanawat Wongfuishin, Thunny the Honey, as you like to call him. Good initiation from Kuti so far. Thanawat kind of struggling a little bit, grabbing a little bit of curb there. Out to the curb is Samuel Kuti, maybe even a tire in the grass, playing really risky with those track limits. But Thanawat finally getting to the door of Kuti. But was it too little too late, Joe? Because he really struggled in the first two corners.
Yeah, really did. But I think that is not enough to be out of the count for run number 2 here as well. But both drivers racing. Thanawat is ripping back to the start. Jeez. I've never seen a driver drive that. I'd like not to point it out, but I've never seen a driver drive this fast back to the line. So I think that Thanawat really wants to keep as much heat in their tires for run number 2 as possible. Maybe I'm just thinking about the meta game here a little bit, but overall, I think that Thanawat really wants to get run 2 going. Samuel Kuti is struggling to keep up, which is weird that between the runs is so big right now, but it's just so different from normal that I'm caught off guard by it.
Yeah, so again, just really quickly, I just saw somebody say in points saying Deshaun is second in his rookie season. So our current standings for Rookie of the Year, actually implying it's got implications in this battle. Joachim Hogue is your current tied with Kawini Banks right now with 128 points. You know who's in third? Samuel Kuti with 126. So there is prizes on the board for Rookie of the Year, as well as our driver standings, as well as our team standings. Team standings are, in a sense, kind of running away with it, but it is still very open for Rookie of the Year. So a good day from Kuti could seal the deal for his Rookie of the Year bid.
Yes, as now Samuel Kuti is starting a little bit back, not as much as we've seen before, but I think Thanawat is feeling very comfortable. He knows that S15 is devastatingly quick. As we throw it in, Samuel Kuti trying to suck right up to Thanawat's door, but again, through that inside clip, not pulling angle out, but that S15 just grips right up. Samuel Kuti getting right on that door. Very strong, but not as much proximity. There we go, is the proximity as they come through that last inside clip and coming through the last outside zone. Thanawat is staying on it. Samuel Kuti, though, looking very confident in that chase, Keenan.
If I am Mikhail Mordvinov, Alshweti, Zalewski, Kazinski, that's the wrong bracket. If I am Ostreka, Andreev, Amin, Eldina, Storzev, or Hack, I'm scared. That transition over the bumper of Thanawat from Kuti was, I think you heard me in the background. This might be, we've seen closer chasing today, a la Connor Christensen, but the consistency, especially in the first half of the course, where that's when we've not seen a lot of guys push the issue in proximity. Watch right here, just right to the door, and then right across that big silhouette bumper, right to the door again. That is a hell of a chase from Samuel.
As we do have a score in here already, we're going to slide it left for Samuel Kuti, slide it right for Thanawat, I believe is the plan here. Let's see. And we're going to keep it in the middle for an OMT. Yeah, slide it left for Samuel Kuti, slide it right for Thanawat Wongfuishin, and keep it in the middle for an OMT. And let's see what we have here. 1 for Samuel, 2, and 3 for Samuel Kuti.
Man, that was decisive. Again, we've seen closer chases before today, but just how aggressive Kuti was willing to get early on in the track, where we haven't seen, especially in Group 1, have not seen a lot of really aggressive chases. So I think the judge is just rewarding that. Of course, Thanawat having some mistakes on his chase as well. His lead was great, but had a couple of mistakes in his chase, and unfortunately for Thanawat, Kuti was just, he came ready to play today. I'd watch out for that BMW.
And now we are moving into our next top 32 battle here as Darius Ostreka up against Grigory Andreev. in another 599 FX. I don't know how many X's there are. I'm sorry, guys.
But you're trying your best. That's all we ask for.
I can run full speed at the wall, dude. It's okay. So Darius Ostrika in the lead, Gregory in the chase. Isn't that gorgeous dark red Ferrari?
Man, I gotta tell you, I like how cheeked up these IRTA S15s are. They just have such a stance of them. The wheels just filling the zones. I know it's not the flashiest car on the grid, but these S15s from IRTA Esports might be some of my favorite cars as we get ready here. The Lithuanian leading, Grigori in chase from Ukraine. All European battle here. As we head down the pipe here at Mugello, Darius Ostrika from IRTA Esports in the lead on Dreve, trying to be the hero in the Ferrari. Got a tire on the curb, though. That's not a good start. All the pressure on Darius, though. Is he going to let him transition just barely across the bumper of the IRTA Esports S15? And right onto the door once again is Grigori on Dreve, trying to make a statement here in chase, but a very solid lead from Darius.
A very solid run from both drivers. In fact, I think we're going to see another great battle in run number 2 as both drivers didn't really give the judges too much to negatively judge them on there. A little bit of gap through that first inside clip, but nothing crazy, and then super tight as Darius Ostrika has a great lead run as well. Again, no major transitions, no major anything. Coming on through right on the door. Man, I don't know. I think both drivers really did great, and I think it's going to be just a who cracks first in this next run.
Yeah, we'll have to see if any mistakes can get forced here. Very, very close. I mean, a lot of guys again saying, "Oh, it's the Ferraris. It's the Ferraris." I mean, you know, we have other guys who are driving this chassis who aren't doing as well. It's the main team. It's the group of people. You notice that a lot of the best driving 599s have that Ukrainian flag on the wing. It's just the way they've been driving together, the way they've been practicing, and a lot of these guys were driving different cars last year and doing just as well. So yes. I mean, I'm sure the car is playing a role, but that's not to take anything away from their driver's skill.
Yeah, and I was worried before this about the RX-8 becoming the new thing too. It's just some rounds you see a lot of one car. It's just crazy. But we're going to flip them around now. Gregory and Driv is going to be leading Darius Ostrika, and I think Darius Ostrika is going to be right on that Ferrari's door and really wants to take a win from, like, what was it? Who was his teammate? I believe one of his teammates was battling against one of these Ferraris
Martinez.
Yes, exactly. So Darius is out here wants revenge, and let's see if he can get that here as we flick it in, and Gregory Andreev and Darius Ostrika right on the door, putting a little bit of a gap in on the transition, bumper to bumper, putting it again door to door. Those Ferraris are just fat, but I think that Darius is to win it, touching him through that last inside clip, not worrying about transition.
Talk to him, Darius.
There we go.
Talk to him. Talk to him. Tell him how you feeling.
Wow, just something to talk about there. That is for sure. Whew.
He's not they're not afraid to get aggressive in that last corner. We've seen so many just balls out dives there right at the end. Very strong chase from Darius Ostrika. Very solid lead from Grigori Andreev. Maybe a tire off there at interclip number 2 for Darius, but once again, all the pressure and more. He gets into the door. That's an expensive repair bill. Just as a correction, I did agree with you, but Martinez was taken out by Christensen in the first group. So no Ferrari on IRTA action there, but still trying to make a deep run for IRTA Esports on behalf of his brother. Both these guys have been working really hard in the off season. Some of the most passionate people in sim drifting. You know, they're very, very and love what they do and love getting better and love competition. Always nice to see IRTA and the Ostrika brothers in competition.
And it is amazing to see it. But this battle, I would not be surprised if we saw an OMT out of this. Because, again, there is not much to really fault either driver on. Yes, here or there wasn't perfect matching, but overall, I do think that lead for lead and chase for chase, they're pretty even in my opinion.
Yeah, it's going to come down to little things like tire drops, line choice. I hate to bring this back up again, but we talked about the difference in angle in the, I believe it was the Element and Christensen battle. So keep that in mind as well. The judges are looking for it. Their eyes are on. They have the best binoculars in the game. So
It's crazy.
We'll see it happens here. It's very tight. I'm very glad that we're not a judge. Or I'm not a judge.
I'm glad that I can just make conjecture statements about what I think is going on in heads, because really, if I'm a judge right now and I'm trying to judge this completely objectively, I would be watching it back at quarter speed almost, because both drivers are on each other's doors for about the same amount of time over the course of the run. Both drivers sink back just about the same amount. Some drivers have a little more angle in certain places and some have it other. This really does seem like a prime candidate for an OMT in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I said, it might come down to little things. Might come down to tire drops here and there. Might come down to little issues here and there. It's really going to depend on what happens here with the
this
judging.
Is gonna be crazy.
They're taking their time, so I mean, not a good day to be a judge. Holy moly!
Not at all. I know Brady's counting on his fingers. Die's eating cookies. Swirly's so stressed about this call, he's probably eating crayons at this point. I don't know. But either way, any call on this, I could see any call direction based on any things that I'm missing. So we do have a call, and it is not going to be unanimous as is expected in a battle that close. And let's see here. We're going to slide him left for Darius Ostreka, slide him right for Gregory Andrev, keep him in the middle for an OMT and see that battle again. So Die goes for an OMT. Brady for Gregory. And Doug for a second OMT. So we will see this battle again. And I'm sure both drivers now are going to iron out those tiny little kinks and hope that the other one just makes a simple mistake.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a little bit yesterday in the post battle, in the post like the post qualifying kind of meetup we do with the stream team and the track staff. It's an easy track.
Yes.
I mean, it's not easy in the sense of like you can go out there and get 100 every time, but it's easy in the sense of there's no walls, the line's pretty straightforward, and because it's an easy track, we're going to see a lot of high qualifying runs, and on top of that, we're going to see a lot of OMTs because it's going to be so close.
For sure. And here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Darius Ostreka leading the OMT battle here against Grigory Andreev, right in the chase, not wasting any time, right to the door. Very Samuel Kuti-esque, trying to put all the pressure on him early, going a little bit wide there, so the gap is going to open. Andreev really having to cut angle to be able to keep up with Ostreka in that S15, but he's keeping up with him in spades. Catch him a mustard we have right now on the track as we cross the line.
Was a textbook run from both drivers there. Maybe Gregory could have moved his car a little bit further forward, but sitting back like that, I wouldn't say is even going to be a major deduction because he's proving his car is just fast enough to stay there. That was an amazing chase out of Gregory Andreev, but Darius Ostreka gave him a lead to allow that to happen. This was a crazy run, and I cannot even imagine what's going to happen now when the roles are reversed and both drivers have to now do just as well as what happened in the last run. And when it's that close, when you're in the lead and you feel that chase driver tapping you the whole way, you know exactly what you have to do, and man, does it make you nervous.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about an OMT. Some drivers will take it as I know what to do now. Some drivers will take it as I know what to do now, but it's just added extra pressure. You know, you're stepping a little bit closer to that ledge of the pressure of getting eliminated. So Grigory rose to the occasion, as some people put it out, chase of the day. So like, wow. I thought he was going to make contact. I thought he was going to drop back. One little mistake from Grigory, but you could hardly tell with how much pressure he put on there at the end. But Darius, if anyone can follow that chase up with a chase of their own, it's Mr. Ostreka and Chase.
And I'm noticing all the people who are chasing on run one are real fast on these tight battles, fast to the gates. They want to keep going while there's heat in their tires and get that lead while they have a fast car underneath them when the tires are ready to go. But Darius Ostreka took his time. He said, you get to cool off your tires a little bit at the gate. And let's see what happens here. Is Darius Ostreka right on that rear quarter panel, coming in, leaving a little bit of space through that first but on the transition, making it all up, keeping it nice and tight through outside zone 3. Oh, right in as tight as he can get, but I fear it might not be enough as they come across the line. Whew, Gregory Andreev putting in a lead of his life. Darius Ostreka putting in as much as he can as well in the chase, but it might not be enough. Gregory Andreev, I think, really dug deep in that battle overall, and I think it will be an easy call for the judges just because both drivers were driving so great. Just the tiny difference sticks out.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I caught there on run 2 is a little bit of a late transition going into interclip 2 from that Ferrari. That's really about it, and there's a tire drop that results from it, so the judges are going to have to decide whether that was Darius just kind of getting over aggressive or maybe a little bit of a late transition. But it looked like the Ferrari just wasn't going to come around at one point, and then finally just flicked it over. Great lead from Andreev. Obviously both are sitting on minor mistakes in the chase, minor mistakes in their leads. This is a close one for sure, and I talked about it a little bit earlier too. The Ostrekas, both of them are so passionate, and you can really see that come across in the run here. You know, Darius almost getting a tire off in the dirt, you know, gunning up on the curbs a little bit, does not care, just wants to put that S15 on the door of that Ferrari.
Yes, and I think we are going to see the judges are typing, so I think we're going to get some explanation or a split decision. Either way, I'm excited to see which way they go with this because I think both drivers really killed it over their runs. But man, that first chase from Gregory Andreev really went for it. So we're going to slide it left for Darius Ostreka, slide it right for Gregory Andreev, and then we will talk about him a little bit afterwards. As we have 1 for Gregory, 2 for Gregory, and 3 for Gregory. So unfortunately, it was down to Darius Ostreka having a tire drop and a waiver on his chase, and Andreev was just a little bit deeper in some of his zones on his lead. So when everyone's pushing this hard, it's just down to the tiny things, Keenan.
Yeah, that's a hard pill to swallow for Darius Ostreka. He whomed he battle, left it all on the track, but unfortunately, it will not be enough as Gregory Andreev is going to be moving on to go up against Samuel Kuti. That should be a hell of a battle, as both those guys put on chases, very exciting chases. So really stoked to see those guys drive together. But to get there, we have 2 more battles left to go in this first part of our Mazda Racing Group number 2. So it's going to be Mustafa Amin after not qualifying for Nürburgring after winning at Interlagos. He is back in competition. Number 5 qualifier going against Rayan Eldina out of Jordan. So this is, I think both these guys living in Saudi now. So an all Middle East battle. There can only be one winner. We'll find out in just a moment.
And again, battles like this, love to see an RX-8, super excited. But again, teammate on teammate action here.
So much of that today.
And I'm not complaining at all because it doesn't seem like anyone is like letting their teammate win just for a points thing or anything. Both drivers so far in every single battle have wanted to push as hard as they can so that they can have bragging rights in that Discord call right when competition's over. And you know exactly what kind of call. Everyone out there who's had a teammate in a competition like that knows exactly what is going to be said in that call afterwards. Just a lot of woos and I'm number 1 and you're scum and I hate you.
Yeah. Maybe you need new teammates, Joe. I don't know what to tell you.
It's swirly, man. It's always swirly.
Nah, toxic. Awful human being. Twitch.tv/DIS_swirly. But yeah, Mustafa, after a round off, not because he wanted a round off, just unfortunately not qualifying in Nürburgring, coming back to almost a very similar track, and just in the sense that elevation change is very important. It's fast, but the 2 differences between Nürburgring and here is there's no slowdown zones at all. There's 2 big slowdown zones in Nürburgring, none here. I think that favors Mustafa's style. It's another track that was very, very fast was Interlagos. There was that big slowdown at the end, but there's the slowdown at the beginning. You're already going kind of slow. The word slow is starting to get old for me now, but...
Oh, I get it. Okay, here we go. Now we're lining up. They're doing coordinated warm-up burnouts even.
Rayan going into the grass. This is not iRacing, Rayan. Get back on the racetrack. That joke was like for 5 people, but I'm sure they got it.
I was trying to think about how cooler tires would be better for drifting, but I couldn't make that reach. And here we go as Mustafa Amin leads Rayan Eldina. Run 1, I think that this will be a very, very solid battle.
Mustafa Amin in the chase. Rayan Eldina in Mustafa Amin in the lead. Ryan Aldina in the chase. All JX team battle. Big initiation from Mustafa. Where is Ryan going? Almost overtaking his teammate going into inner clip number 1, but somehow both these guys figured it out. Moving into the bottom half of the course here, Mustafa Amin back to angle, but Ryan Aldina right there on the door needs to push just a little bit more. But I think after that first mistake, Joe, he's a little spooked.
I think that mistake is going to be the deciding factor in this battle, as they've seen all day. Just the battles are so close that if you have a major mistake like that, unless you're like Connor Christensen, who did a mistake and then ran one of the best chases afterwards, you're throwing away that entire battle at that point. So unless he's prepared to do something, and I didn't see that in the chase, I think that Ryan Aldina is really going to have his work cut out for him to force some form of mistake out of Mustafa, and Mustafa knows that they don't need to do anything besides finish the run without any major mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, wow, like especially watching the replay, it looked like it could have been so much worse, but
yes,
great job from both those guys to not make that a bigger issue than it needed to be. Ryan, I guess, just coming off that corner, yeah, just kind of initiated a little bit early. I'm not sure if the initiation was slow. He didn't expect his flick to go that slow, or if it just snapped really hard once he got the right-left flick, but almost overtaking his teammate before they even got into T1. So no tires off, I think, from what I could see there. Kept all 4 on the paint, but still a major mistake from Aldina in the chase position. Let's see what he can do in his lead, but he's got his teammate, Amine, right behind him.
And let's see what happens here. And I hate when that happens when you're chasing. You throw it in and you just get on the gas, not in the same timing that you're used to, and your car grips up just like that. As we throw it in, let's see if we avoid it this time, and we do, as Mustafa Amin gets right up on Ryan Aldina's door, and I think that Mustafa has no chill, even though he knows that this is probably a win in his books. A little tap even on the transition. That's how aggressive he's getting. He has no chill across the line. That was a lot of commitment, and happy to see the boys are having fun at least.
I'm really stoked that Mustafa just took the gun, pointed it at his foot, and said, "Dare me to do it, you won't." Because he had it kind of wrapped up right there. If you're watching the replay, nice start in the chase. Ryan didn't really do anything wrong. A big aggressive chase. We're used to seeing that from Mustafa. And then watch right here. He's going to push in on his teammate. Funny, haha, we're going against my teammate, but makes contact right there. Pushes the lead vehicle off the course just a little bit, 1 tire into the dirt. So it goes from, I think, a battle that would have been very easy to judge to something the judges are going to have to look at again. Not having a fun day in the booth, they are.
No, not at all, but they are making some donut offerings to the judges, as they're definitely going to decide who's at fault here for that contact, and if it really matters even with the other mistakes as well, or is it going to be an OMT between teammates? Who knows?
I mean, the only reason I would say it matters is because that lead car dropped a tire off. I don't know if it came up on the stream or not, but there was plumes of dirt dust that came up. Listen, Impluving, I don't want you to make fun of me today. I've got receipts
today.
I did, yeah. We just switched. See what happens. You get Joe in the evening slot, and I'm the one that talks normal, and then we switch over to the morning slot, and I lose all concept of reality.
Yeah, it's great.
Very cool.
These guys, they're like, come on, judges, give us a score. We'll keep doing donuts until we're ready.
It's not been an easy judging day for sure, and I think that's the understatement of the year. You said a little bit earlier, an easy track breeds really tough battles and really tough calls that come down to such little things. But like I said, I think that was all wrapped up. Oh, okay, man, I understand you have a rotary, but you're going to send the rotor through the hood.
And you start yelling.
But like, I understand that you want to get super aggressive or get really close to your teammates, whatever. But at the same time, that little tap is going to cause such a big issue, because I think it was wrapped up for him up until that point.
Well, we have a call in. Slide it left for Mustafa Amin. Slide it right for Ryan Aldina. Keep it in the middle for an OMT. 1 for Mustafa. 2 and 3 for Mustafa Amin. And again, I think that they just did not care so much that there was a tire drop through that last outside zone. Everything else made up for it, and I think that that wasn't a big enough factor. So we're going to move on to our last top 32 battle of our Mazda Racing Group number 2. It's going to be Ilya Storozhev's up against Deshaun Hack. I know I said that name wrong, but it's okay.
Yeah.
We'll get through it.
Ilya Storozhev driving in the lead position here, number 12 qualifier in the all blacked out Supra. That thing looks terrifying.
Oh, I love it.
Deshaun Hack with a slight refresh on his GTR. I think, again, his priorities may be changing just a little bit as you start the season going, hey, I just want to make sure I do okay. I want to make sure I retain my pro license. And then all of a sudden you're at round number 4 and you're only a couple of points behind your points leader, who is now knocked out of the competition. Like I said, if Deshaun has a good day today, which he's had a decent day every time he's pulled up to the line. So if he has another day where he gets 40, 50, 60 points, he closes the championship gap and perhaps even overtakes Element, depending on how far he can go.
And I think Deshaun Heck has been driving in a way where we can see a very, very deep and long run here today from Deshaun Heck. I'm expecting a Final Four appearance out of him.
Deshaun in the chase. Darth Vader of Ilya Storozhev in the lead position. You hear the pops of the banks from that GTR. Here we go. Ilya Storozhev in the lead position. Deshaun Hack in the chase. Big championship implications for every battle that Deshaun is participating in today. Not a great start from Deshaun, pushing out a little bit wide there. Ilya Storozhev showing why they qualified so well. Deshaun with a tire on the inner curb just a little bit. He's not losing time, and he's not gaining time. As I say, that closes in, comes off that that outer zone a little bit early, and is able to use that. It's basically the only point in the course, Joe, where you're able to catch up significantly without it really affecting your run. Unfortunately, not a replay on that one, so you'll just have to go off what we remember. But
at least there wasn't anything super dramatic. Both drivers had a very clean run. Overall, it seems that Deshaun Hack maybe was playing a little bit safe, but now he's going to be forced to, in his lead, blow the tires off that Supra and just hope and pray that that Supra is not as fast as that GTR. As that Supra is showing off, Ilya is showing off those gorgeous brake lights.
Yeah.
Just hopefully we'll see.
Reminds me of Roy Munoz with those taillights.
Yes.
Very, very nice.
Always happy with that.
Not the best set of taillights on the grid. We do have one of our French drivers that has the name of their team in their taillights, which is hilarious. But yeah, no, unfortunately, no replay on that one. The technical problem over on our side, but we'll get you one for the second run. As Deshaun and Ilya pull up to the line.
And now Deshaun Hack knows. He knows that GTR is fast. That R35 is a fast car. Ilya Storozhev is... I said that wrong. I know I did, but it is just a little bit an unknown car right now. We know it's fast from the last run, but is it as fast as Deshaun Hack in full attack mode? That's the question we're about to ask ourselves, and we'll get it answered almost instantly here as we're ready for run 2 here.
Again, big championship implications. If Deshaun can make a deep run in tournament today, this is the first kind of pressure I think he's had all season, other than just, I want to do well. Let's see what we can do. Run number 2.
There we go. Deshaun Hack in the lead. Ilya in the chase. Big initiation from Deshaun Hack, and it seems that Supra does have some speed behind it as it just sucks right up to Deshaun Hack's door. Maybe not as much angle, but Deshaun Hack seems unfazed, driving a very committed, very clean lead run. I think overall it might be a better lead, but Ilya has no chill in that chase, and I think lead for lead, Deshaun takes a win here, but chase for chase, I think Ilya in that Supra takes a win.
Man, just all the pressure. I was messing with the cameras a little bit, so I was riding on the front bumper with Ilya, and just the transition here, bam, right across the bumper, gets right back to the door. He has to sacrifice so much angle to stay there, and then bam, right across the bumper once again. So all the proximity, but we've seen today that the judges are not afraid to dock points, like not physical points, but dock points in their minds on, you have to cut angle to keep up. So watch right here. It's pretty egregious for me. Or not egregious, that's the wrong word, but pretty obvious, I think I should say. Deshaun, not getting all of that outer zone as well. He's opting to stay off the curb. It's just kind of the mindset that most of us have is curb bad, especially in ESDA where tire drops on curbing is really big.
Yes.
When it ends up coming up. Awesome replay for run 1. I forgot about that. But yeah, man, once again, it's going to be close. It's going to come down to whether the judges view that chase run, especially, it's really, really close. It was really, really awesome when it was good and close and awesome, but a couple little bobbles from Ilya in the chase. But, you know, Deshawn's chase wasn't perfect either, so it's going to, once again, close.
Okay, and I think we are getting word in from judges here. Either way, I think both drivers drove well, and I would not be upset from either driver going forward on merit alone. I don't think there's anything crazy that happened that we're going to be surprised by here in this call. Just good driving, small mistakes here and there, little pros and cons to each driver, and I'm sure the drivers are just tallying it up. The judges are just tallying it up, making sure that their math checks out with what happened in what they saw in the runs and against what previous judgments have been as well, to make sure that everything is as consistent as we possibly can be.
I am so nervous right now because I want this championship to be closer. No disrespect against Alexander Element, but I want this championship battle to be close. And if Deshawn loses here, it's only going to open the lead for Element, as we do have a call.
And we're going to find out if it's right around. So Ilya, slide him left. Deshawn Heck, slide him right. Keep him in the middle for an OMT. 1 for Ilya Storozvich. Wow, I can't. That name, the letters dance for me.
Storoshev.
2 for Ilya, and 3 confirming him in to move on, and he'll be betting Mustafa Amin in the top 16. But first, we have Samuel Cudi up against Gregory Andreev.
A great battle for Ilya Storoshev, but unfortunately Deshawn Hack not able to make the best out of Alexander Element's first time not in the Final Four. Deshawn will also not be joining the Final Four, knocked out in the 32. So not the worst day for Deshawn in the points, considering Element did not go very far, but on a day where he could have closed that 20-point gap. Unfortunately, the gap has now opened just a little bit. I'll have to see how much point. I think he gets 20 for getting knocked out. So yes. In 32. So Element's able to open that gap by another 10 points. So this is unofficial, but now Deshawn has 240 to Element's 278. And the next guy back in third place right now, Brandon Gardner, is 100 points back. Ooh. So it is the battle of Hack and Element here now.
And I hope to see this rip, because now it's down to round 5, round 6, round 7. So there is still a battle, but that battle did hurt Deshawn Hack overall in his fight for the overall season. It's unfortunate, but I'm excited for this next panel. Samuel Cudi in that red E36 up against Gregory Andreev in that red 599 FXX.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over yet, and then every driver gets an off day, right? So I think that just both those guys, Element and Hack, have to just reset and make sure that they are a little bit more dialed in for next round in September 9th and 10th. But to get there, we have to still complete this round. We're still in our Mazda Racing Group number 2. Samuel Cudi from the Escuco Drift family being chased by Gregory Andreev in that beautiful red Ferrari 599 XX.
And let's see what happens here as both drivers are ready to go, and our lights are on and off, and away they go.
Cudi with a heck of a run so far today, trying to keep it up. Good initiation from both drivers into turn number 1. A little bit of separation here now, is a little bit of wavering from Andreev. Big mistake from Andreev, actually going a little bit wide there. Really having to sacrifice angle to keep up with Cudi. Cudi, I don't know what someone put in this man's cereal, but the difference between the last 3 rounds, Joe, and today is like night and day. This is a new driver we have in this Escuco Drift family E36.
Oh, for sure. But no chill from both drivers here as we take a look back at the replay. And again, Gregory has been really good on these chases, especially in the aggression in the first half of the track, which is where a lot of drivers have been missing out in their chase runs. But Samuel Cudi has been just driving perfect today. It's really, really good. So I think overall that, again, Gregory Andreev ripping back to the start line, ready to go, trying to get some pace underneath that Ferrari. There we go. Yeah, again, I'm just looking at this replay, looking for any small things to really ding somebody on, as Gregory seems to be wavering a little bit, but I wouldn't call that excessive in the chase, especially as you're adjusting to a lead driver.
Here's the thing, though, Joe. With how close every battle is today, you kind of have to point out every minor mistake as something bigger than it is. You know, these are, if you're just watching the run, you're like, wow, that was a little mistake, no big deal. But when it comes to competition, and comes to something that's being judged, everything small like that, every little mistake is going to pile up and be the difference when that scale comes out at the end of the second run.
Yes, for sure. And now we go Samuel Cutie starting a little bit further back. Gregory Andreev getting ready, and I think that Gregory's about to lay down a very fast lead, and I think Samuel Cutie's gonna have no chill in this chase as we are off, and here we go. A big car against a small car as we throw it into the first corner, and Gregory, real big angle, and Samuel Cutie, big adjustment. Weird adjustment almost. It was like he washed out, but he did manage to avoid contact. But I think that Samuel Cutie now is just clawing to get any form of proximity back as he fights into this last inside clip, avoiding any form of contact. But I think Gregory Andreev might have just confirmed his spot in the top 8 there without making any major mistakes.
Man, why do I gotta curse everybody?
Yeah.
Why do I gotta be like, yo, this guy's looking great, and then like I hate it here. But yeah, big kind of check up there from Cootie. We'll have to see. Didn't see any slowdown, any sort of indication that was caused by the lead driver.
I don't think so at all.
Great job from him to kind of reset and be able to put pressure on at the end. He really closed up coming off that last outer zone, but watch the initiation right here. Just kind of charges in, then goes, and loses the front of the car a little bit. I don't know if he just kind of came off throttle to make sure he didn't run over Andreev, which Andreev wasn't lifting. It's just the way they initiated, the lines they took, and it's nothing dirty or anything about that. It's just, I don't know. I think he just kind of got off throttle a little bit because he comes in hot and then kind of gets off the gas, and then the front end of the car, the way these cars are gripped up, just kind of runs away from him. Then he can't drop any tires on the inner curb there, so loses a ton of time. Does a great job of closing here in run number 2, but might be a little bit late. We'll have to watch run number 1 back. I think how are their leads, Joe? Pretty comparable,
I think overall the leads were very comparable, and I think the only super major differences was that Gregory was throwing himself more at the door overall, like not super consistently in proximity, while Samuel Cutie maintained a further distance but was far more consistent about it. But Samuel Cutie did have that major mistake in the chase in run number 2 here, as we watch here in this replay. Look at this. Gets in there, and it's almost like you have to stab out the brakes and have the car wash out to avoid contact. But we'll see if the judges think that it was Gregory putting too much brake on into that inside clip, as it very well could be.
I doubt it. It doesn't look that major, at least on the replay camera. Take another look right here. Watch the Ferrari in the lead. I don't think he's accelerating per se, but I don't think he's decelerating. Like, it doesn't look like the car is slowing down at all. Believe me, I want to make as many excuses for Cootie as possible because I want to be right. Being right's very cool. But you know, it's tough. But keep in mind that Andreev's got mistakes in his chase as well. He went a little bit wide. He may have had a tire off course in outer zone number 1. It's kind of hard to tell from this angle. But once again, the judges not having any fun at all. No fun today.
No fun at all. Don't worry. I'll take while you guys have the after party, I'm gonna take them all out for Dairy Queen. We're gonna go to Blizzards. They'll be fine.
Forget the after party. I want Dairy Queen.
All right. So we do have a call. In fact, we're gonna slide them left for Sammy Cootie, slide them right for Gregory Andreev, and we're gonna keep them in the middle for an OMT. And let's see what our judges think and who here was right, me or Keenan. As 1 for Gregory.
Nah, I'm screwed.
1 for an OMT.
Oh.
2 for
Let's go!
So we will see Samuel Cootie going against Gregory Andreev again for this top 8 slot in the, Moza Racing Group number 2 here. I'm excited to see this battle because both drivers are doing great. The issue now is if Samuel Cootie doesn't make a mistake, I don't know. I don't know how you can judge this without doing another OMT, because unless Gregory really pours on the angle, there's nothing to put them away from each other. I don't know. I'm at a loss for words at how similar these drivers are without them.
Yeah, I mean, all they got to really do is clean it up. And I mean, we'll be able to see what happens here. I think Andre really impressed me with how aggressive he was in the chase. I thought Kuti was putting on the chase of the day, but both these guys have really, really fun chase runs, really exciting chase runs. It's going to come down to, it's funny because it came down to the chase runs. Both of them with mistakes on their own sides. So I think they're just going to have to clean it up, run the runs that they know how to do. We've seen amazing chase runs from both these guys already today. So we'll see what happens here. First OMT battle between these two drivers in the Mo's Racing Group number 2. Kuti in the lead, the Escuco Drift family, E36. Much nicer job from Andreev in the chase. Little bit of a gap opening here, but he's running his line. He's kind of cutting a little bit of angle to make sure that Kuti stays within his grasp. And then right onto the door on the last corner. So easy to put pressure on here, and it looks so exciting. Such a fast corner on the course as well. But almost very similar run to his first chase, Joe, but this time no major mistakes, but still kind of saw the same kind of a little bit of wavering here and there, and maybe a little bit of angle cutting as well.
Yes, I would agree with that completely. But again, that's what we saw almost exactly on run number 1 from both drivers. This run, if you blindfolded me and played me run 1 from the last battle, I would struggle to really tell the two apart, because both drivers, again, a little bit of wavering in the chase. Samuel Kuti overall very solid lead run. Gregory's just trying to stick it on the door, cutting a little bit of angle. And yes, on that transition there, I think that might have been a little net code is what they call it in Assetto Corsa. What are we calling it here? A little bit of a disagreement between the clients on where their cars are, because it seemed like both cars kind of bumped around each other but didn't upset each other at all. So the drivers they're driving hard, and I think they're just that close that they are right on the fringe of when the server can call a contact. So I don't think they made contact on their end, if I had to guess.
No, I didn't see any major jittering between either vehicle either. So it's man, this is close. It sounds like I feel like that's why I'm stuttering a lot, because I don't want to say the same thing over and over, but it's just been very consistent from every driver today in terms of how close and how exciting everything is. We're going into run number 2 here.
And here we go. Lights out. Samuel Kuti jumping the light a little bit, trying to keep up with that, you already know, screaming fast Ferrari. Big angle, and again, Samuel Kuti, it seems like he's almost out of sync on that initiation. Now he's dropped back, further back, noticeably further back than the first run of this battle, as he now throws it in. I think, though, it doesn't have enough. Unfortunate, so unfortunate. Such a great driver, but I think that we can't see this going any other way. And it just seems to me, Keenan, that on the initiation, he just wasn't in sync with Gregory in the lead and kind of got choked out a little bit. But did Gregory cross the line? No, he did not.
I mean, we've seen it today. Guys just getting too aggressive on that initiation and making mistakes. I believe Martinez Ostreka, I get them confused, but I think Martinez Ostreka did the same thing, where he just pushed in too deep and ended up hitting the lead vehicle. Kuti did his best to not cause contact, and I think made the smarter play of, hey, I'm just going to finish my run, and maybe the judges will view that as a mistake from the lead. Because if he straightens out and tries to catch him, he's screwed. So that he finished the run the best, but we already have a call here.
We do have a call, so we'll slide it left for Samuel Kuti, slide it right for Gregory Andreev, keep him in the middle for an OMT. But unfortunately, yes, it seems that all 3 judges go for Gregory, and it is for the exact reasons that we said. It's just Samuel Kuti caught himself out on that initiation and then paid the price for the rest of the run. But looking forward, up next we have Mustafa Amin up against Ilya Storojev. There it is. As we'll see what happens here. And Mustafa, a driver that has been doing consistently very well in the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, Mustafa, again, did not qualify, and then came back this round with a very renewed passion. You can tell just from the way he qualified, 5th place. And we talk about it not really qualifying, not really mattering, but I think if you're in the top 10, you're really making a statement. So so he's one of the only guys that was able to get out of 92 points. There's only 9 drivers that were able to get 93 or higher, and Mustafa getting a 94.3 in qualifying. I don't know why I said like a weirdo. But it doesn't matter on Saturday. It only matters on Friday. So they're in the show. Now it's time to battle Ilya with a strong win in his first round against Deshaun Hack, taking out your 2nd place in points. So both these guys with something to prove earlier a little bit. Mustafa trying to say, hey, you know what? Interlagos wasn't a fluke, and Ilya Storchev saying, hey, you know what? You may not know me, but you will after today.
And both of these cars just sound like hell opening up beneath us. As, jeez!
A little bit of shallow entry there for Ilya, but Mustafa, nice smooth line showing why he is your number 5 qualifier. Ilya Storchev to be able to put pressure, but he's having a lot of left foot brake and really sacrifice on those outer zones, Joe. But Mustafa looking like he has returned to form in the lead position. Very, very good job from the GX Team RX-8 driver.
That entry took my breath away. That was an amazing entry from Mustafa, doing nothing but exactly what the judges want from him. And now Ilya's gonna have his work cut out from him. He left some space on the table in the chase. Mustafa did almost a perfect Control-C, Control-V replay of his qualifying run too. So I think Ilya Storchev is gonna have to, Storchev is gonna have to, what's the word I'm looking for? Really, really put the heat on, put some speed in it,
Gonna
put
have to
some
turn it
angle
up.
in it. Yeah, overall, just do better. Because yes, that battle against Deshaun Hack went his way, but I don't know if Mustafa's gonna go down without even more of a fight now, because he is in it to win it today.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, both these guys with a little bit of a something to prove here, but if I know it had to have hurt to come off of a win, come off your highest moment, and he was so stoked about taking Interlagos home and then not qualifying. So Mustafa wants to make a deep run in battle here, but he still has run number 2 going up against Ilya Storchev to be able to make that deep run. And this is your top 16 in group number 2, or Moser Racing group number 2. The winner is going to go up against Grigory Andreev to see who makes it into our Traxion Final 4.
And I think we're going. I'm just hearing both of those 2 steps go. These cars sound so great. I am very happy about that. As we rip off here, Ilya in that Mark 4, Mustafa in that RX-8 with no chill, gripping right on up to that bumper in the first transition coming through, leaving a little bit of space, knowing that he had such a strong lead. Again, putting it right on that door. And I think Mustafa is here to make a statement that that first win was not a fluke. It wasn't. It was a fluke that they didn't qualify last round, and that's all it is. So, man, Mustafa's on it today.
I hope that GoPro on his left side pillar is on right now, because holy moly, the proximity that Mustafa is confident enough to do in his chases on transitions are so fun to watch. That is terrifying, just to see how close they are. Right across the bumper. It's so sketchy. You know, you make a little bit of contact, you can get away with it when you hit door to door. You hit bumper to bumper, that's huge mistake from the chase driver. So very, very aggressive chasing from but not a bad drive from Storchev either. But Storchev sitting on mistakes in chase. So I think we know where the way this one's going.
We do have a call here, and we're going to slide it left for Mustafa Amin, slide it right for Ilya Storchev, and keep him in the middle for an OMT. 1 for Mustafa, 2 and 3 for Mustafa Amin. Gosh, it's in my head now. I'm thinking about it. Amin. And so we got Grigory Andreev up against Mustafa Amin in our top 8 battle for Group 2.
Amin's how you say it properly, but Amine reminds me of Dorime, and it's funny. So it's oops. But we have our final battle here set. I don't know where Andreev is. I'm getting a snack or something, but this is your Mazda Racing final. So they're going to be going up against Connor Christensen in our final 4. Whoever wins this battle, it is Grigory Andreev in the red Ferrari whenever he decides to show his face here again. And Mustafa Amin will be leading with Grigory Andreev, your number 20 qualifier, chasing.
This is going to be a battle. Both drivers today have been on point. And again, I think we're going to see a repeat of the Alexander Element Connor Christensen battle, where it's a discussion about speed or angle. Because Mustafa has been throwing crazy angle all day and amazing runs. And not to say anything negative about Grigory, but I think he has been going a little bit faster and a little bit less angle.
Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing, though. He said being able to watch battle up until now. You'd be silly if you're not going to use that information to your advantage. That's the beauty of being able to watch the stream and watch somebody else's battle, is if we think we have some technical issues on Andreev's side, which explains why he's not here. So he's going to be, I don't want to say calling his 5 minutes, but pretty well calling his 5 minutes.
Yes, for sure. This is a 5-minute thing. And that's just terrible for Gregory, too, because now you're stressed. Now you're trying to work in. So let's take a look at the bracket here and see how we got to this point here, Keenan.
So Andreev just joined this session again. So as soon as he gets all the way loaded in, we should be sitting battling up for you. But Kuti, our number 4 qualifier, unfortunately not able to topple the mountain that is Grigori Andreev. And Mustafa Amin taking out Rayan Aldina and a teammate of his, and Ilya Storchev in a very hard-fought battle. So they, battle group number 1 was stacked, but our Moser Racing group number 2 just as stacked. But there can only be one winner, as we have both our drivers on the line.
And I think we are in. I see
both of our drivers on the line.
I see it. Wait, nope. He's moving. There we go. We're getting ready.
In the 2JZ Ferrari, actually toxic.
I love it.
So many people are mad right now.
I'm just ready. So Mustafa Amin in the lead, Gregory Andreev in the chase. 2 very cool cars, and 2 cars that I think, if I had to say, are the meta cars in ESDA. Don't at me about that.
People are making cases for both, but we'll see which one progresses into the final. The battle, Connor Christensen, Mustafa Amin driving out of Saudi Arabia, Grigori Andreev driving out of Ukraine. There can be only one. Ladies and gentlemen, run number 1 here in this final battle in group number 2. Good start for both, but Andreev doing a little bit of a tap there on the bumper on Mustafa Amin, missing the second inner clip. Mustafa doing what he does best right now in the lead, but Andreev trying to put pressure to force that Extreme driver into a mistake. It is not going to happen. Andreev with a super exciting end of the chase, but a little bit of contact could be all the only opening Mustafa needs.
I think it was, and I was just about to say that was a blemish on an otherwise perfect run for both drivers overall. Mustafa didn't look like he transitioned weird or anything at all. It just looked like Gregory was a half a step too late on that transition and got caught out in the weird geometry of, if you transition just off from the lead driver, you have to leave even more space. So it doubles your mistake almost, and that's what happened there, is at least from what I'm watching.
Just so silly. It's so easy to be able to put pressure on in this final corner, just because the way the lead driver is set, it's not going to do anything drastic. There's no slowdown zones at that point, so it just opens the door for Andreev. He's trying so hard to make something happen here in the chase, but tire into the door. So you're going to have donuts on that JX team livery.
For sure.
But Mustafa doing a great job of just not letting it phase him, saying, hey man, he's doing what he needs to do in the chase, I'm doing what I need to do in the lead. We'll see what Mustafa could do in his chase position. We've seen greatness from him before. Gonna need to see it again to wrap it up here.
And let's see here now. We got Mustafa in the chase, Gregory in the lead, lined up 2 cars that are screaming, and one of it which is controversial, but we'll see here. And I can't see the lights, but I can just tell by the RPM these drivers are ready to go, and now we are off. Mustafa Amin in the chase, Gregory Andreev in the lead. Let's see what happens here as they throw it into the first corner, and Mustafa already regaling Gregory and trying to make sure that he does not make the same mistake that his leader made last run, and there it is. So Mustafa now looking confident, keeping it right on that door, knows that he did not make a single mistake in this chase as he pushes Gregory Andreev across the lane like he did his teammate earlier. Mustafa Amin is in it to win it today. I'll tell you what, I'm calling it right now.
I was going to say, man, he is not afraid to get aggressive. He is not afraid to put pressure on. Really smart driving from Amin. You see the amount of people that made mistakes in a T1. Gives him a bit of room, but as soon as they go by inner clip 2, it is all Amin in the chase position. You see him getting nice and close here. Little tap to the door of Grigori Andreev, and then unfortunately not causing any sort of issue. Right over the line. I think the only issue that may have caused is Amin missing the last outer zone. Not sure if he got all of it, but wow. If this is Amin making into the final and I'm Christensen, that is going to be a hell of a battle when we end up getting to it.
I don't even want to, I can't even think about being a judge for a battle like that one, because really Mustafa Amin is just on angle-laden mission from God today. It feels like, I don't know how else to describe it. Just throws it in that car's on rails every single run, every single battle, both lead and chase. This is the best driving I've seen from him today. And Connor Christensen, again, came out of the gates yesterday swinging. It's just amazing. It's just amazing from both drivers here. But I think that down to that one mistake from Gregory is going to be the deciding factor.
Yeah, I mean, it's so close. Just like every battle has been today, but I think this is the first one that's been very, very close just on merit. But you see there in the replay, run number 1, Andreev just mistiming his transition just a little bit, forgetting how big that Ferrari is compared to the much smaller RX-8, and lightly getting into the back of Amin. It didn't affect Amin at all, but it's still a mistake. It actually affected Andreev a lot more than it affected Amin. Watch right here, just boom, right there. Actually pushes him into the corner, and that causes Andreev to basically completely miss the zone. You know, you can almost argue, though, that Amin had lightly tapped Andreev, and Andreev missed the zone, Amin missed the zone because of it. So this looks pretty wrapped up in terms of consistency of the chase, but that contact, the watch right here, run number 2, it's nice and close, lightly on the door, and then Amin just doesn't get all of that last outer zone. So
it's hard to say, Keenan. It really is hard to say, and I'm sure that is the one part of both runs that the judges are going over with a fine-toothed comb, just because that's the one part where you can really make a deciding factor in runs this close. But it does seem that we have a decision made from our judges. So we're gonna slide him left for Gregory Andreev. We're gonna slide him right for Mustafa Amin. We're gonna keep him right in the middle for an OMT. Let's see what we got. 1 for Mustafa Amin. OMG. 2 for Mustafa Amin. Moving on to our final 4. Keenan, that is our final battle here in this group.
yeah, and what our course demo driver Steven Loxton actually pointing out, if Mustafa can pull off a win today, he will only be 8 points behind Alexander Element overall.
Whoa.
So it's or not 8 points. I misread it. Sorry. It'll be very close. It'd be very close. Right now, he's at 154 in 7th place. So if he gets to 254, he's actually split Deshaun and Element. So it is not over yet when it comes to the championship battle. We have some of these guys like Mustafa, like Joachim Hogue, who still has to battle, be able to put pressure on to those top 5. But ladies and gentlemen, Mustafa Amin is your Mazda Racing Group number 2 winner. We still have 2 groups left to go. We are going into our Big Duck Club group number 3. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to both Connor Christensen and Mustafa Amin, but we still have 2 finalists left to find. So don't go anywhere. Still tons of drifting action from Mugello coming here from ESDA round number 4. Do not go anywhere. Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing, build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning, Next Level Racing, be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh! Oh no! Oh! Oh! Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh, oh no, oh, oh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ESDA Esports Drift Association presented by Traxion. Round number 4 here from Mugello. My name is Keenan Kuzin. Welcome back to group number 3 presented by Big Duck Club. And Joe, there's already so many strong names in here. We're just watching practice right now. We're going to have another doozy on our hands.
Oh, I am so excited, and you know who I'm not excited for? Our judges, because they have to judge all of this, and those are Harold McKinney, Brady, and Doug Armiston, and it has been every single call today has been so close, so tight, have to look at so many small factors, nothing major here at Mugello, which was just south of our last round back at the Nürburgring, and I gotta say, Keenan, this Mugello track has really pushed our drivers to strive for absolute perfection to win today.
Yeah, there's just so little room for error here. Just take a quick look at this track map. And the biggest heat zones have been inner clip 1, outer zone 2, and inner clip 2. That whole complex there at the end. So very, very important to get all these corners correct. You make any little mistakes and you are in trouble. So quick look at the points as they stand right now. It just updated. Mustafa Amin splitting the difference between Brandon Gardner and Deshaun Hack. Not quite enough to overtake, but his day is not over yet. So keep that in mind. Again, another guy who's still in it is Connor Christensen right down there in I believe 15th position overall. That guy was outside of the top 32 today. So anything can happen here in ESDA.
Oh, and it's just super exciting. So we are now in our third group here, presented by Big Duck Club. There it is. Wow. And we got some heavy hitters here. It's Daniel Andrejev, we got Cameron Mustard, Mikhail Mordvinov, Abdulrahman El-Shetwi, Austin Zalewski, Robert Kazinski, Masashi Yoshida, and Oliver Eppinger. Again, all drivers that in previous rounds have shown up and thrown down. So I'm expecting amazing runs from this battle, as the first two groups have been. And just to get past the top 32 today, I think is bragging rights enough.
Yeah, it's been a really, really, normally we have a couple of battles that are pretty tough to call, pretty close to call. But it's almost every battle today has been so close. Again, we talked about it a little bit yesterday in our post event wrap up with the staff. The track is just something a lot of these drivers, especially those who have been in the ESDA world for a long time, there's a lot of it's a track that a lot of these drivers have a ton of hours on, ton of practice on, ton of battle experience on. And even for all those that have never driven here before, this is their first time here in Assetto, it's still a fairly simple track. Just right foot and give it everything you have. Then our first battle, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be Daniel Andrejev going up against Cameron Mustard. Cameron Mustard, our Scottish driver, qualifying 31st, and Daniel Andrejev, driving out of Lithuania, will be our number 2 qualifier, so will be leading first.
And Daniel Andrejev is a driver who I know to do competitive drifting across multiple platforms, but the one thing is consistent, they're always on this level when they compete.
So Andrejev in the lead, Mustard in the chase. Cameron trying to make a deep run in tournament here today. Great initiation. Saw some great runs from Cameron in practice, but he's going to go a little bit wide there. See if he can recover without dropping a tire. He dropped more than a tire there, grabbing all the curb as Andrejev showing why they qualified so well and just got robbed by Connor Christensen late in the game with her number 1 qualifier. A little bit wide early there for Andrejev, but with some mistakes with Mustard in the chase, I feel like he's still got a little bit of an advantage.
I think it's the tiniest advantage if you squint at it from across the room, even at this point. It's really up in the air. So I think if you're Cameron Mustard, you just got to go fast and hope that you don't drop tires like you did trying to catch up to Daniel Andrejev. But if you're Daniel, just glue it to that door. And if he has a clean chase, I can't see Cameron coming back from that.
Yeah, the only real mistakes I'm seeing from Andrejev is a little bit wide in T1, and he went way too wide, way too early in outer zone number 3. So you saw it, like, you're only really supposed to be approaching that zone when you get to it, but you could see from the replay that Andrejev was
already to the outside of the track before he even got to the zone. So great job from Andrejev for being able to keep angle, but that's something the judges will definitely be looking at.
Oh, for sure. These drivers now, they're like driving, they're doing synchronized driving back to the line as Daniel's trying to get as much tire heat into those rear tires as possible. And here we go. We're lined back up. And these drivers, I'm sure now, once they're at the line, they are ready to go.
So switching positions as we're ready to go here for battle number 2, first battle of our Big Duck Club group number 3.
Cameron Mustard in the lead. Daniel Drejev giving himself a run up, making sure that he is not going to get gapped into that first corner. And here we go, throwing it in as Cameron Mustard. Daniel Drejev keeping it really close to the door, but could take a little bit more proximity out of him. But it seems like that might be the trick, is that you leave a little bit before these two transitions, like he's doing, and then you throw it on the door, like he is right now, coming through this last zone. Let's see if he gives him a tap, coming into the last outside zone and across the line. You know what, Keenan? I think Daniel Drejev did exactly what he needed to do. To just have a very confident, very, very commanding chase. And overall, I think lead for lead and chase for chase, we might have a win here.
Yeah, painting the inside line in that first inner clip. Great job from both. Great job from both the second half of the course. The only place I want to look at Andrejev is right here. Kind of comes off that outer zone a little bit early and not as much angle as Mustard. But Mustard, in fairness, is throwing a ton of angle. You see that correction coming over the last outer zone. I thought it may have been a little bit after, but it turns out like right before. Again, watch that blue S15. But I think we already have a judging call here.
We do already have a judging call, so we'll slide it left for Daniel Drejev, slide it right for Cameron Mustard. Keep it in the middle if you want to see him run again, judges. Let's see here. 1 for Daniel, 2 and 3 for Daniel Drejev to move on to the top 16 here in group number 3. But up next, we'll see who their competitor will be, up as we have Mikhail Mordvinov up against Abdulrahim El Shetwi. Very, very solid battle here. Both drivers have been regulars here in the top 32, so I would expect to see nothing better. And again, Abdulrahim wants to go up against his teammate.
I have a question for you, Joe. Several questions, actually. Would you say that in the last battle that Andrejev did a great job of closing the proximity to Cameron Mustard?
I would say that he got very close to Cameron Mustard.
So he was really good at catch-upping on Mustard?
He was...
Hey, I got just first time I joined the call today. How's it going, guys?
Guys, don't worry about it. I'm hurting here. But next, we're gonna have Mikhail Mordvinov up against Abdulrahim El Shetwi. Man, I'm shook by that.
People are genuinely upset, and I'm really happy about that.
I vomited a little bit in my mouth.
Yeah, I had to leave. I had to leave for a minute. Close myself. But Abdulrahman El Shetwi going up against Mikhail Mordvinov. This is the other JX team, RX8, going up against the very Ukrainian GTR. Mordvinov has had both these guys have had a great season. Great job making it to almost every top 32. But who's going to make it into the 16? Only one can.
Let's see here. They're lined up, and good rumble from both. Whoa, there we go. Let's get them going.
And here we go. Mordvinov in the lead. Abdulrahman Al Shetwi in the chase. Mikhail Mordvinov. What an entry from Mordvinov on the curb for Al Shetwi. Definitely not what you want to see from the JX driver in the chase, but Mordvinov, no stranger to angle in the GTR. Nice job, nice line there on the 2 outer zones. Moving into the last inner clip, maybe a little bit wide for Mordvinov. Right on the door is Al Shetwi, but sitting on that big mistake. Man, people are just mistiming their initiations. It seems like that's going to be a hot spot for the rest of the day.
And I think to me, it's hilarious that you call this a big mistake. Because
it is.
Even watching the replay, yes, he dropped an tire, but anywhere else, it's like, okay, he can maybe come back from that. But here today, everyone's so on it that a tire drop could already be over at this point. But we'll see what happens as Mikhail Mordvinov, if he has a spotter, is just yelling in his ear now. You dropped the tire, you dropped the tire, you dropped the tire. Keep it anywhere near close, and you have this win in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, like Mordvinov, it's kind of a strategy here now. You don't want to go too soft, because if you end up making a mistake, like an unforced mistake, you know, it's not going to be a wrap if you give him space and don't put on an aggressive chase. And, you know, with a lot of these top 32 battles, it's very much an icebreaker for you for the rest of the day. So if you go really easy, you're not really setting the best tone for yourself for the rest of the day either. So that's why a lot of times you'll see guys that like have this huge advantage or big advantage going into the second run that just don't play it safe. It's just the way it be.
Oh, for sure. Sometimes it just is the way it am be. And as we are lining up here, lights out, away we go. Let's see here, Al-Shetwi in that RX-8. No, well, for Mikhail Morvanov, there was definitely contact there. There had to have been. And we'll see what the judges say. Who was at fault there? As Mikhail Morvanov now takes a deep breath and settles right back in. No chill in that chase at all. Coming across the line, not trying to make contact now. After the shenanigans on that initiation, being a little bit scared about that, but I think Abdulrahman there with the 360, does he think that Mikhail hit him?
I mean, I think that might be his opinion. I'm sure that I mean, it sucks that battles come down to little things like this. Yes. But Morvanov, with a hell of a chase from that point on, he cleaned it up. Really loved the pressure that he was able to put on Al-Shetwi here right at the end. The same sort of pressure that Al-Shetwi put onto him. Maybe just a little bit shallower, but it's kind of hard to tell when one car is so small and one car is so big. But yeah, a little bit of a tap there going into T1, going into interclip 1. Not the first time we've seen that today and will not be the last, but great job. Stop it. I see what you're doing. Yeah, it's going to come down to turn 1, I think, for both these guys, because we had a tire drop from Al-Shetwi in his chase in turn 1. Was able to clean it up for the rest of it and have a good chase. But in run number 2, as we take a bigger look at it here, Joe, watch the initiation.
Whoa. Yes, I think overall the judges, there's a few things to look at and a few things to really consider on. Not just that contact count, but more importantly, who's at fault? Who do you think is the one that caused?
That was the laggiest thing I've ever seen, too.
It's really weird. Yeah, overall, it's weird. So the judges do have a call here, and I have to say I agree with it completely here. We're going to slide him left for Morvanov, side or right for Al-Shetwi. Keep him in the middle for an OMT. And let's see what our judges have to say. 1, 2, and 3. Yes, the judges want to see it again. I think they just saw mistakes from both drivers that they felt were even overall. So now, let's go again. And now Al-Shetwi's gonna say, no tires on the curbs. It's like a little kid playing Stay Out of the Lava, whatever you call that game.
The curbs are lava, yes.
The curbs are lava.
Shout out to whoever's running the Traxion Twitter page today, by the way, with retweeting that clip with "It's not a good joke. It was a great joke." No, it wasn't.
It was terrible.
But yeah, both similar mistakes in T1, in interclip 1, and then they were able to clean it up for the rest. So I'm not surprised with this OMT call. Both these guys just need to have a better first corner, and their chases were great, their leads were great. So that's why we're going again.
And we are ready to go. And Abdulrahman is starting himself really, really, really far back. Wants to have no chill going into this initiation. Hopes to put it right on that door from the start.
Oh, maybe an early start there from Morvanov or a late start from Al-Shetwi. We'll see what happens here. Big initiation from Morvanov, just as we saw in his lead run, but much better job so far in the chase. Maybe a little bit of a late transition there from Al-Shetwi. Going to open the gap up here a little bit. Going to have to go a little bit shallow in that outer zone number 2, and he does, but right to the door of that big blue and yellow GTR, representing the colors of his home country of Ukraine, is Mikhail Morvanov. Solid lead for the 138.
Very, very, very solid lead out of Mikhail Morvanov. Al-Shetwi, though, no slouch as well. Learning from the mistake on run number 1, taking it a little bit easier, though. It seems that he might have realized that I can maybe take it a little easier. Maybe my lead's a little bit better, and maybe is hoping for that same contact. Well, not hoping for it, but thinking that my opponent's very aggressive in the chase. Maybe that if I just throw down a good enough lead, they'll make a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, it's wishful thinking, that's for sure. But the most you can do right now is do the best that you can. And Mikhail Morvanov, really, really solid lead. Like the initiations he's pulling off, in my opinion, so far, are probably the best of the day, especially of who we have left. We know that Amin and Christensen are both pulling very aggressive initiations, but the amount of angle and the rate to angle from that GTR has just been so fun to watch.
Oh, for sure. And now Mikhail Morvinov in the chase, Abdulrahman El-Shatwi in the lead. I think both ways here, this is a great battle. The drivers are on edge. Any mistake is because they are pushing as hard as they know how to, and both drivers want to go on to battle Daniel Andrejev because they think they want to go into that Final Four, who already have two amazing drivers. Lights out, away we go. Abdulrahman in the lead, Mikhail in the chase. And here we go, big initiation, no contact, but Mikhail falling back so far. Let's see if he can reel Abdulrahman up through this second inside clip, coming through the outside zones here. Mikhail really, I don't want to say it's a dirty.
He's gonna hit him again. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. He's just a boy.
I think Abdulrahman just kept his head cool, and Mikhail just kind of tripped over himself and then kept tripping.
Dude, what did he must have stole his lunch money, said something mean about his sister or something. He just constant contact from that chase vehicle. See it right here. He's going to do it right in the transition, just gets into the rear quarter panel and can't get transitioned over, and eventually gets it transitioned over, but then has no angle, so he can't pull the angle he wants to. He's going much faster, hits him again. That poor RX-8 is doing a Matt Field cosplay right now. The guy's just getting the hell beaten out of him.
Yeah, that's a word for it for sure. I'm surprised he has any body panels left on that, but we do have a call. It did make it easy for him. Sometimes a little bit of scruff is all we need. Mikhail Morvinov did not go down without a fight, but sometimes especially...
Nobody is today.
Yeah, nobody is today, but sometimes it's very frustrating as a driver when you make one mistake to then try and catch yourself and not keep making mistakes afterwards in the recovery. So we're going to slide him left for Mikhail Morvinov, slide him right for Abdulrahman El-Shatwi, keep him in the middle for an OMT, and yes, I think we know what happened there as Abdulrahman moves on due to just that scruffiness overall. And they will be going on up against Daniel Andrejev, which that's going to be a battle, all right. But up next, before that happens, we have Austin Zalewski, who had an amazing run yesterday up against Robert Kazinski, who also had an amazing run, just because everyone had an amazing run yesterday who got into the top 32.
Yeah, Austin, I think, finally getting a qualifying position that has been indicative of his skill. We said that he had to work on that car a little bit after Nürburgring, and I guess he's taken that to heart. Even in practice here before we got this group started, looking so much better than he has all season. So Austin Zalewski, just really quickly, he's doing well in points, but because he's the only one who's been really consistently qualifying and winning battles. A lot of the guys you look at to the top 10, there's sometimes they miss the round, sometimes they get first rounded. So Austin's one of those guys that's consistently qualifying for every tournament and consistently at least winning a battle in every tournament, but he hasn't made it much farther than that. I think this could be the push that A to Z needs today, but he's going to have to take down sixth in points right ahead of him, Robert Kazinski. Less than a 10-point differential between these two gentlemen.
And both of these drivers are driving like there's less than a 10-point differential between them as well, because they are both ripping. Their qualifying runs, I saw both. Jeez. So I know Austin's made me stand up during his, I remember. So I'm very excited to see this.
OTM A to Z in the lead position. Robert Kazinski in the chase, driving for JX Team. Good initiation from Austin. Robert just has nothing for it. Austin going a little bit wide there, but he's going to use that for a nice and fluid transition. All of that first outer zone and all of the next one. Robert right there on the door, though, trying to put as much pressure as he can on that lead Supra of Austin Zalewski. Making a lot of sacrifices to have to do it, but he had that proximity at the end. But Joe, was it worth it?
I don't know, but it seemed like small mistakes from both drivers as they ripped through that first run. And both drivers know that their competitor is in it to win it. But I think overall that, I don't want to say it was late to transition in the first initiation by Robert, might, what's the word I'm looking for? Not help him so much, but overall, after that, it was perfect from both drivers, really. That was the only major thing that I could see that wasn't exactly perfect. Hell, I'm not even a big fan of spoilers, but both these cars even have perfect spoilers on them. That's how perfect they are today. So let's see what happens here in run 2, because I unless any major mistakes happens, I think that Robert might be at the slightest disadvantage only because of that.
It's very easy to make this call early on in the season, and we're only on round number 4 of 7. We have our 2 quick rounds in September, and then our season finale in October, at the end of October. But Robert Kazinski might be my pick for most improved. Compared to where he was last year, he was barely making 32s. He'd have a good day here and there, but now he's a genuine contender for this championship and a genuine contender for this top 5 and a genuine contender to win this battle against Austin Zaleski, who was consistently good last year, but just needed that little bit of extra. Both these guys have something to prove with this second run of this battle.
And here we go. Robert Kwasinski in the lead. Austin Zalewski in the chase. Big initiation from both drivers. Austin putting more angle in than Robert in the lead even, and slowly reeling in. That Z might have dropped a tire there. I would need to look at a replay to make for sure. But now it's on. Now I think both drivers are on an even playing field coming across this line. Austin with no chill, and Robert putting it in. Both drivers, very clean runs. Tiny mistakes from both drivers, but we'll have to see what our judges say is a bigger mistake in their opinion.
I think you caught it there, Joe. 1 tire off in the chase. But you know who else had a tire off in his chase? That's Robert Kazinski. So,
Yep.
I mean, once again, it's almost mirrored mistakes. I think the only difference for me is that Austin had a much better job of matching angle while also being able to keep up. That super is FAST fast. So, the judges may see this going one way. I think this might be leaning a little bit to A to Z. No disrespect to Robert. Again, just super strong driver for JX team. Is whatever. I don't know what they've been doing different this season, but all the drivers have just really stepped it up. But other than that tire drop, I think Austin just matching the angle might be the difference here. But the only people that can decide are our 3 judges: Harold McKinney, Brady, also known as Brady, with his nickname being Brady, and Doug Armstead Swirly. I can't speak. Brady's kind of been a new friend of mine, but the other 2 judges, Dye has been obviously doing this for as long as I've been alive at this point, basically, and Swirly has been the top level of video game or sim drifting for just as long. So very tough day for the judges, but we have the right 3 guys in the booth. I've talked to Brady about drifting. The guy's very knowledgeable, very smart, huge passion for the sport. So we have the right 3 guys up there in the judging booth today.
And as I just want to touch back on what you said about how JX team just is showing up this season.
It's been stupid.
It's
stupid.
Great to see any team, and I'm just excited to see, because as most of us know, a lot of these drift teams, it's mostly just an excuse to hang out with your friends. Like, your drift team's your friends, but sometimes when you're just all hanging out and practicing and having a good time, side effect, you all get really great at driving as well. And you can tell that these guys have been driving together and pushing each other to go as far as possible. And same thing, because if I may be mistaken, but aren't Austin Zalewski and Connor on the same team as well?
They are both part of Team OTM. Again, they're more of a, I don't want to kind of simplify them, but known a lot for more of their street car stuff. You know, you see a lot of the wicked videos from the OTM Instagram of like 5 or 6 car trains. Normally that's them in there, but we do have a winner, Joe. It's not unanimous.
No, not at all. And it was very close. And again, it just came down to small deductions. We'll slide him left for Austin Zalewski, slide him right for Robert Kwasinski, keep him in the middle for an OMT. So Dye has an OMT. Brady votes for Austin. 2 for Austin Zalewski, going on a very great battle from both drivers. If I'm Robert, I'm definitely not upset about that, but Austin just had a little bit more angle according to the judges and a little bit more commitment. But who will Austin Zalewski compete against in the next round? We'll find out now in this next battle of Masashi Yoshida up against Oliver Eppinger. As we
I did the burp thing again. Brady kind of just regurgitating what we've already said here, Joe, and saying that Austin had more angle, more commitment. He did drop the tire, but the rest of the run was a little bit cleaner. Again, nothing that Robert can really be taken away there. It's kind of just you know what I mean? Like it stinks, but it's not like he made a huge mistake. You know, and it's not like he got completely trampled. It is what it is. Some days you win, some days you lose. It really, most of the time with these guys, it depends on who's better on that specific day. But We'll see Robert Kazinski back in round number 5. I'm sure of it. But before we get there, as you said, Oliver Eppinger driving out of Hungary for Team Ascent, going to be going up against, I believe, the only Japanese driver in competition. You wouldn't know it, but what he's driving, Masashi Yoshida, which I didn't know this, is undefeated in Japan, has not lost in a few different, I don't mean battles, I mean tournaments.
Like,
Yeah, his winning record in Japanese competition is unparalleled right now. And finally, we've seen this in VDC, I think, last season. He gets a good qualifying day, and it's like he's got this good big wave of momentum behind him. So I'm excited to see if Oliver can play spoiler to that, or we'll be able to see Musashi at his best today.
Oh, for sure. And I want to just touch back again on what we said earlier. Sometimes I feel bad announcing these competitions because it's like both drivers are doing so well and you're trying to find the differences. And we're never trying to say anything's bad, but man, like in a battle like last time, it was crazy how good everyone was. It's just insane. And it's hard to say. And I'm expecting the same from this next battle as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be close like every battle has been today. I think both these guys want to win for their own reasons. I'm not sure if Oliver's on Ascent 2. He is not. So there is a team's championship and Ascent 2. So the second Ascent team has Edgar Rojas, Hassan Hack, and Jaden Cathcart currently leading by about 100 points. Ascent number 1, which is Kawane, Oliver, and Jack Lai, is 7th in points right now. So, why not take a big jump to see if you can have Ascent be 1-2, but you got to take down Yoshida to get there. And Yoshida, again, had that huge record in Japan, wants to continue here. Such a passionate driver, always just striving to get better, takes everything on the chin. So both these guys have something to play for here in this Big Duck Club top 32 battle. This is the last top 32 battle in group number 3. Then we're moving on into the top 16 for group number 3 with only one group left to go, ladies and gentlemen. So still so much on-track action here left.
Battle of the cut bumpers here in this one as well. And I'm super happy to see that Musashi has a wagon as well. Shout out wagons.
Yeah, E36 Touring and Musashi Yoshida V8 powered in the lead position. Oliver not really matching angle, gets it there at the end, but it's going to cause him to go a little bit wide. Musashi on a very nice line right now, showing why he qualified. I believe the best of the season he's qualified so far. That Japanese driver laying into the loud pedal, but Oliver doing a great job of catching up right there at the end. No big mistake from Eppinger in the chase,
no.
Joe, but at the same time, until the last corner didn't look as set. If I had to do old school D1 judging, I think Yoshida's got like a 0.5 advantage here.
0.5. I would agree with that statement for sure. Overall, I just think it had a certain je ne sais quoi to that lead over the chase. Oliver was not bad at all. Do not get me wrong. It was a very, very solid chase run. But compared to how much Musashi was throwing it into all of the corners, I think it just left a lot to be desired. So now we'll see if Oliver Eppinger can do the same thing to Musashi, or if Musashi can really tuck it right in on that Supra's door and really show the judges that I want to go up against Austin Zalewski. I want to go into the top 16. And there's a reason why I have the record I do in my home country.
Yeah, I mean, a little mistakes from Yoshida. I would have liked to see him a little bit of less left foot braking, especially going into T3 and going into interclip 3, and a little bit of a wiggle going over to outer zone number 3. But that is very, very minimal compared to Oliver's very, very minimal. Just didn't look set in the chase. I could be a moron. That's absolutely possible. There's a reason I'm not a judge, but this is, I think, the cleanest first run we've had in a while in terms of just no major mistakes from either driver. I just liked Musashi's lead run a little bit more. I could very well be biased, nothing against Oliver, but Musashi's such a nice dude. I just want to see him do really well.
That's the issue. Every single driver I meet, I feel the same way with afterwards, so I can't even comment on it. But Oliver Eppinger in the lead, Musashi in the chase.
Oh no.
Musashi washing out, and Oliver might be getting the gap that he needs to really do it, because Musashi's falling back and I think losing that advantage from the lead that they had. And Oliver Eppinger doing exactly what he has to do now, keeping his head down, really keeping it, Musashi dropping tires. I think that Oliver Eppinger did exactly what he had to do in that lead. Just drive fast, drive consistent, keep it on the track. Don't try to cut angle to be fast, and just be there. Show up, drive fast, and force an error in the chase.
Unfortunately, again, just Musashi not getting, it looks like the car just doesn't rotate. You can see the angle between the two cars, the Supra just getting the angle that he wanted, and then Musashi just not, and then having to do so much to catch back up. Initiates to this corner really early, has no angle again, and then you see the correction going over OZ3. Watch this one more time. Goes a little bit wide here, misses most of that first inner clip. That's not the worst mistake to make, but because you're offline, it's going to affect you for the rest of the course. You see the straighten out there, the late transition. So he goes in early here trying to catch up, but the risk that causes here at Mugello is you're going to push out wide, and you see it right there. Just goes, oh crap, and tries to not drop off track. That's where somebody who's driven this track a little bit more might have the experience over somebody who's just learning it for the first time this weekend.
Oh, for sure. And I don't think Masashi drove bad at all, but that lead from Oliver, I think, just had just enough speed that Touring did not have enough grip to keep on up with that Supra. But we'll see what our judges have to say about it as well. But I think that as soon as that washout happened on that first inside clip, I think Masashi knew that there might be a little bit of trouble ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, especially turn one is not a bad place to make a mistake, but it's really, really, really hard to recover. But we do have a winner here, and it's going to be Oliver Eppinger moving on for Team Ascent, moving on into that top 16. Unfortunately, that is Masashi Yoshida knocked out. It is... Man, it's a tough day to be a Yoshida fan. It's kind of unfortunate. Really good run, really good lead run as well, really good qualifying effort, but just not Masashi Yoshida's day. He can go to bed now. I think it's like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning for them, which I feel like is probably playing. A lot of these guys have to stay up really late, or really weird hours that they're not used to. You see it kind of reflect in their driving, which is why they might do well at other competitions, but maybe here they just have somewhere... have to put something together here, but that's, you know, not anything that you can work past, but hopefully we see Yoshida back in the next run. But this next battle, our Big Duck Club group number 3, will be Daniel Andrejev going against Abdulrahman Alshetwi. Alshetwi is going to be another 18 qualifier, and Andrejev number 2, so we will have him chasing and Andrejev leading.
This will be a very, very good battle. Having watched both these drivers just today even, their first battle was amazing. So I think that we're going to see barn burner from both drivers, and they both know, even on run 1, you can't leave anything on the table. You can't allow your opponent to have any single advantage because you're fighting for scraps at this point to get into the next battle.
Yep, it's very scratch and claw every single battle here, and just little mistakes on little mistakes. Everything matters on this racetrack. Andrejev lined up to take the lead position, driving out of Lithuania with Alshetwi from Saudi Arabia, JX team. Giving chase, again, JX team, probably the most improved team as a whole. Just talked about Robert Kazinski, but every member of this team has just stepped it up significantly with their driving this season. They did good last year. They're doing great this year. Doesn't really reflect in the point standings, but watch every individual battle, you'll see a different story. But Andrejev in the lead, in the chase is Abdulrahman Alshetwi. Great initiation from Daniel, maybe a little bit early, but Andrejev maybe a tire on the curbing there, transitioning into interclip number 2. Not the best angle from Andrejev, but that's going to cause Abdulrahman to be able to put pressure on, but a little bit over-aggressive there. Going to be Andrejev off course, just going to opt to keep that car to the outside, but it's due to that contact there, I think, Joe.
And I don't think that it was a lag or a netcode or however you want to describe a contact like we have seen in that exact area of the track before. That's one of the fastest spots of the track, I think, as well. So they're driving as fast as they can, and you come through, you hit inside clip number 2 through outside zone 1, and you come through this transition. And first, Daniel Andrejev was very aggressive on that transition, completely in his right to do so as well as the leader, and Abdulrahman just did not seem prepared for that back end to swing around as fast as it did, and it just hooked Daniel Andrejev up the tiniest bit. Look right there, and now he's wide, and I think the tire drop will be at fault due to that contact, and he just tries to hang onto it as best as he can. So the question is, will the judges nullify the run after that contact, as is sometimes the case?
I don't think there was a 0 there per se. It's still a big boy deduction, but
yes,
I don't think they're going to give Andrejev any crap for missing the corner.
Oh, no, not at all.
He could have made a choice there to try and get the car on the inside, but I think that would have exasperated the mistake, and then we may have been in a world where someone's got a 0, but I think he just played it smart and said, hey, I'm going to be wide. I might as well just stay wide. Good job from Alshetwi for not going for the overtake either. I'm sure it looks very tempting, but I think just with that body language of the RX-8, if he knew that it wasn't his fault, I think he would have just taken the normal line and went for a pass. But with the fact that he stayed behind, I think he knew right there that I've been a little bit too aggressive. So watch that lead vehicle. Going to see something special from him.
And let's see what happens here, as I'm sure both drivers have their opinion on what just happened there. Both drivers think they're in the right, so both drivers are going to push as hard as they can to prove it to the judges. They come through the first inside zone. Daniel Andrejev moving on and leaving a little bit of space, not trying to cause any contact, as Abdulrahman is really pushing on this lead run, doing everything he can to make sure the judges give him 100 points for this lead run. I don't know, Keenan. I think it's all down to who the judges deem at fault. Was it a late transition? Was Abdulrahman too aggressive? That's the question. So we're going to have to look at these replays again side by side and see where they're transitioning between those outside zone 1 and outside zone 2.
And
in run 2.
Very good. Battle on a high note. Very nice. Very good. Very good. A little bit wide from Andrejev on the last inner clip, but again, I don't think it's going to matter. It's all going to come down to that contact, and is, as is predicted, quick judging call here.
And I do have to say it is down to that contact. I won't tell you which way they decided yet, but we'll slide him left for Daniel Andrejev, slide him right for Abdulrahman El-Shetwi. In the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3 for Daniel Andrejev. So I do think that they did put the blame on that contact on Abdulrahman, and think that Daniel Andrejev was just taking a normal line.
Yeah, just kind of unfortunate. Don't like seeing battles end that way, but I think that's just going to be the way that it's going to go all day today. We've seen it in all of the other two groups and most of this group as well. Just very, very tough battles decided by little mistakes. But Daniel Andrejev making it into the Great 8 here for the Big Duck Club group number 3. Who is he going to be driving against? We are about to find out. Is going to be either Austin Zalewski or Oliver Eppinger. Oliver Eppinger with a great win against Masashi Yoshida. Austin Zalewski with a barn burner against Robert Kazinski. So both of these guys coming off a big momentum. Austin will be leading first with being the number 7 qualifier, and Oliver will be chasing the number 23 qualifier.
And it's a battle of very similar things. We got On the Mountain, we got Ascent, we got A90 versus A80. We got 2 killer drivers. Like, you know, it's easy to be a fan of either driver in this competition right now, and both drivers today are driving very, very aggressively, and not just that, very stylishly as well. So I think we're going to see a very, very cool, very close battle here, Keenan.
Yeah, we're about to find out. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Leading is the OTM machine of Austin Zalewski. Chasing is Oliver Eppinger for Team Ascent. Almost making contact right out of the gate, but awesome with that initiation. I think one of the most aggressive initiations we've seen all day. Just so much angle in that Supra. But Oliver offline now just because of that hesitation on initiation. He has not been off the course, just slightly offline, but has done a great job at catching up and going right back to the door. It's super on super action here. Round number 4 for Mugello.
After that little tiny bit of kerfuffle on that initiation, it was a perfect run from both drivers. That chase was an amazing, to me, it's more impressive when you leave the exact same amount of tiny space the entire run, as opposed to just tapping them here and there. I think that shows a little bit more control, but again, I'm not a judge, I don't know. But now Oliver Eppinger, again, known to have a very solid lead run. Austin Zalewski, who has been chasing amazingly all day, as Eppinger is taking the iRacing strat of the grass on the way back. We'll see what happens there. But this initiation, I think that Oliver just did not give enough space to Austin Zalewski on that initiation. That's what I think happened. Yeah, look at the replay. Oliver juts over as Austin Zalewski does not take a very big flick at all.
Yeah, and I mean, Austin is still within the initiation zone there. He's still within those 3 cones. He can do whatever he wants. He's still initiated in time. I think Oliver just kind of came over to time it and then maybe went a little bit too early.
Yeah, I think it's just that easy. So I think we'll see Austin Zalewski take a very relaxed entry here and just guarantee that he does not make contact and just gets down to the end of the track right on the door of Oliver Eppinger.
I mean, not one known for his chill chases.
Yes.
He's Austin Zalewski, A to Z Team OTM member, so we'll see. Again, I think he's sitting on a little bit of an advantage here. Not to say Oliver's sitting on a major mistake. As far as I could tell, he kept all 4 tires on the paint. No major drop or missed zone, just kind of that hiccup in the chase position. So still all to play for here, Joe, as we go to run 2.
And here we go, Oliver Eppinger now in the lead. Austin Zalewski does give him a lot of space and slowly now is reeling in Oliver Eppinger through the first transition. Now he's on his doors. Oliver Eppinger is just helpless in the lead. He's driving as perfectly as he can, but it seems that Austin Zalewski does have a fast enough car underneath him to keep right on up effortlessly. And I think overall it's coming down just to that contact on the start of that first run, because otherwise both drivers drove amazingly. Any other battle without that, this would have gone to an OMT for sure, just because the drivers don't have deductions.
The intelligence of the chase here from Austin. Watch this right here. He gives him a bit of room here. Turn 1 initiations have been so sketchy all day. So, I mean, you can get close there and it's going to be a huge wow factor. But at the end of the day, it's risky. And slowly catches just with line choice. Transitions a little bit earlier. Doesn't get all that outer zone. But look at the proximity he's able to pour on here. Matching the angle right to the door. Very, very smart, competitive drift driving from Austin Zalewski. And I think that may have been enough to give him the confidence to at least to feel like he's going to be moving on in this tournament.
Yes, I would have to agree with that for sure. And I don't think we saw any tire drops over the course of this run.
Nope.
But
I was watching his front wheel, Joe. I was watching his front wheel the whole time. It looks like it's going, but he's got the line here figured out. Watch his left front here. That's not over. That's on the line. Then watch his right front. Transition.
Yeah.
Nope. That's the white line.
That's some very precision driving right there out of Austin Zalewski. So I fear for Oliver Eppinger that Austin Zalewski today might just be driving that robotically. Let's be real about it, because look at those runs. Oliver Eppinger did not slouch at all during these 2 runs. Any other competitor, those runs would have looked amazingly strong. But today, Austin Zalewski is hungry for a Final Four slot.
Yeah, I mean, again, a lot of guys taking advantage of a lot of our early exits, especially from other strong people in the points. It sounds silly to be talking about points this early, but the end of the season is going to come up quick now with the way we have our schedule. So keep that in mind as we look at the rest of the point season. Austin Zalewski, 7th in points. The better he can do, you're catching up to guys like Cootie, you're catching up to guys like Gardner, who didn't even qualify, unfortunately, this round. Gardner's been having a kind of a bit of issues in the second half of the season. So it's you want to take advantage. Anytime you in drifting now, if you see anyone above you have a bad day, you need to twist the knife as much as you can and improve that point standings.
Oh, for sure, especially as sim drifting is progressing and the competition is getting so close. The difference between first place and getting out in the top 32 is 1 tire drop these days. It's nothing crazy. You have to be perfect with the level of competition that you're going to see today. And again, this is only a top 16 battle. We haven't even done stuff like top 4 yet. And I am terrified just knowing the 2 drivers we already have there. I think we're going to be there for a long, long time, just watching amazing battle after amazing battle, looking for any small mistake to declare winners.
Yeah, I'm surprised this one took that long, but we do have a call. I was about to say I'm surprised it's taking this long, but we do have a call, Joe, if you'd like to let us know.
And we do, so we're going to slide him left for Austin, slide him right for Oliver, keep him in the middle for an OMT. It is a split decision. 1 for Austin, 1 for an OMT, and 2 for Austin. It was, in fact, down to that contact in the first initiation. So now we're going to see a battle, all right, Keenan. Daniel and Andrejev will be leading Austin Zalewski.
Yeah, both these guys, your 2 highest qualifiers of the group. Andrejev, your number 2, Austin, your number 7. How much were they separated by on the paint? 95.5 for Andrejev and a 93.5 for Austin. So that's a light tap of the left foot brake, maybe a little bit less in the zone. There's so little between these 2 guys, and now we get to see them battle it out on the track for who's going to be moving on into your Final Four. His teammate is already in there. Austin's teammate, Connor Christensen, has already made it into the Final Four. The only way those guys are going to see action is if they both make the final. And we'll be able to, Andrejev wanting to be able to prove he's a Final Four driver. I believe he made it about this far last round, and unfortunately, this is where he was knocked out. I'm going to take a quick look here, Joe.
Yes. It might be, but I'm sure those OMT guys want 2 in the Final Four. There's nothing they would want more than that today, because how can you do better than one teammate doing better, having both? And Austin Zalewski has been driving on form, not just to get to the Final Four today, but to get to the finals. But the issue is he was running into another driver who is driving the same way, and the math works out, so we cannot have both of them there. And let's see what happens here, Keenan.
Both these guys looking for their first final appearance of the year. Oh, very wide from Zalewski. He's able to cut it in late and not lose too much time, though. Again, very smart driving from A to Z right now. Daniel Andrejev, though, just putting on robotic leads. Where are you going, Austin? Trying to steal his lunch money right out of his window, right to the door on Andrejev, going really shallow early, being able to get that proximity, and I can't believe he kept that car online without dropping a tire. You know, mistakes from Austin, but great job in minimizing the effect. See how wide that super goes? But he's smart. He goes all apex really late and is able to lose basically no time.
And that is something that separates the guys who are getting this far from people who are new to competitive drifting, knowing where it's worth it to compromise your line to have bigger gains later in your run like Austin did here. But I fear with the level of driving that we've been seeing today that washing out on that first inside clip might be enough to be the deciding factor here of who's going to go into the top 4. And I'm sure now Austin Zalewski's thinking to himself, how much can I push to try and force an error in the chase? Because that's the only hope I think he has at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you can really do is get on the door and try to force the issue. But what we've seen a lot today, Joe, is going into interclip number 1, going into that first corner, you get too aggressive in the chase and right out of the gate, and you make contact, and it's over for you right there. So Austin can only really just do what he can do in the lead position here, and put on a run that we know he's capable of doing. Andrejev, I don't think is safe enough to run a kind of conservative chase. But doing what would be smart is if he waits until the last corner and then just puts on the pressure at the end. But we'll see what happens here as both drivers geared up for run number 2. Big run up set up here for Andrejev. He's going to jump the start a little bit here, which he's allowed to do to make sure that Austin Zalewski gets nowhere.
Yes, and for sure, we've been seeing a lot this competition where drivers are giving a little bit of space through the first inside clip, and then as soon as that first transition happens, sticking it on the door, and I expect that's what we will see from Andrejev today. Just super relaxed for the first corner. Let it happen like it is right now, and then let's see. Yep, he's pushing right. Austin Zalewski, great lead, don't get me wrong. But Daniel Andrejev playing the game, making sure that there won't be mistakes, not washing out anywhere, making sure that none of the judges can really fault him anywhere, and make sure that the only major fault seen in this battle is with Austin Zalewski on that first inside clip.
Now, I'm going to say something, and I mean it within the context of today. That wasn't a very good chase.
No,
I don't mean it was good, but it wasn't what we've seen today, like the level of what we've seen today, given tons of room on the first clip, tons of room on the second one, kind of shallow on angle. Didn't really get to the door till the end, a little bit wide there, but no major mistake at all. Kind of just a very meh chase, but also no mistakes. Unfortunately, Austin, did a great job of coming back from his mistakes to be able to keep himself in contention, but he needed something from Andrejev here to even it up, and I don't think we saw it.
Yes, I don't think so as well. And again, it wasn't the best chase in the world, but I think Daniel Andrejev knew that the judges are going to be watching his chase now in a fine-tooth comb, because lead for lead, they're roughly the same. Overall, not enough to excuse a mistake like missing an inside clip, which is exactly what happened. So I think Daniel Andrejev knew that they're going to watch me. I'm going to play it as easy as I can. I'm going to make sure I'm smooth. I'm going to make sure I get into every single zone and clip, and that's going to be enough.
So we'll see how this judging call goes one way or another. Again, judges having a really hard time today, just kind of making sure that every battle is the right guy wins, making sure they go over it just a little bit more, as I think we might have a call here, and it is unanimous.
Yeah, we do have a call. So who will be moving on to the final 4 from the Big Duck Club Group 3 here? Slide it left for Daniel Andrejev, slide it right for Austin Zalewski. Keep it in the middle for an OMT. We're going to go 1 for Daniel Andrejev, 2, and 3 for Daniel Andrejev. Moving on to our final 4, and he will be meeting Mustafa Amin and Connor Christensen, 2 drivers who are also on a heater today. But up next, we got Group 4.
Yeah, we have group number 4, ladies and gentlemen. This is not the end of the competition today. We still have a bunch of huge battles. Nico Stalio, the Wonder Kid, going up against Jack Lai. Nestor Zakubes going against Peter Palinkiewicz. Vitaly Isayev going against Vikaris Lucas and Joachim Hogue and Sammy Sestamore. And it's an all-Vosen battle. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our 3D wrap, group number 4. Before we get there, we got to take one more short little break, catch our breath, grab some water, get to the bathroom. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. More action from Mugello here for ESDA round number 4 continues in just a minute.
coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit mazdaracing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit bigduckclub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh! Oh no! Oh! Oh! Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh! Oh no! Oh! Oh! Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to group number 4, the 3D Wrap group number 4. That's why we showed that 3 frames of the ad from ESDA, presented by Traxion. Welcome back, everybody. We are back here at Mugello, and we have a banger of a group here for you. My name is Keenan Kuzin, showing up here with Joe Piro, Strixline Pulsar Tricks, and Hayden Rigsby. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been spoiled today with some of the best battles of the year. I know I say that every round, but it's been getting better and better, Joe. Tough day for the judges, but a good day for us.
Yes, our judges Harold McKinney Brady and Doug Armstead today have had their work definitely cut out for them here in Mugello, which is our round 4 after we were in the gorgeous Nürburgring. Now we are in the gorgeous Tuscan valleys of Italy.
Again,
Lots
this
of
track
elevation change.
Sorry. I keep muting and then forgetting I'm muted. I'm kind of an idiot. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful track. Such a steep history in ESDA. Some people drivers have been here for years. We've been battling here for almost a decade here now. Great to see this in Assetto Corsa finally. But we are ready to go here, ladies and gentlemen. An all Vosen battle to start off this bracket. Taking a quick look at the points being updated from the last group. Mustafa making headway into getting into that top 3, but Austin Zalewski having a good run as well, so just keeping him at base. So we'll be able to see what Mustafa is able to do. Connor Christensen there getting his way up into the points, and Andrejev as well, another guy who's moved up into the top 5 or the top 10 in points as well. So big movers with all those green names. That means they are not currently done, so they are still active in competition. But we are ready to go here for our 3D Wrap group number 4. Sammy Sestamorning going against Joachim Hogue, an all Vosen battle with Vikerson Lucas, Vitaly Asiev going up against each other. Next, Peter Palinkiewicz, Ernestus Yakubelis, and then Jack Lai against Nico Stalia.
All great battles, Keenan. I have to say I'm super excited, but this one, we just were watching these two drivers warm up with each other, and they have no chill. So this whole battle may just go completely backwards as soon as we get to the first corner, because both of these guys, they want it. They want to win this battle so bad, and I think that they do not care about the season, anything else. So it's going to be Sammy Sestamorning leading Joachim Hogue, 2 S15s, 2 very good drivers, 2 guys who definitely have practiced together a lot. So let's see here, Keenan, as we are about to get our lights out and away to go.
We'll have Joachim qualifying 30th, 89.3. Sammy Sestamorning qualifying 3rd with this 95.16. So huge day for Samsu yesterday. Let's see if they can continue it today. All Vosen battle. 2 teammates in the top 32. Great job from Sammy to start, but Joachim with a little bit of a wider line was able to really push in there, but he's dropping back a little bit here now. Not able to stay to the door of Sammy Sestamorning, but closes in right at the end, and mirror image coming across the line here. Very consistent gap there at the end there, Joe, but a little bit of a mistake in interclip 2, and the gap opened up just a little bit, but
Yeah, I think that overall, we had someone reset, which is illegal, against the rules, everybody. But we'll see what happened there as Sammy Sass Des Moines and just restarted. Even one of the other competitors is asking why now. But that first run, I think Walking Hope overall is just a little bit dirtier all over the track as Sammy Sass Des Moines had a very, very clean, very, very middle of the road lead run. Nothing crazy, especially compared to what we've seen today, but it was solid. Nothing that the judges could really take him off for.
Yeah, just very, very consistent from both drivers. Like I said, it's going to come down to turn 2, I think, just Joaquim not getting all the way inside of that inner clip and then the gap just slowly starting to open. A little bit unfortunate, but there's still definitely some room on the table for both drivers. But Sammy Sass Des Moines in the driver's seat as he will chase here in this second run with Joaquim Hogue in the lead.
So Walking Hope did not take tires yet, and I'm sure that it has been offered to him as well, but I think Sammy Sass Des Moines is not super worried, and I don't think Joaquim is worried as well. I think they just want to get this battle over with and aren't too concerned. Let's go. Big initiation. Joaquim Hope in the lead, Sammy Sass Des Moines and in the chase. Sammy is already being a little bit more confident than Joaquim, his teammate, was in the last run, but overall leaving a little bit of space, and I think both drivers are happy. Sammy adjusting through this last inside clip. All of a sudden, I think we might have gotten an OMT. Just little bit of scruffiness from both drivers overall, and I would hazard to say about the same amount even.
I was gonna say there is the graphics on the screen are incorrect. That was Sammy Sass Des Moines chasing and Joaquim Hogue in the lead. But yeah, they're not supposed to be able to take a set of tires in between the runs. It is against the rules. I don't see a world of where a teammate is going to call out a teammate, and I don't think it really helped Sammy at all, because he has kind of the similar mistakes that Joaquim did. Just was kind of unsettled in the first 2 inner clips, was able to get there at the end, but wasn't able to really put pressure on the door like we've seen a lot from a lot of other drivers today. Was an active chase, but kind of I don't want to say mid, because it sounds so much worse than it actually is, but very so-so from both. Yeah. Which is crazy to say, because I mean, look at that first run, how close Joaquim ended up getting. But
overall, yeah, I'm fairly surprised overall that both drivers just had these awesome lead runs, and then both of them just were like, I wonder if this is a deal of we'll both go out and do our leads as hard as we can, and then we'll let the judges figure out who gets to go first. But I think overall, both drivers showed up really hard. And I think, I don't know, looking at it lead for lead, I like Sammy's lead more. But I think overall, Joaquim Hogue did have a stronger chase, or at least to me, but I can't tell.
Not by much, but yeah, not by much.
I can't tell.
Yeah. It's another fun one for the judges. Again, just coming down to little baby mistakes. We'll be able to see who will be moving on. Again, this is your first battle of this 3D wrap group number 4. We still have 3 more to go, and then we will be done with our 32 action for the day. So we'll see what happens here when we can get there. Shout out to our soft photographer in chat. Do it for Dale. Posting, we have him taking screenshots with Apex Action Photography for some post-race stuff. So nice to see him finally getting out to watch a round live, or at least a little bit. But and Vosen as well.
Yeah, Vosen as well. And remember, everybody, catch this track on Vosen after the tournament is over. Highly recommend it. Very cool track.
So we thought we had rumblings from the judges there we do have a call.
You just have to say it, Keenan.
And it's an upset.
Yes. And let's see here. So we're going to slide him left for Sammy Sass Des Moines, and slide him right for Joaquim Hogue. Keep him in the middle for an OMT. And what do we have here? Die with an OMT. Brady with Joaquim Hogue. And then 2 for Joaquim Hogue, moving on, taking out our number 3 seed, big upset. And he will be going on against the winner of this next battle, which will be Vakaris Lucas up against Vitaly Izaev. That was an upset I didn't see.
Yeah, that was tight. I mean, it's going to be tough when it comes down to teammates either way. But I think considering Dai was the one that went OMT, that tells me the call was pretty close. And I think it came down to proximity in chase, especially near the end of the run. If Sammy was able to get a little bit closer to Joaquim, I think we would have seen 3 OMTs. But I think those other 2 judges of Brady and Doug went, you know what? Because of that proximity, we're going to go with Joaquim Hogue being the winner. And currently, I think, without the points being updated, is leading Rookie of the Year standing because he's tied with Kawain Ebanks. But Kawain not qualifying the farther he can go, Joaquim Hogue, the better for his Rookie of the Year bid. But next, as you said, on the docket, talking about rookies who came out of the gate swinging, we have Vitaly Esayev, who qualified first in our last round in Nürburgring and qualified, I believe, 19th in this round, but still being able to make it. But unfortunately, his reward is going up against Urta Esports driver Vicaris Lucas.
I think that we are in for a treat of a battle here. 2 very, very good drivers. 2 drivers that I know have competed for a very long time on multiple different platforms. And again, they understand the dynamics of drifting. They understand the mental game of this tournament. So they're going to go in here and they're going to send it on run number 1. I think that they're both going to play it smart. We won't see any crazy mistakes, I hope, as both drivers make their way up to the line. S14 on S15. There's no S13s here. Don't worry, guys, as Vicaris Lucas leads Vitaly Esayev.
Vicaris in that S14.5, being chased by the all S15, the Bloom machine from Vitaly Esayev, trying to prove the haters wrong. Here we go. Vicaris Lucas from Lithuania, the Ukrainian of Vitaly Esayev in the chase. Really good start for Vicaris, big on the angle, on the right line. We're going to see if Vitaly can charge. Maybe a tire up on the curbing there. Do not want to touch it at inner clip number 2. This is the place you do want the curbs, though, is outer zone 1 and 2. Right on the door of Vicaris, maybe not matching the angle. Oh, a little bit of a correction, a little bit of a bobble for Vitaly. Not what he was looking for there at the end, especially when that's just such a smooth, long corner. The angle there, the big, long angle looks really nice, and then you get a little bit of a bobble, and it really, really stands out, especially when Vicaris puts down the lead run that he put down.
And Vicaris did put down a very textbook lead run, and Vitaly was slowly making his way up the entire run. And overall, I was going to say, this looks like a very confident chase as well, not risking everything, but just really going for it. But I think he just made a little bit of contact with the front end of that car and going across that final outside zone, and that was enough to upset it. And then he was just trying to make sure that he didn't spin and finished at that point. But I think Vicaris Lucas is looking with a slight advantage here going into run 2, because at least I cannot see any major mistakes or minor mistakes in that lead run at all.
Yeah, I mean, very, very tight, very solid, but Vitaly, you couldn't really see it from this camera angle, but a lot of left foot braking on inner clip. Do you see maybe a tire off there, very close, but watch right here again one more time as before we get ready to send them again, because he's on the left foot brake, trying not to hit, and then the front end just washes out from him. So just a small mistake from Vitaly Esayev, nothing he can't overcome, but he's going to need a mistake from a Lucas and Chase.
Oh, for sure. And let's see what happens here as they're lined up now. And again, Vicaris giving himself a lot of a run up here to get up against Vitaly into that first inside clip. So let's see if he plays it real safe on the initiation, which if I'm him, I'm going to do here as we rip out of the start gate. Vitaly is in the lead. Vicaris in the chase. Vicaris a little bit slower to angle, and Vitaly putting on a little bit more through that inside zone, but I think that was a correction that the judges won't be happy about. And again, Vicaris really, really hunting down Vitaly's door through this final inside zone, washing out a little bit, putting a little gap, and there we go now back up onto Vitaly's door. Vicaris Lucas, I saw maybe a small correction through that last zone, but I also saw some corrections from Vitaly. But I think overall, maybe Vicaris Lucas had less mistakes, but we'll see.
Yeah, there's a couple things to talk about from Vicaris. We have the tire drop in T1, internet clip number 1, and then right here, almost the same mistake as Vitaly in his chase. Kind of just goes a little bit wide. I think he was just on the left foot brake there. Was able to have kind of end it with a stronger finish, but completely blowing that first internet clip. Watch this one more time. Boom, right there from that S14.5, the Urta Esports machine. But Vitaly with his own mistake, kind of transitioning a little bit late and going a little bit wide coming out of that corner as well. Not getting as much as the outer zones as he probably should, especially those ones with the curb. If he learned anything from Connor Christensen yesterday, it is get that tire on outer zone 1 and 2 curbing. Here's we get side by side.
And
See how wide he pushes there. See how wide the 1-2, how wide he pushes out of the exit of 1. That's...
If I had to call it again, not a judge, disclaimer, in the chase, dropping a tire like that, I think is, I'm going to use the term forgivable sin, especially when the lead is that close in. So we'll see what the judges say. And I have a vague remembrance from the drivers' meeting and talking about it earlier today that it was said by the judges that in the chase, you're allowed to drop an tire on the inside.
I believe the rule was you can't hit the cone.
Okay.
If you get a tire up on the rumble strip, it's kind of but if you are up on there enough to where you would have hit the cone, and he definitely got it, that is an issue. You can kind of get away with it in interclip 2, but interclip 1 is kind of a no-fly zone when it comes to that curbing. The big thing for me, the big thing that I think might keep this in the OMT territory is how wide Isayev went. If you watch right here, run number 2, you can even compare it to run number 1 as they're airing here. Vitaly stays nice and tight to the left, while Isayev comes out past mid-track almost.
Let's see here. I don't know. And again, there's a reason I'm not a judge here at all. I think Vaqueros overall had a more confident lead run. And yes, if that is that tire drop, we're going to have an issue. If the tire drop was too far, if he did hit that cone. Let's see what our judges have to say about it. Again, they've been really just had their work cut out for them today. Just lots and lots of very clean runs, looking for the smallest differences to make sure that every call is as accurate as possible.
Yeah, a lot of the judging has been, a lot of the calls today have been tough. So, I mean, It's not surprised that it's taken a while for calls to come in. You know, they say a lot of the time, especially when we do our post meetings and stuff like that, they want to make sure they get it right the first time. And there is mistakes on both sides. It's not extremely one-sided, especially when you fall into the public court of opinion that is drift judging. You know, somebody might view a tire off as worse as something else, and it's not like it's the same kind of mistakes. So you can just add them up too. It's different kinds of mistakes from both drivers.
And we are starting to get rumbling from our judges here, so I think they're going to have some form of a call. And I'm sure it's going to come down to things like that tire drop, small things like that at this point, because again, at this track, the standard is so high for both positions, and you have to perform perfectly. Come on, judges.
It's I think there's going to be an explanation coming with this one. The next battle is Peter Blinkiewicz against Ernestus Jacobellis, if we can get there. But see if we get a winner, or if we're going one more time. Brady stopping his typing. Very cool. Doing a very good initial die impersonation right now.
Oh, he's amazing at it. Don't worry about it. There we go. So we did get an explanation with this call as well. And let's see what our judges said, and then let's talk about why they said it. We'll slide it left for Vaqueros Lucas, slide it right for Vitaly Zayev. Keep him in the middle for an OMT, and let's see what our judges have to say about it. 1 for an OMT. 1 for Vaqueros Lucas. And a split decision for Vaqueros Lucas. Vaqueros had a stronger chase overall, the judges said, as well as Zayev was a little bit shallower in the zones in his lead.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, where his strongest suit seems to have been is leading, and lead runs is where he kind of costed himself. Not as deep into the zones. We touched on it a little bit. I want to see you get up on the curbing in outer zones 1 and 2. The big mistake for me, Joe, was kind of overshooting at outer zone 1. When you see the runs back to back, it was really obvious, but we're going to see Vaqueros moving on. No shame at all to Vitaly. Vitaly came out swinging, had a really good event as well. Unfortunately, will be knocked out in the 32. If you liked yellow cars, don't worry about it. We're going to see a little bit more for you. Peter Blinkiewicz in the yellow motorsport E30 Touring, going to be going up against Ernestus Jacobellis in the other IRTA Esports S14.
Both very good drivers, both very good cars. I really like Peter's E30 Touring. Of all the cars here, again, I know I say that about a lot of the cars here. This one might be my favorite one.
I like any wagon.
I'm always a sucker.
You put a
for
hatch
that.
on the back, anything, I'm pleased.
Yeah, doesn't matter at all, as we're going to get them up to the line here. And both drivers really have been doing a great job so far this season as well. And it's crazy to think about it. Every group within this bracket that we've seen, I look at it and go, man, this is the strong group. And then we get to the next group, like, no, wait, this is the strong group. So I fear for whoever it is, because whoever wins this group has to go up against 3 drivers who have been on a tear today. Really on a tear. And if any of those drivers was doing that at any other competition, I'd be saying, like, this driver's going to go on and take the win. But I think any of those 3 in the final 4 have the full capability to win it today.
Yeah, it's anyone's game here in this back half of the bracket here in the 3D Rap Group number 4. We already have 3 finals: Connor Christensen, Mustafa Amin, and Daniel Andrejev. Amine, sorry. Oh, no, it's Amin.
Amin, yes.
They call Mustafa Anime as a joke, and then I keep calling him Amine, and I don't know, it's dumb. But we still have 2 more top 32 battles, this one and Jacqueline Nico Steele left to go. But here we go. Run number 1, Peter Polinkowicz in the yellow Motorsports E30, and then chasing Ernestus Jacobellis, trying to make it 2 wins in a row for Urta Esports here in the top 32 in group number 4. Not really the proximity he needs. A little bit shallow from Peter on that, or too far inside, sorry, on the second inner clip. Big angle from the E30, very shallow and chases Ernestus Jacobellis, but using that shallowness to make sure he's got the proximity. That's not solid from either driver there. Not a great start out of the gate for either.
I think both driver is going to want to get back to the line and just forget what just happened here. Because yes, mistakes from both drivers. I think it's totally anyone's game. But if I'm the judges right now, I'd be yelling at them like, just deal with it, get to the end. Because really, Peter Polinkowicz looking confident, but again, little bits of wavering here and there. Ernestus Jacobellis, again, a little bit of contact, a little bit of wavering. Both drivers not completely agreeing on the line. So I think both drivers have an equal shot here and are both gonna be a little bit nervous going into this run number 2. Again, it's our second to last top 32 battle. No one wants to get out in the top 32, and we're gonna see what happens here once Ernestus is in the lead.
Yep, again, room on the table for both these guys. I don't think this battle is decided whatsoever. Very, very close in between these two yellow cars, no pun intended.
And here we go, and giving that E30 a lot of run up, because we know those Urta Esports S14s are rocket ships. So let's see what happens here as Peter Polinkowicz is now in the chase and just tries to nuzzle right on up to that Nissan.
Nuzzle. Good
Hey,
Lord.
that rhymes.
It does. That double good Lord. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Ernestus Jacobellis in the lead and Peter Polinkowicz in the chase.
Here we go, big flick in here as Peter Polinkowicz putting it right up onto that door. Both drivers now on a far better run than last time. Coming through the final transition, Peter Polinkowicz needs to put more angle on it. There he goes, gets right up onto Ernestus's door and across the line from both drivers. Both drivers had a lot of pros that run, but the issue is I think that the first run is a black spot for both of them.
Yeah, man, I don't have a clue here.
I have
no idea. Taking a look at this replay, nice job for Ernestus Jacobellis, maybe coming out a little bit wide, but using that line to kind of have a good trajectory for the rest, the other half pieces of the course. Very similar to what Ernestus was doing in his chase. Peter would shallow out, catch up, get angle, shallow out, catch up, get angle. So not consistent from that yellow motorsports driver in terms of angle, but proximity very, very good. He was good on the line, hit all the clips. Looks like he filled the zones nice and well. So we'll see if we have a call here.
We do have a call. In fact,
oh my God, within a minute? Let's go.
We have a super quick call.
Miracle.
I know, crazy. We're going to slide him left for Peter Polinkowicz, slide him right for Ernestus Jacobellis. Keep him in the middle for an empty 1 for Peter Polinkowicz, 2 for Peter Polinkowicz, and 3 for Peter Polinkowicz. Unanimous decision due to completely down to proximity in the chase. They said both leads were about on par with each other, but Peter just had a better chase overall over the course of the track. And he will be going on up against the winner of this next battle, Jack Lai up against Nico Stalia. Who will win?
Nico Stalia, the wonder kid, as I like to call him, but a young lad driving out of Spain for Escuco Drift. Been not having the same kind of season he was having last year. Not necessarily a bad season, but definitely wants to improve. I believe Nico Stalia right now is on the bubble for retaining his license. As of right now, he is in 35th or 6th place. He's outside of the top 32, so he needs a decent day today. Again, look at somebody like Connor Christensen, who was also outside looking in, who is now very, very comfortable in the top 32, at least for now. So Nico Stalia needs a great day, but Jack Lai as well is also sitting outside of the top 32, only barely. He's only 2 points ahead of Nico Stalia, so if either of these two guys can move on some rounds today, they're going to make it a little bit more comfortable for themselves.
Oh, for sure. And Nico Stalia giving himself a long, long run up here as Jack Lai waves to the audience, as he is known for these days. Jack Lai is basically just like, he smiles at the camera and the like white teeth go dink. That's how he is with the audience at this point.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Jack Lai in the lead for Ascent, and Nico Stalia in the chase for the Escuco Drift family. Great initiation from Jack Lai. Nico getting a little bit nervous, but able to keep it online and not drop any tires. Early transition from Stalia. You're going to see him cut a lot of angle here. Jack Lai with one tire in the dirt. This is all over the place for both these drivers, but Nico Stalia trying to take advantage of that mistake from Jack Lai. Jack, big angle, but he's going to have to cut it out a little bit to make it wide. Nico Stalia saying, don't worry, I'll help you, and pushes him out to that outer zone with just a little tap.
Both drivers looking like they're having a lot of fun, though, during that battle. I have to say so myself. As they ripped on through there, it seems like Nico Stalia was fighting to keep up for most of the first half of that battle, but then by the second half, Jack Lai just threw on this crazy angle into this last corner, and Nico Stalia caught right on up there, and it just seemed like the server had a disagreement about exactly which pixel those two are. They bounced off each other across the line. I think they were both as close as the game would allow them to get at this point.
Yeah, just a little tap, just a little tippy tap there as we get these guys circling back around. I think Jack just kind of getting word from his spotters right now, because I see he's kind of just tiptoeing his way back to the line. But through big angle there, Joe, I don't think he meant to do that, because he kind of shallows it out and then throws it back again. Nico, not the best chase we've seen from him. Really great proximity, but just needs to match everything else. I don't know if it's just a difference in style or whatever, but he's sacrificing everything to get that proximity, and unfortunately that is not going to take you rounds today. Jack Lai with his own mistakes, though. I think they're about even.
I think they are right on an even playing field going across the line here for run number 2 as they are lined up. I would be super excited. Jack Lai's got his party lights on, and I think he's ready to party, that's for sure. Nico Stalia definitely, I don't think he's feeling too many nerves. That was a very confident chase run, and I think that now it's just a thing of be as fast as you can in the lead and try to get Jack to mess up in the chase as we are off. Nico Stalia, huge angle to Jack Lai, putting it right up on the door. Jeez! Coming through transition, and again, Jack Lai sucking right back up to that BMW Zor in his Supra, coming through the final transition. I think Jack Lai is trying to do everything he can to make up for anything that the judges might disagree with in run number 1, and across the line, Jack Lai might be the best chase I've seen all day, in my opinion.
Jack Lai saying, y'all didn't forget about me, did you? You guys didn't forget about me, did you? He might not be in the top 32 in points, but I think he just set himself up to make a good run into that points bracket. Not to take anything away from Nico Stalia. Very solid lead from Nico. Could have been a bit deeper on that second inner zone, but and a bit deeper on these outer zones. But Jack Lai smelling blood in the water, going, I know what I need to do in the chase position. And did he deliver in spades?
And in fact, he did, as we do have a call in here. Love to see it. Slide it left for Jack Lai, slide it right for Nico Stalia. Keep it in the middle for an OMT, and let's see what we find ourselves with. A unanimous decision for Jack Lai, moving on to go up against Peter Polinkowitz. That has to hurt for Nico Stalia, but Jack Lai just had an amazing chase, I think, and they just say overall less deductions as well.
Yeah, Jack just taking the weights off in the chase, man. Right onto the door and very not afraid at all. Super, super, super aggressive. Awesome to see that he's moving on in the tournament, going up against Peter Palinkiewicz in our top 16 for our 3D wrap group number 4. But to get there, we have to get Vakeris Lucas against Joachim Hope. Joachim Hope getting that upset win against his teammate Sami Sestamoinen. Vakeris Lucas getting the tough battle win against Vitaly Esaev. So Vakeris will be leading as he's our number 14 qualifier, and giving chase is Joachim Hope, your number 30 qualifier.
I think that either driver here has such an even chance to win here because both of them, again, had very, very good first runs. Both of them also kind of had a mistake here or there too. So I think both driver is just going to rely on themselves doing as best as possible and not try to put all their eggs in the I'm going to push my competitor as hard as I can and force them to make a mistake situation. So we're going to have some S14 on S15 action here.
As Vakeris will be leading, Joachim giving chase. Joachim currently leading, I believe, leading the points for Rookie of the Year as well. Trying to make a deep run for this championship, and if not, at least secure his position as the best Rookie of the Year for ESDA. Trying to make Vosen proud, but Vakeris Lucas carrying the Urta Esports flag is also trying to make a deep run. And you know he's capable of getting podiums. We've seen it before, but he has to take out Joachim to get there. Joachim's on a heck of a lot of momentum right now, but Vakeris Lucas is going to be leading in that yellow S14, giving chase in the Vosen S15 is Joachim Hogue. Little bit of a gap already. Vakeris, big angle in that S14, just transitioning that car on time, but Joachim slowly reeling him in here. I'm going a little bit shallow in outer zone 1. Got all outer zone number 2. He's going to apex a little bit later on interclip number 3, but can't quite get to the door of Vakeris Lucas. I don't know what they're putting in those Urta Esports machines, but so much grip coming out of Vakeris Lucas S14.
Oh, for sure. And here that car was so fast it even broke our replay machine for that first run here. But man, I don't know what to say about that run, really, just because Joachim Hope did everything he could, but those Urtus Esports S14s are just hooked up, dialed in. They know them inside and out. Those Vosen S15s, no slouch at all, but I think those Urtus cars just have so many driver's seat hours behind them.
Yeah, optimized. That's pretty well the best way of putting it.
Yes.
Joachim, looking like he played it smart, you know what I mean? Like, if you risk or change your line, change your angle, change anything just to try to catch up, 9 times out of 10 it doesn't work. Unless you can do something huge in the chase, and once you've gotten halfway through the track, there's not a whole lot you can do. So Vakeris is now in the chase position, needs a solid chase, but Joachim is able to bring it in the lead position. We know he can. We'll have to see it from here.
And let's see what happens here, as both drivers, I think, currently have an even shot at this win and a slot in the top 8. And let's see what happens as both drivers are laying on that pedal now, as we're expecting the lights to go on, out, and away we go. Vakeris biting at the bit here as Joachim Hope leads him into that first corner. Big angle from Joachim Hope, but Vakeris Lucas taking advantage of that and finally catching on up. That might be the mistake that Joachim needs to move on here for another upset, but Vakeris Lucas not going down without a fight at all, finally settling in on Joachim Hope's door and across the line. There we go. I don't know what happened to that first zone. That was a little bit weird, but I think that maybe Joachim Hope might have just clinched a deal there.
I think he might have stole another one. Contact being made on the initiation. Thankfully, we have a replay of that, because that is what this whole battle is going to come down to. Very solid first run, but this second run, all Joachim again. Really good job on that outer zone. We had Vakeris finally close, but watch again as the replay restarts here for run number 2. Gets into the corner, and then you see him hit the brake. It's just too late. Vakeris came in just a little bit faster. Gets to the bumper of Joachim. Joachim does a great job of kind of keeping the car online and keeping the car from going too wide to be able to salvage the rest of his run. But Vakeris, with that contact, I think it is going to be the nail in the coffin for that Urta Esports S14. Unless, you know, I saw the judges saw something different. We can get another look at the beginning of the run here. It's at all possible. Now watch right here. In the initiation zone. Yeah, he hits him before they even get to the initiation zone. So maybe something to talk about for the judges here, saying early initiation or early decel, but And watch one more time.
I don't think Hogue was over the line. I don't think he was slowing down anything weird. I think the only forward momentum loss was when he was changing direction, which has to happen. I think Vaqueros Lucas here just got overly excited and was really trying to be aggressive and then paid the price.
Yeah, especially when you talk about that center line as well. The follow driver could cross that no problem. The lead driver cannot, but you see him cross it so early. And then if you watch the S14 too, he goes to start his drift and then realizes what's about to happen and goes, uh-oh, and then hits the brakes. You see the front end of the car just dip down. But at that point, it's way too late, and he makes contact with Joaquim. So it is all going to come to, man, watching it in slow-mo makes this just look like Looney Tunes now. But,
yes.
It looks very strange on the stream just through, if the internet eating all the frames in between, but that contact was pretty obvious. I think they're just trying to make sure who's at fault. Again, especially since it was before the initiation zone. I think they're going to double check Joaquim and make sure that he didn't do anything weird or anything silly.
Nope.
But at least from the chase view of Vaqueros, it looked like it was just a mistake from Vaqueros getting a little bit too aggressive.
And I would have to agree with that as well. So I think that we're going to see a call here from the judges soon. They're definitely just looking at driver inputs, making sure that makes sense, that Walking Home didn't just throw out the brakes as hard as he could right there. But overall, that's the only way you can really have a deciding factor in this battle. Everything else was fairly even, and they were very, very, very good drivers from both, very, very good runs from both drivers. And I think that it's a bummer to see it have to get decided on something like this, on such an easy to make mistake too, because we've definitely all made it before.
Yeah, I mean, we've all made it before. We've seen it before today as well. That first corner has caused more problems than it's helped. I think if you can get very, very close, Joe, in T1, in Interclip 1, that sets you up for a very, very strong chase. But the risks you run is contact like that. I do think we have a call. I think I just saw Dye dip out to tell the drivers who won. I feel like we're going to find out here in just a minute. But, it is going to come down to that contact, I do believe. I can't see this going OMT, especially with something that egregious, as we do have a call.
Yes, we do. We're going to slide them left for Walking Home, slide them right for Vaqueros Lucas, and let's see where we find ourselves here. As one for Walking Hogue. An OMT, we got to keep the nerves going here, and what's it going to be from Brady? 2 for Walking Home on a split decision, and the decision was down to the contact on run number 2, and a difference on what really happened there between the judges is what we are hearing. So yes, they thought that Vaqueros Lucas just was a little bit too aggressive there in this battle. But up next, we got to see who Walking Ho is going to battle in the top 8 as Peter Polinkowitz and Jack Lai move up to the line.
Man, you want to talk about aggressive. Jack Lai with one of the best chases we've seen in a while here in round number 4 from Mugello, presented by Traxion ESDA, Sports Judge Association. Going to try to get as many words out before I have to take a breath as I can. But Peter Polinkowitz with a really, really strong chase as well. So we need to see him clean it up a little bit in the lead. But because that car is so wide and so long, even though it's an E30, it's still a wagon, it's still a touring model. Jack Lai has a very, very big canvas to which to paint an incredible chase run. We're about to find out right here. So we start run number 1 of this final top 16 battle of the day. Peter Polinkowitz from Poland in the lead in the Yellow Motorsports E30. Big angle as Jack Lai from Team Ascent in the chase. Not the best initiation from Jack, but he's going to put the pressure on to Peter Polinkowitz, matching the angle. Kind of a mistake there actually from Jack. You heard him get off the throttle, but right back to the door of Peter Polinkowitz. Peter did not have the best first battle, just got away with it, just with the skin of his teeth, but I think he's kind of broke through that shell and warmed up now, because that was a much, much better lead than before.
Very, very, very solid lead run, not wavering very much, which is even more shocking because he had Jack Lai all up on his door for a large, large, large majority of that battle. And Jack Lai, no chill, again, coming off of one of the best chases we've seen, and again, in that last corner, right up on that E30's door, maybe a little bit less angle, but again, that is to be expected a little bit as you're chasing. Let's see what Peter Polinkowitz has up his sleeve now, as Jack Lai is going to lead in what we know to be an incredibly fast Supra.
Oh, Peter taking the inside. He's got the outside line for the next corner. Jack Lai grabbing the apex, heading down the front, the back straight here, Mugello.
And it's Glock! Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. We're back up at the line now as Jack Lai takes the championship from Fernando Alonso.
Thank you.
Peter
Very cool.
Polinkowicz in the chase here. And let's see what happens. I'm sure both drivers are ready to just get it over with.
So Peter, yeah, but long days for both these guys. Again, they're in group number 4. I've had waited all day, only have just been getting some practice recently. As here they go, ladies and gentlemen, Peter Polinkowicz in the chase, Jack Lai representing Team Ascent in the lead.
And here we go, Jack Lai in the lead, Peter in the chase. Big angle from Jack Lai, and Peter Polinkowicz almost taken off guard at how aggressive that was, trying to get caught up, trying to get as much angle as possible. Jack Lai with a great lead, and Peter Polinkowicz, no slouch at all. It just seems like he might have been caught off guard at how aggressive. And across the line goes Jack Lai, chased by Peter Polinkowicz. That entry from Jack Lai, he's been doing that all day, and every time I'm impressed.
Man, who's been driving for Jack Lai today, man? Jack's always done well, but never really shown himself to be at this level. There are a lot of guys in the midfield for ESDA that look like they just need one good day. And I think Jack, right now, I don't want to jinx him, but at least with that last battle, is showing that he's ready to take on the reins and be able to move on into the top 8. Look at the right to angle from that Supra on run number 2. So clean. Again, maybe just a little bit wide, but Peter does nothing. It looks like even a little bit of contact in between 1 and 2. Didn't affect Didn't affect Jack at all. But just slight mistake. Jack is not without his own mistakes in his chase as well.
No.
It looked really cool, but there's still a couple of little things. Maybe a little bit wide here, especially going over the line in run number 1. Jack just did not match the angle, but Peter kind of flubbed the first 2 corners of his chase as well. So I think it's going to come down to chase for chase here. Maybe a little bit extra leaning towards Jack's favor just because his lead was very clean, but the judges, I think, with another doozy on their hands here.
I could see this going to an OMT the more I'm watching the replays. I think Jack Lai did, again, I think he had just a marginally better lead, especially with that rate to angle, and it looked so impressive, so good. But I think I think that Peter Polinkowicz, after they both settled down in their chase runs after the first 2 inside clips, I think Peter Polinkowicz overall had a better chase of Jack Lai and more settled in and matched the angle better of the lead. But Jack Lai wasn't a slouch at all. I think he had better proximity, but I think that he did not match angle as well.
We're doing a lot of judging today. For 2 people who don't have to judge, we're sure doing a lot of judging today.
Because we're trying to figure out what the judges are even talking about. Because who knows at this point? As we are getting word here. So the judges are sending us some information. Let's see here. I wouldn't be surprised about an OMT.
Yeah, it's
there we go. And we have a call here.
It's not unanimous at all.
No, not at all. And so we're going to slide it left for Peter Polinkowicz, slide it right for Jack Lai. Keep it in the middle for an OMT. 1 OMT. 1 for Peter Polinkowicz. And 1 for OMT. So yes, I think both drivers realized that they had small mistakes, not small. They both had mistakes that they needed to fix for this second run. And now I think we're going to really see some very clean runs out of both drivers here, Keenan.
I think Jack just clawing his way into an OMT here. Peter a little bit more consistent, and I think that consistency kind of costed him. We needed to see a little bit more excitement out of Peter Polinkowicz. Need to see a little bit more consistency out of Jack Lai. Both guys have different things to clean up. We'll see if they can. OMT battle here. Jack way too early on initiation. Almost gets into Peter. Shades of Icarus Lucas there. Is able to initiate, but he's having a heck of a time trying to clean this up behind Peter Polinkowicz, who's putting down a great lead run right now in the yellow Motorsports. E30, another little bit of a tap to Peter Polinkowicz. I think he was over-rotating there already a little bit. Jack just trying to close that proximity and pick the wrong time to do it.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, this is a man. Shades, almost what we already saw, but worse, if that makes sense.
Yes, and I think now Peter Polinkowicz did the exact same thing that Jack Lai did to him and really threw to angle right into that first inside clip, and Jack Lai was left reeling as time went on. So I think right now, maybe slight advantage Peter Polinkowicz, and I think Jack Lai knows it too, but we've seen what he does during his lead runs as well, and I'm going to expect nothing besides the most aggressive tip-in that possibly could happen.
Yeah, it just depends on who does what here. Jack can put down a heck of a lead run, but if Peter can just stay consistent in the chase, I think it's his battle to lose. Jack with tires off, and then especially that initiation was great job to not hit Peter, great job to not lose drift, but it was a big correction from Jack. So I think Peter just needs to get a decent chase here, get to the door of Jack, especially before interclip 3, and I think that's his goals for here. Jack's got to send everything and then some.
And here we go. Let's see if that is the case. As Jack Lai leads Peter Polinkowicz into the first initiation, and Peter is not going to get played a fool again, as Jack Lai kind of is washing out, almost transitioning into this second inside zone through the first out there zone. Again, Peter's in it to win it now. He has Jack Lai's number, and I think that's what's happening here. Again, Peter Polinkowicz pushing Jack Lai across the line. Oh my gosh, I think Peter Polinkowicz wants it today. He wants to see a wagon in the finals.
Yeah, giving him a nice little tap coming over the line. I think at this point he knew the run was over and just kind of wanted to end it with a smile on his face. Jack Lai going out swinging here, and we do not have a call yet, but I think it's going to be pretty quick to come in.
Joke's on you. We do have a call now.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, they saw exactly what was going on during that run. So we're going to slide him left for Peter Polinkowicz. We're going to slide it right for Jack Lai. We're going to keep it in the middle for an OMT, and let's see who walks away the victor from this amazing battle. 1 for Peter Polinkowicz. 2, unanimous decision for Peter Polinkowicz, and that is definitely a deserved win. That's the best I've seen him drive all season in that battle right there, and I'm excited to see him now go up against Joachim Hogue. He'll be leading Joachim Hogue, in fact, because we got to remember, Joachim had a huge upset and has continued due to him being our 30 seed.
He had an upset against his teammate, Sammy Sestamoyne, number 3 qualifier, Vicaris. Big battle against him. I know Vicaris is already trying to plead his case a little bit, so that controversial battle against Lucas. But Joachim Hogue is currently still in the tournament, going up against Peter Polinkowicz. The winner will be joining our other 3 finalists, Daniel Andrejev, Connor Christensen, and Mustafa Amin in the final. But we need one more member of that Traxion Final 4, and it's going to be the winner of your 3D Rap Group number 4, Peter Polinkowicz, Joachim Hogue. Only one can make the final.
And I think that we're going to see both drivers trying to not go down without a fight. They're going to come out swinging into this first thing. Will it end in tragedy? There's only one way to find out.
Looks like Peter's just been getting better and better, but so has Joachim. We'll see what happens here. Run number 1 of our final here for group number 4. Not the most aggressive initiation by Joachim, but great job from Peter. Looking like he learned a lot in that last battle against Jack Lai. 1 tire up on the curb. Want to see that in these 2 outer zones. Maybe a little bit too deep there, but Joachim throwing it in super tight against Peter. Good finish to the battle, but maybe a tire off for Polinkowicz in the lead.
Besides that 1 tire, I think a switch has flipped for Peter. I think Peter's driving on a whole different level. That lead looked so aggressive. It was so great. And of course he's going to drop a tire if he's driving that hard. And again, right off the line, Joachim Hogue left so much on the table. And I don't think we're going to see that happen from Peter here, because Peter, again, he was going up against Jack Lai just before this, who had one of the most aggressive initiations in the entire competition. And I think Joachim Hogue, no matter how hard he's going to throw it in, I think Peter Polinkowicz is going to be right on that S15's door here in the run number 2. And I think Peter Polinkowicz is feeling pretty good about trying to get into that top 4 slot.
I think everything we've learned has to apply here. Don't get too aggressive off of interclip 1, but be there and then wait for the transition to 2, because you have so much more time and you'll be going downhill to be able to put pressure on. We've seen so many mistakes happen in this first interclip. We'll see if he was able to keep it consistent or if we're going to see another mistake here. Watching me as we go, setting run number 2.
And here we go. Joachim Hogue and Piotr Polinkowicz. Someone in chat said, now I'm thinking about it hard. A big angle, and again, Polinkowicz right up on that door. No chill. Joachim Hogue is desperately trying to put a gap on, but I think Peter, I said it wrong again, right on that door. I think he really wants this Final Four slot and is driving so far. Ooh, a little bit of hair right there, but I think overall, Polinkowitz is going to take this win. That was just so confident in the chase as well. And just overall, lead for lead and chase for chase, I think Polinkowitz is here for the win.
Regardless of the outcome, I think you put it best. We are seeing a different Peter Polinkowitz here. Great job from Joachim Hogue in the lead, but with a yellow Motorsports BMW right in your rear view like that, there's not a whole lot you can do. Ladies and gentlemen, again, if you want to vote for your driver of the day, press exclamation or type exclamation mark Discord into our Twitch chat. Join our Discord, head on down to the ESDA chat, and let us know who you want to see as the nominees for driver of the day. And then once that vote comes out, you'll be able to vote on who will be getting your driver of the day, because there's been a lot of drivers that are currently not represented in tournament who have driven their absolute hearts out. And ladies and gentlemen, such a good job so far from both these guys. We do not have a call yet, not even a rumbling, but excellent. Oh, maybe a little bit more than maybe we do have a rumbling, but the winner is going to be joining your Final Four. Huge battle here.
I think, yeah, no matter what, both drivers here definitely fought for it. They're definitely hungry. And I think that, yes, we do have a caller, so we're going to slide it left for Joachim Hogue, slide it right for Piotr Polinkowitz. I think I said it right that time. Keep it in the middle for an OMT. 1 for Polinkowitz. 2, and a unanimous decision for Peter Polinkowitz. Again, I think that something has changed in that driver today, and I am so excited to see it. As now we're going to start loading in our Final Four. Is that not right, Keenan?
Yeah, we're going to be loading up our Final Four. Ladies and gentlemen, Connor Christensen, Group Number 1 winner of the Next Level Racing Group Number 1. Group Number 2, or Mazda Racing Group Number 2 is going to be Mustafa Amin. Group Number 3, Daniel Andrzej, presented by Big Duck Club. And your 3D Wrap Group Number 4 winner, you just saw Peter Polinkowitz. So those are the last 4 drivers available. Connor Christensen and Mustafa Amin need really good point stays to be able to make a run at this championship. Connor just was trying to get his pro license today, but now he's in the top 16 and could potentially end up with way more points than he has on the board already in the high 100s to be able to challenge in the 10s and low single digits. But Mustafa is currently 4th, and if he can convert on this extra 50 points, going to be sitting somewhere in the 2nd place range, overtaking Deshaun Hack. So Alexander Element and Deshaun not having incredibly good days has left the door wide open for a couple of brand new names to be able to come box in this championship fight.
Oh, for sure. And this spreadsheet, I don't think we're even counting what just happened in our Group 4. So I don't know, man. I think either way, this is going to be a far tighter championship than we expected it to be at the start of this round.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be super, super close. And just as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, tons of prizes, tons of cash on the line. We have our good friend Devin here in the studio to let you know what these drivers are racing for.
This season's competitors will be battling for a slice of the $1,600 money pool and a whole lot more thanks to our sponsors. This year's $300 top team and $100 Rookie of the Year prizes are presented by Big Duck Club. The Rookie of the Year will also win a Wheel Stand 2.0 from Next Level Racing. The season champion will be awarded $600 in addition to the FGT Elite Simulation Chassis and ERS1 seat from Next Level Racing, an R16 wheelbase RS Racing Wheel, CRP pedals, and RM Digital Dash from Mazda Racing, and an Akina handbrake from 3D Wrap. Second place will be awarded $400 and an FGT Simulator cockpit from Next Level Racing. ESDA would like to thank our sponsors for supporting esports drifting, and viewers like you for watching our competition. Thank you. Now back to the studio.
We don't care when you call our name. We don't care, we're just the same. We didn't know the racing, we didn't know the we need a miracle.
Ladies and gentlemen, 4.5 hours of drifting action has all come down to this. Welcome back to the Final Four presented by Traxion of the Esports Drift Association here at Mugello. Ladies and gentlemen, Connor Christensen, Mustafa Amin, Peter Palinkiewicz, and Daniel Andrejev make up your 4 gladiators entering the ring one final time to see who's going to be taking home the win here at round 4.
And I do have to say, Keenan, I am super excited for this Final Four. This is definitely one for the ages. All the drivers today have been throwing down, but these 4 especially have been seeming on a cut above everybody else and making it super hard for our 3 judges here, Keenan.
Yeah, judges have been struggling all day, kind of why the pace of today's event has taken so long. Every judging call has come down to little mistakes, little issues, little things, and was ended up comparing, oh, it's this tire drop as much as this straighten. Nothing has been very clear cut today. We've had a couple of easy battles to call, but honestly, it's been outweighed by how many difficult battles it's been. There you can see your Traxion Final Four. Connor Christensen, Mustafa Amin will be your first battle. Peter Palinkiewicz, Daniel Andrejev will be your second battle. Honestly, mostly for seeding, it has been a strong day. Christensen trying to make it a perfect event, being your number 1 qualifier, putting on a heater of a run yesterday in qualifying, which you can watch every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern time before the event on Traxion. And yesterday as well, Mustafa Amin getting your number 5 qualifier, Peter Palinkiewicz qualifying in the 6th position, and Daniel Andrejev qualifying 2nd. I don't think we've ever seen this, and at least we haven't, and it's been a long time. All 4 of your finalists qualified within the top 10.
Oh, I don't think we've seen that at all. But again, even the point spread from our top place to our bottom place, our top seed to our 32nd place, there was not a big, it was only 7 points about. Just that's how precise everyone's driving these days. So I think that we're seeing a, what's the word I'm looking for? A preview maybe of this first battle here as Connor Christensen is gonna lead Mustafa Amin. And both of these cars, both of these drivers have been driving especially good today. I've seen them drive other days before, but today they're really on it. And again, Daniel Andrejev, amazing driver today, driving super special. Peter Palinkiewicz, again, amazing driver today. Something's different. So all 4 drivers today, they are driving like they are on rails and really want to prove a point here at Mugello.
I've been excited for this battle since the stage has been set. Connor Christensen, Mustafa Amin, and Connor is going to be leading, with Mustafa giving chase first. We've heard from other people that in a different competition, these guys went OMT 1, 2, 3, 4 times before they had a winner decided. Connor and Mustafa are pumped. They're excited. We're pumped. We're excited. Just waiting to give these guys a little bit of practice, knock off the rust, because especially for Connor, it's been 3 hours since he's been in an ESDA server. So letting him kind of get up to speed here with Daniel and Peter. Daniel and Peter, same kind of thing. Daniel had to fight and claw his way a bunch of tough battles, especially against Austin Zalewski, the teammate of Connor Christensen. And Peter Palinkiewicz, once again, kind of a here-there battle against Arnestis, and then ever since Jack Lai, he's had to dial up to 11. Something has just changed in him after getting out of that 32.
And so I think we might have a points update here. So let's look at it now that Group 4 is involved here, Keenan.
Yeah, so now that Group 4 has been updated into the sheet, there are your current point standings as they lie. Again, Mustafa Amin, your biggest mover of the day. Daniel Andrejev also still moving up to 172. Anything in the high 100s right now makes you a good chance to fight for 3rd, but that real battle for Deshaun Hack and Alexander Edelman is going to come down to how well does Mustafa do, how well does Daniel do. Connor really set himself up for a good late season charge, so even if this is as far as he makes it today, really being in that top 16, you're not out of it yet, especially considering we have 2 very quick rounds in September, 2 rounds in 1 month. It's 9th and 10th, and I believe the 30th and 1st of October will be what we have in store for you for ESDA. Hope to see a lot of you guys back, but to get there, we still have to finish off our round here from Italy. I've been informed that apparently I've been pronouncing it wrong this whole time.
Or it's me.
I thought one of us is saying it wrong, so I'm just going to continue saying it wrong.
Yeah.
That's the North American way.
Yeah, it's just it's art. Okay, I'm going to go make myself a gosh dang quesadilla. And so we're going to have Connor Christensen leading Mustafa Amin. Very good This is going to be crazy.
This is your left side of the Final Four. This is your first semifinal battle. Connor Christensen, Mustafa Amin, JX team versus On the Mountain. Only one can progress to the final. One will be battling for third. Connor in the lead, representing America, Saudi Arabia. Mustafa Amin in the chase, the most aggressive we've seen anybody from T1 Interclip 1, but Mustafa is not letting the pressure up. Connor Christensen nice and smooth in the lead position, but that's causing Mustafa Amin to be able to get super aggressive on chase, not really able to progress in the last corner, but oh my good lord, Mustafa is not afraid to get aggressive with Connor. You can tell these guys have battled before.
Yes, they are very comfortable, and they know to trust each other to break as minimal as possible in every single decel zone. Complete trust in the leader right there out of Mustafa, but Connor Christensen again putting down a lead that allows them to do it. The only downside I can see from both drivers here is through this last corner. Connor Christensen just has a little tiny gap, and Mustafa just is having a hard time catching up through that last outside zone. But other than that, both drivers driving as on the limit as you possibly could hope for, and now they know that they have to leave it all out there on this second run. We know that these two drivers can do OMT after OMT and be that consistent, but let's see if one of them can drive so hard, can push so hard to make an error from the other driver. And we're lined up.
I hit the mute button again, didn't I?
Probably.
Sure did. Awesome. Love my life.
Here we go, and we're lined up. I'm hearing that four-rotor just shrieking. And here we go as Mustafa Amin leads Connor Christensen. Both drivers know exactly how hard they have to push. Now restart already. Good on Mustafa for taking it. It is available to all of the drivers. And when you're just not feeling that, when it's just wrong, take it. Just take the reset. There's no shame in it. You're allowed to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rule we implement for a reason. A lot of people don't want to be that guy, I guess. But good job on the resets. Good job on the eyes of the judges as well. So, I mean, why not stop and reset it if you're available? So here we go. Attempt number 2. A little bit of conage.
A little cone action. No worries. And here we go. Now, no cones. Ripping out as Mustafa Amin leads Connor Christensen into that first zone. Connor Christensen right up on the door, getting settled in beautifully. Mustafa Amin leading perfect lead through the transition, putting a little gap in on Connor, but Connor closing it in into this inside clip, putting it right on the door, way closer than Mustafa was in the chase, and across the line. Connor Christensen really going for that perfect weekend, but Mustafa, I mean, definitely not going down without a fight. The judges are going to have to watch those side by side, back to back. I don't know how he can make a decision, because honestly, overall, both drivers, amazing run. I'm speechless.
That was a competitive drifting clinic. There's really no other way, no doubt about it. I'm watching this replay with my widest of eyes right now, and other than maybe coming over the line, Connor's a hiccup. Check out this run number 2 replay here as we show you the side-by-side, refresh you on that first run, but Connor just nice and smooth. Maybe a little bit of a late transition there, but still got to the second inner clip. And I was watching from the front bumper of Christensen, and the amount of Amin's rear bumper that I could see on every transition, just so close. Notice that he has to leave it all on the track because Amin is not afraid to do the exact same thing. So huge from both these guys. And the only thing I can see the way in terms of judging is I didn't hear no bell. Did you hear a bell? I didn't hear no bell.
I don't know, but I do think that there were enough small bobbles and small mistakes that we can probably call a winner here somehow, as long as they don't just perfectly balance out, because both drivers, there's a little bit here and there. Mustafa came in really hot on that first initiation and then kind of left a little bit at the end of the run. Connor came in super hot again and left it right on, but I think he might have cut a little bit of angle going into that last outside zone. Who can say? And again, we're not the judges here. We're just calling as we can see it, and I'm sure that they are watching replays as close as they can. And we aren't even in the finals yet. We still have one more round after this to determine our podiums. So both of these drivers want to be battling for first and second, not third and fourth.
Ladies and gentlemen, your driver of the day votes have already begun. Who's your driver of the day picks? It's your final 4. Is it going to be Connor Christensen, Mustafa Amin, Daniel Andrejev, or Peter Palinkiewicz? You can vote now in the Traxion Discord or on Twitter, twitter.com/TraxionGG. Vote for your favorite driver, and that will be today's driver of the day. But ladies and gentlemen, to get there, we have to finish out this round. And I mean, there's such little things. I mean, Amin maybe didn't match the angle of the lead car, Joe. I'm trying to look at the zones and see who maybe filled those first two outer zones better, because that is such a sketchy area of the track. You overshoot just a little bit, you got a tire in the dirt, and yeah, tire drops are bad, but being stuck in the dirt and missing the corner completely is also bad. So
do that.
Yeah, it looks pretty similar on OZ2 from both vehicles and their lead runs.
And again, they're definitely not making it any easier on the judges as we get further and further into this battle. And I'm looking at proximity, and it seems like where one of them's closer, the other one's a little bit further, but it balances out over the length of the run. I'm starting to lean that with the discussion this long, I suspect we're seeing an OMT.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be an unpopular decision, that's for sure, and something that these guys are used to, having gone 4 OMTs before in competition.
Yes, who can say? Because again, every single small mistake or any single what's the word? Deal, not deal. God, I'm blanking out. Every time one of them gives, the other one takes a little bit, and it goes back and forth. But I think that we're actually getting a call in here. So we're gonna slide them. Oh no, we do slide for this one because we're getting going and ready for seeing going out. So we're gonna slide them left for Connor Christensen, slide them right for Mustafa Amin. Keep them in the middle for an OMT. This is to decide who's fighting for first and second and who's fighting for third and fourth. Let's see here. 1 for Mustafa. 2 for Mustafa, sealing it, and 3 for Mustafa for bragging rights. A unanimous decision. Mustafa, going into the finals. But don't worry, Connor Christensen is still here for that third place battle. And up next, who are they going to be battling against? We got Daniel Andrejev leading Peter Palinkiewicz, and let's see what happens here, Keenan.
Yeah, congratulations to Mustafa Amin making his second finals in his second ESDA appearance in a row. Was not able to qualify for round number 3, but in round number 2, he made the final and won the damn thing. In round number 4, made the final and is going to try to win the damn thing, but he's going to be going up against one of these two gladiators, Peter Palinkiewicz or Daniel Andrejev, both driving out of Europe. I believe Andrejev is driving out of Lithuania and Palinkiewicz out of Poland. So one of these two guys is going to go against the Saudi driver that is the Mustafa Amin, who's just been on another level today. Every time it seems like he gets more comfortable throughout the course of a tournament. But to get there, we still have to do this. Daniel Andrejev leading in the IRT Racing Team S15, chasing Peter Palinkiewicz in the Yellow Motorsport E30 Touring.
And again, both of these drivers, all 4 of these drivers today have just been driving on a different level. And when you think that they can just get better, they pull something even more out of their hat. And I cannot wait to see this S15 lead this E3 Touring because we know both drivers have something to prove.
Andrejev in the lead, Peter Palinkiewicz giving chase. Both have been getting progressively better all day. What can they do here? Peter with a big entry, not so much on angle, but right to the proximity of Andrejev. Andrejev showing why he is your number 2 qualifier, saying, I should have been number 1. I'm the one who's going to make it to the final. I'm going to better Connor, but he's still going to beat Peter to get here. Peter right on the door of Daniel Andrejev, pushing out to the final outer zone and across the line. I saw a little puff of smoke there. I wasn't sure from who.
Up until that last corner, I was going to say Peter's doing okay, but I think Daniel's really doing great. But then as soon as that last transition happened and Palinkiewicz was right on Daniel's door throughout that entire last zone, super smooth, laid a skid mark on it the entire way. And again, we keep seeing it again and again. The person who chases first rips back to the line, and you can tell these guys are feeling competitive. I think that Peter Palinkiewicz thinks that he can have a win on his back here. He knows exactly how fast Daniel Andrejev's car is now. Qualifying be damned, it doesn't matter anymore. Seeds are unimportant at this point. It all comes down to this next run to see who's going to fight for gold and silver versus a bronze medal. And I know that he has a lot of space in that station wagon to make sure that he can fit a lot of gold in the back.
Yeah, I mean, definitely room for hardware, but still has to get to the
battle that just decides it all, but Andrzej very, very strong. I thought I maybe saw a tire off. Watching the replay, I don't think so. Maybe just a little puff of dirt, but I looked very hard at the right rears of both those guys going over OZ2 and did not see any sort of definitive tire off. Daniel Andrzej trying to give him that man a full quarter mile of a head start here. He's going to come out of the gate hot. Watch that turn one.
But we've seen Peter played his cards last time. We know exactly how hard he can throw it in, which is as hard as possible. So Daniel Andrzej is going to try to throw it in behind, not make contact, and then hopefully just stick it there. And he successfully does so, but now he might be washing out. That E30 is so fast through these transitions, and Daniel Andrzej has to avoid such a long car coming through final transition. Now we're going to see if Daniel Andrzej can put it on that door like Peter Polinkowicz does, and it seems like he's failing to get that much, a little bit of wavering in the chase versus the lead and across the line. I don't know, Keenan. I think we might be seeing a touring in the final. Overall, Peter Polinkowicz, again, every time I think I've seen him drive as great as he can in the last battle, he just pulls a little bit more out of his hat.
Andrzej going a little bit wide on inner clip 1, a little bit wide on outer zone 1 as well. But Polinkowicz using all of that outer zone 2 curbing, which is kind of what you need to do here. You need to run your right rear basically on the edge of the curb to be able to set yourself up the best for the last inner clip. Unfortunately, a little bit wide on the last inner clip for Polinkowicz, but great runs from both these guys. Andrzej, the only, as far as I know, the only SR-powered S15, S-chassis period in competition in ESDA. So nice to see him having a great day. Again, qualified number 2, regardless of what happens here, converted it into a Final 4 appearance, especially in drifting. That's pretty rare, apparently, lately. So great job for him. And really nice to see Peter Polinkowicz as well in that yellow motorsport. Look at the way he rides that second to last outer zone number 2 in his lead run. Peter Polinkowicz, just so fun to watch. These guys are putting on a show for you right now, wherever you're watching out in Traxion land. Thank you guys for joining us as well. Been a long day with how close a lot of these battles have been, but we are that much closer to your final.
Oh, for sure. And both drivers, you can tell, we're throwing it so hard, as you can tell by the chase drivers. Both drivers were cutting angle to keep up with the lead through that first corner. Just look at how much angle both of them threw into that first inside clip with no chill in a corner where we've seen a lot of chase drivers be worried about making contact with the lead there. Both of them did not care, no fear at all from both these drivers for the entirety of the run. I think Polinkowicz may have had overall a better and more committed chase, but I think that maybe Daniel Andrzej had just a more committed overall lead, even though Polinkowicz's lead, I'm not going to say was bad in any way, shape, or form.
No, we haven't seen bad driving on basically anybody today, and no major mistakes, no zeros, as we do have a decision.
And again, a decision that makes a lot of sense. We're going to slide it left for Daniel Andrzej. We're going to slide it right for Peter Polinkowicz. We're going to keep it in the middle to run them again and see what happens. And let's see what our judges like to think. 1 OMT, 2, just they want to get it over with. They're ready. They want an OMT. So we'll see this battle again, and now both drivers have each other's number even more. I'm expecting to see some drama here out of this battle.
That's the story of the day, ladies and gentlemen. OMT after OMT. It's been a marathon day for some of us here. Been a marathon day for you at home. Thank you for watching. Thank you for staying with us here in your Traxion Final 4. This is your second of 2 semifinals. Whoever wins this will be battling Mustafa Amin in the final. Whoever loses will be going against Connor Christensen for 3rd place.
Yes, for sure. And now Polinkowicz not giving himself as much run-up as last time. Very interesting. Let's see what happens here as Daniel Andrzej takes on Peter Polinkowicz for the 2nd time here to move on.
Oh, big jump from Peter Polinkowicz, which he's allowed to do in the chase position, but now he's right hand on the throat of Daniel Andrzej. Let's see what he does here. Same sort of idea, goes in a little bit shallow, then pours the angle on later. Just kind of safety, early transition for Peter Polinkowicz. That might be the opening that Daniel Andrzej needed. I don't know if he could see. Oh, he doesn't get the transition either. Daniel Andrzej not getting the angle he was looking for, going a little bit wide. Door back open for Peter Polinkowicz to put the pressure on in the chase.
I think that so far, due to those 2 errors, and they were 2 errors that were almost exactly even, I think both drivers now are going to be pushing each other as hard as they can. And we're going to have to see what happens here in this replay, and I want to see it because, yes, that was a strange early transition. And coming through, oh no, it looks almost like that wagon hit that S15 a little bit and the transition. We'll see if the judges agree with that observation or not, but if that's the case, and I'm Peter Polinkowicz, I would be very concerned for this next run, and I would be thinking to myself, how can I make my little E30 faster? Yeah, let's look at this, and oh, it reset. Yeah, it looks.
I don't think that's actually contact.
I don't know.
Look at how far apart these guys are. You do see a little bit of wiggling from both. It does look like they hit, but also look where the cars are. So I think that's just a little bit of lag. I guess you didn't really see if that hit would have resulted in Andreev going wide. I think it would have happened in outer zone 2.
Yes.
I mean, it's if that there's even contact there, it's very hard to say. I think it's just some jank. Well, if it ends up being part of the judging call, we'll ask the judges for some clarification, but from my eyes, I didn't see any contact at the time, and I didn't see any contact there. A little bit of jittering, of course, but I think that's just some service side stuff.
Well, the discussion about that stops as now they have a second round to prove it in, and Daniel Drejev, no chill this time, washing out a little bit, and again, Peter Polinkowicz, good commitment, great lead, great angle. He's just had amazing leads, but Daniel Drejev is playing it a little bit safe, but overall, tucked in a little bit more, but I worry that Peter Polinkowicz's better lead is going to result here in another OMT. Because both drivers, I think, made mistakes here, and I think they might be comparable.
Well, let's take another look at this again. Run number 2 in the bottom right of your screen. Peter Polinkowicz doing what he's been doing best all day, just solid chase, maybe leads. Maybe a little bit wide there, but look at the proximity from Andreev. Doesn't really quite have the angle, but all of that proximity sitting on a little bit of an advantage, especially with the big corrections in chase from Peter Polinkowicz. I don't know, Joe. I kind of see the S15 having a little bit of an advantage here. Again, maybe not the most exciting chase in terms of matching angle, but the big hiccup here from Polinkowicz in his first run and basically almost shutting it down in early on in chase is something the judges just can't overlook. I'm gonna get water. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Go get some water.
I'm literally coughing every 5 seconds. I need wet.
We're going to look at this transition a little bit more as Keenan wets his whistle. It does look like Peter Polinkowicz here it's a weird to transition that early. It almost looked tactical to try and gain more proximity immediately after that first transition here, because I don't know how else you could describe it, but then it seems like Peter Polinkowicz again has a little bit more commitment through that first inside clip in the lead, but Daniel Drejev overall has a way cleaner, more refined chase. I really don't know what to say about this, and I'm sure that the judges are deliberating what counts as a deduction here, exactly how much they're going to do it, and we are getting a call here, in fact. And I think that the judges, again, are making very good calls here. We're going to slide it, again, left for Daniel Drejev, right for Peter Polinkowicz, in the middle for an OMT. 1 OMT, 2.
Oh, my God.
Yep, 3. Again, all the judges unanimously decided that the doubles are they're too close. But amazingly, the Connor Christensen Mustafa Amin was fine.
We're going to be here forever.
It's okay. Again.
We're okay, everybody. Get your dinner snacks ready. God, this is so close in between these two guys fighting to see who's able to make it into the final 4. Again, this isn't even your final. It is just for the privilege of battling against potentially your first repeat winner of the season, Mustafa Amin, the first person I think that's made it. Not the first person to be in the final, but the first person who's available to be able to go for that repeat win. But the fight that both these drivers had to go through, or still have to go through, absolutely crazy how tight this field has been, and you're seeing it represented in one battle here.
So by ESDA rules, this battle will result in a decision, is my understanding.
All right, this is the one to settle it. Daniel Andreev, Peter Polinkowicz. Peter Polinkowicz sticking with what he knows, nice and consistent in the chase position, getting on the break a bit early there. Nice job cleaning up that mistake. Peter Polinkowicz, Daniel Andreev using all the outer zone. A little bit of a hiccup there from Peter. Didn't get the transition he was looking for, but able to get right back to the door of Daniel Andreev, pushing over outer zone number 3. The cleanest run I think we've seen from both so far out of this battle. one small mistake from Peter Palinkiewicz in the chase, but it is still anybody's ball game.
Oh, for sure. Both drivers are very much in this battle still. And again, both drivers learning from what caused the OMTs before, and they are just, it seems like they don't care that they can't call an OMT, and they're just going to drive perfect. And then at some point, what does it go to? That's the question. If it's truly even, are we going to flip coins? Can we joust? Can we have car jousting? What
I'm all for jousting. I'm 100% in on jousting.
Deal. As we're going to flip them around too. And I think both drivers here are getting a little bit tired of it themselves because they're driving as hard as they can. And I know how much adrenaline I'd have gone through my body if I had to drive this hard. So I think that both drivers, again, they're every time they get back to line faster and faster and faster, and you can tell that they're ready to be over with this and ready to just be done battling and just relax and have fun because they've already made it to the final four, but they want that win.
Yeah, keep in mind how far these guys have come. You know what I mean? Like this, they started this day about 10:30 in the morning Eastern time. Have been long days, not like for them in practice and waiting around for them chance to go, for their chance to battle. So much emotional stress all comes down to this run. Run number 2. There must be a winner.
And here we go. Peter Palinkiewicz in the lead. Daniel Andrejev in the chase. Big angle, and Daniel Andrejev again washing out, as it's happened every time. And let's see if he tightens up. It seems like Peter Palinkiewicz is going deeper and deeper into every zone and trying to show the judges that Andrejev needs to cut angle and not go as deep to get around. And it seems like maybe Peter Palinkiewicz finally has a cleaner lead because Daniel Andrejev, again, great proximity, but it seemed like he was kind of fighting to stay on the same line.
Yeah, I don't know if it was just pushing wide. Watch right here. He enters just a little bit later, goes a little bit wide, and this track is so rhythmic that it's going to cause a ripple effect for the rest of the track. Great heads-up driving by Daniel to kind of late transition there and be able to keep his line kind of smooth. But watch right here, just kind of had to hiccup a little bit. Car straightens out just a little bit and then starts pushing wide. Peter Palinkiewicz, I think, just showing his experience in the Assetto Corsa platform against a I don't want to say rookie driver, but a newer driver in Daniel Andrejev. We know he's got battle experience, but just on this platform, I think is the bigger difference. Peter just trying to show, look at the way he runs that second outer zone, the deepest we've seen anybody since qualifying. Really good lead from that E30. Not a bad chase from Andrejev, but I think just a couple mistakes here and there, we might indeed have a winner here.
I think we might as well.
We need to, but I think it's not. Have to. Yeah, it's not going to be forced.
And we'll see. But this, again, this is not, the loser's not down and out here. They're going to go on and battle Connor Christensen for third place, which that will be a ridiculous battle. And the question is, will we have our top 1 and 2 seed battle for third? Will we have our top seed up against 7th? But let's see. And I think I'm hearing that we have a call. I also have an explanation, but we can get into the explanation after we do this call. So we're going to slide it left for Daniel Andrejev, slide it right for Peter Palinkiewicz, keep it in the middle for an OMT. 1 for Peter Palinkiewicz. 2 for Peter Palinkiewicz, putting him on, and 3 for Peter Palinkiewicz, moving on to battle Mustafa Amin in the final. But for third place, we're going to have our first seed up against our second seed. Connor Christensen will be leading Daniel Andrejev for a third place battle. Just a reminder, folks, here at ESDA, we don't announce the winners of these battles until they are both done, or if it's an OMT, just for the show business of it, just so we have a little bit of ambiance, a little bit of tension we can cut with a knife, if you will.
Connor Christensen, your number 1 qualifier. Daniel Andrejev, who's been leading first run every run, is like, oh wait, I actually qualified lower. This is your number 1 and number 2 qualifier. Funny how they've met here for third place. Unfortunately, not strong enough to make it into that final, but gonna put on a show for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, right here. Connor ended up besting Daniel by just about a point, in 96.6 to a 95.5. But what does that mean on the racetrack? We are about to find out. This is your third place battle. Connor Christensen, Team on the Mountain. IRT Racing Team's Daniel Andrejev. Only one can be in the medals. The other one's going to the trailer. Connor Christensen in the lead in that purple and black S14. Very aggressive from Daniel Andrejev, but he puts the quarter panel to him. And Connor Christensen, see you later, off the racing surface. Really hard hit. And Daniel Andrejev parking it after. That is going to be a 0.
Cool. Hate to see it. And what's the craziest thing to me is that it took us this long to have that major of a collision.
Yeah, I mean, I've been seeing that. I've been seeing that happen in my head so much. And I mean, it happened a little bit, I think, Group 1, Group 2, but definitely not contact that aggressive. I think this just comes down to, again, Joe, correct me if I'm wrong. I think you know Daniel's history a bit more than I do, but I think this just comes down to inexperience. First time being in a medal placing round here in a settled course, at least in the ESDA. And maybe just some nerves getting the best of him here because he was way too far to the left.
Yes, 100%. Once you watching that replay over and over, it kind of looks Connor Christensen set himself in on a perfect line. And yes, it just seemed like Daniel Drejev just let his nerves get the better of him. There might be a little bit of a disagreement here about how much of a decel is a decel zone here, and I'm sure our judges are going to have a lovely discussion about that. But going into this, we now know for sure both drivers have an opinion of what happened, and they do not disagree with each other. They do not agree with each other in any way, shape, or form, but they're gonna just have to settle it out on the track here as Daniel Drejev is leading Connor Christensen now for run number 2 here in a third place battle here at round number 4.
They're not supposed to agree. It's not their job. They both want to win. They want to win at every cost, and drifting is so subjective. They're going to think that whoever was in the right, whoever was in the wrong. We've seen some controversial calls already going in the entry turn number 1. We'll see what's going to happen here. Second half of this third place battle.
And Daniel Drejev leads as Connor Christensen gives him all the space in the world. I don't know what the judges are going to say about that as well as we come through. And Connor Christensen really laying back. You can tell he thinks that he did nothing wrong here. You don't lay back that far. I'm pretty shocked that he is. Even through this, I don't know that now they're tapping each other, these two. I think that we might have some very disagreeing words here going on in the driver's chat right now.
I don't think they'd be mad at each other, just upset. It's just very competitive. You have some of the best drivers in the world competing with each other right now. That run number 2, again, it's kind of all moot. It was really fun to watch, but it was kind of all moot compared to whoever's going to be at fault for that contact will be the one getting 4th, and whoever was not at fault will be getting your 3rd place trophy here. But we do have a decision. Again, it came down to the contacts. I didn't think it was going to take that long, but we are going to wait for our podium ceremony to let you guys know who will be walking away with 3rd place. But to get there, here we go. It's time for the main event. Mustafa Amin against Peter Palinkiewicz. It is your number 7 qualifier, I believe. Oh my goodness. Number 7 qualifier going up against Mustafa Amin, who qualified number 5.
Let's go.
So this is one of the highest average qualifying finals that I remember. You see someone in the teens sneak their way in. Not today. Mugello was about consistency. Mugello was about very, very, very strong performances both in lead and in chase, and you could tell that it paid off as Mustafa getting his tires warmed up, going for 2 wins in a row, technically, not counting the round he didn't qualify, and Peter Palinkiewicz looking for his first win of the season.
Mustafa Might is going for the if I qualify, I win record at least, which I would be very happy about it. So I am very excited to see this battle. Both drivers driving amazing today, and they are off.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's your final ESDA round number 4 from Mugello, presented by Traxion. Mustafa Amin in the lead position. Big angle for Mustafa. We've seen that all day. Peter actually pulling more angle than he ever has in his chase position. He's trying to bring it all to Mustafa. Slight correction from Mustafa going to cause Peter to be offline. Another offline for Mustafa. Peter wants this win right now. He is trying to deny Mustafa of 2 in a row. Peter Palinkiewicz, ladies and gentlemen.
And again, both drivers, they know, and they are both ripping their way back to the pits here. They are ready to battle, man. And that was an amazing first battle. Both drivers having small mistakes, so they both feel like they're still in it. So I expect to see a very, very, very competitive second battle. Peter Palinkiewicz again doing that signature little bump through outer zone 3. He's done that in every battle so far. Mustafa Amin, again, an amazing lead. He's been having crazy leads all day, but Mustafa also has been having excellent chases, and Peter Palinkiewicz has been having very committed leads. So I think together, this is going to make up for a battle that's either going to end in an OMT or catastrophic failure.
Yeah, I mean, Peter doing what he does best and getting all of that second outer zone. Mustafa actually, because of a little bit of a line checkup, missed the curbing and didn't even get all the way into the box in terms of what wasn't on the curbs. So, I mean, don't want to see the chase car getting deeper into zones than the lead car, but there is no major mistake. We could still see anything happen here. Joe, it's the second run of our finals.
And here we go. Peter Palinkwood's in the lead. Mustafa Amini in the chase. Second run of the finals. Huge angle and a collision through that first inside zone, but both drivers not giving up. Yet Peter Palinkwood's still in it. Mustafa Amin in the chase. Now he's going in for that final proximity and across the line. I'm sure the judges will be watching that contact like a hawk, and we need to see again who threw in too much angle, who was going too fast or who was going too slow. And let's see here on this replay, Keenan, it looks to me like Mustafa might not have been on the brakes because it looked like he was going to go in narrow. I need to see this in slow motion. What do you think?
Man, I just changed my vote for driver of the day. Let's just put it that way. Wow, 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 wow. Peter Palinkiewicz doing everything he can possibly do. Watch the chase vehicle here, though. Mustafa entering a little bit late, going in. Well, you know, so here's the thing. Even if there wasn't contact, watch that RX-8 if we can get that one more time. Thank you very much, Strix Pulsatrix in the production booth. Watch the RX-8. Imagine that Peter's not there. See how far to the inside he is? That's way too early. So even if he doesn't drop a tire, he's going to have to kill so much speed to not overshoot the exit. You want to stay mid to the left. You don't want to push out too wide. So regardless of whether Peter was there or not, I think that was a fairly large mistake from our chase vehicle. And ladies and gentlemen, everybody down to the podium. Well, most of us down to the podium.
Get down to the podium.
Oh, there they are. I was like, where are the other two? They're on their way.
They're drifting on down. They're having fun, those two.
And
At this point,
have a result. Joe, this is your first time watching drifting here at Mugello. What do we think?
I think this is, again, and I've said this every ESDA round, but this is my new favorite ESDA track so far. There's a lot of great off-camber corner, like all the corner change camber. There's a lot of elevation change. It's not like I know I'm going to be polarizing this. It's not the Long Beach Riga where it's one long fast corner, a medium corner, and then a tight corner. So yeah, very excited for that. This was amazing.
I see what you're onto for that. Very fast track. I love that it has so much history. I love what this track means to us at ESDA. I love what it means to those who have supported ESDA throughout its inception, throughout all of its years. Makes me so happy, but there can only be one winner. And don't forget to vote for driver of the day. The driver of the day, usually we end up picking some, but I think your final four were the best options. So go and vote for your favorite driver of this sport. Doesn't necessarily need to be the winner, but we do have a winner. Joe, who came in third place?
Let's see here. So in that battle between Connor Christensen and Daniel Drajev, the winner is Connor Christensen in third place here. Congrats to Connor Christensen in third place, but now we need to figure out who takes the big W.
So ladies and gentlemen, there can be only one. Are we going to have our first repeat winner or our fourth new winner of the season? Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, ESDA round number 4 here from Mugello, presented by Traxion, will be, for the very first time, Peter Palinkiewicz will be taking the win here in 2022. Peter Palinkiewicz with a hard-fought day doing scratching and clawing and fighting his way into the final and then taking the top step of the podium here at ESDA round number 4 at Mugello, presented by Traxion.
Oh my gosh, and that is amazing. That does count. 4 rounds, 4 winners as well, and Mustafa Amin in second place. An amazing showing from all drivers involved today, especially these 4 guys. Really, shouts out. This is some of the best driving I've ever seen in competitive drifting overall here. And let's see who we can get in here to talk to them, because I don't know about you, but when I'm done driving a super competitive day, I want nothing more than 2 idiots who've been yelling in microphones all day to ask me questions about stuff that right now I just want to go lay down.
Peter, also representing Poland in that yellow motorsports machine, will be able to see if I don't like troubling people whose English isn't that great.
No.
You know what I mean? I don't want to get them in here and then be like, hey, let me ask this really complicated question, and then you just get, yup. Because they don't know. They know enough to get they know enough to get through the sign up process and win and lose. That's really about it. So we'll be able to talk to Connor for sure. I know we'll be able to talk to Mustafa for sure, but we'll get a hold of Peter when we can. But I think we might drag in.
Well, we got Connor Christensen.
Yeah, we might drag in Connor. You want to talk to Connor? You want to talk to him?
Yeah, I'll talk to Connor.
Talk to CC.
Yeah,
there's, ladies and gentlemen, Connor Christensen, your your third place finisher. Connor needed a good day today to be able to get into the top 32 in points, and you had that and then some.
Connor might not be here. Connor, hello. Maybe Bueller. I don't know.
Hello.
There we go.
I just set up push to talk. My bad.
You're good. So how was your top 32 from your side of things as our top qualifier?
I'd say it's pretty nerve-wracking. I mean, I started practicing pretty late for this round, but this layout kind of just clicked for me. I was able to nail consistent lead lines. Going into my bracket, I know there was a lot of heavy hitters going into that, so my game plan was just to throw the best lead I can and just try to hang with everyone in the chase.
It seemed like that game plan was working perfectly, man, so I can't fault you at all for just sending it as much as possible. So congratulations on your third place. Is there anyone that you want to say thank you to, anyone you want to shout out, any weird things you want to say in front of a lot of people? It's completely up to you. The floor is yours.
Just thank you to my teammate Austin, being my spotter for the day. Was great help, just knowing what the chase was doing behind me every battle.
Well, thank you so much, Connor. Again, we'll put you back with all the other drivers, and we'll adopt another one. So again, thank you so much. So who is here now, Keenan? I think I have someone for you, a friend for you to make. It's super great. We're going to have Mustafa Amin come on in here, and you can ask him all the questions you've ever wanted to know.
So we're still waiting on Peter. He's got his mic muted in Discord right now. I don't want to drag him in here, and it turns out he doesn't have a microphone. But Mustafa, this is your second round in a row where you've qualified that you made the final. I know it must sting a little bit to not make to the top step of the podium, but that's two super strong performances, man. How are we feeling?
Oh shit, I'm on a big stage. Hello everybody. But nah, man, it honestly doesn't sting. I got into my head battling Peter. He honestly deserves to win. I just got in my head too much on the chase, tried to do something stupid, and then it bit me in the butt at the end. But overall, I'm kind of surprised I went this far. I really want to thank Ryan and Robert, my teammates. They really set me in the mood today, and I was gunning for first place and to give it to them, but sadly we came short today. But second place is not too sloppy.
Not at all, sir.
Yeah, man. Are you thinking points now, considering you've had two good days, a win and a second place, with both Element and Hack not having good days? I think you'll be hopping Zalewski and getting into third place in points right now. Are you thinking championship, or are you just taking it one round at a time?
Honestly, started the season on Long Beach. I didn't even qualify. It was my own fault, no practice, nothing, and I was like, it's gonna be one of those, you know what I mean? But then Interlagos came in, like Christensen said on the live stream, it clicked for me the same way it clicked for him today. And I saw my points after that. I was like, okay, championship mindset. And then I didn't qualify for Nürburgring, had some work stuff, blah, blah, blah. And I think, yes, in a short answer, yes, I'm really aiming for the championship. It will be my first major championship if I hopefully get it. And yeah, I'm going to try to keep the hustle going.
And just one more thing. Today was kind of unique in terms of this track. We've been doing this in the Forza scene for a long time coming, but it's cool to see it in Assetto. How is the track for you? And there's so many OMTs today. Was there some sort of endurance for you? This is a long day, man, especially if you started it off with the rest of us at 10 a.m. or whatever time, wherever it is for you.
It wasn't too bad. I mean, when you were with the boys chilling, having fun is the most important thing with the boys. So it went smoothly. But yeah, it was fun. I think my favorite battle was, I guess, Connor, because you guys said we had 4 one more times. But
you tried your best to do 4 today too.
Oh yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah, I was really I knew it was going to be close, and I pushed really hard on the chase, and we ended up getting it. But yeah, I was hoping to replicate that somehow, but it didn't go. But yeah, it was my favorite battle of the day for sure.
Well, that is excellent.
So, and then didn't get the top step the podium you were looking for, but still had a heck of a day. Good to see you back and on form. We'll see you around 5. Again, I'm going to give you a chance to thank everybody. I think you touched on everything, but just in case, microphone's yours, floor is yours.
Thank you to all the Habibis supporting today.
You had a big fan club in chat today.
Signing out.
All right, congrats, dude, and we'll see you next. We'll see you in a couple weeks.
All right, thank you guys. Have a good one.
I haven't heard anything from Peter.
I'm gonna assume no.
I'm tagged him in a thing, and his mic is still muted. So if we end up being able to hear from Peter last minute, we'll let you guys know. But again, the Polish driver taking the big win today and skyrocketing his way up in the points. We just saw the points update. I think they're in the process of updating. Mustafa got 80 points this round, and he's just going to be 20 behind Deshaun Hack, and Deshaun's only 20 behind Element. So that top 3 is getting a lot closer now that Mustafa has catapulted his way up there. Peter Palinkiewicz finding his way. He only had 50 points before today, so he's in the top 10 in points now. I think he just took top. Yeah, he did. He's 10th. Yep. Just took out Vadim Abramov from the top 10. Huge day for points. A lot of things got shaken up. Joe, very, very long. Yeah, we just got word that is no on Peter for the interview, but I really appreciate it. Again, I don't like to for people who don't have strong English to put a microphone in their face. It's just kind of rude, but tell him, hopefully he knows that he did a good job. He can hear that from us. He did a great job. Yes. It was very awesome to watch him improve throughout the course of the day. And Joe, now that we have dusted off from the podium ceremonies here, ESDA round 4.
Oh, super excited. I gotta say it, man. Mugello was amazing track, and I can't wait for the next round too. It feels like both a long time and a short time between every single ESDA round, and every single time the competition bar just gets higher and higher and higher. And Keenan, I heard the door squeak open here, and I hear that we might have the man, the myth, the legend, Harold McKinney in the room to put a cap on this one, and maybe can we look forward a little bit to the next track?
Yeah. So I want to say today, a great job by you guys today, from the stream to the commentators. Thank everybody from the audience. I know it was a long day with a lot of tough calls. So it was a long event today. But thank the people for at least staying in and tuning in to watch the long and interesting storyline of the day of battles. Sponsors, thank Traxion for helping us get this stream and keeping the stream going for each round. Next Level Racing, Mazda, 3D Rap, Vosen, which the track is now live, by the way, on the Vosen site.
They're so good.
Big Duck Club, Scorpion with the videos, Steve on the marketing side, Judges with Swirly and Brady. Also Giraffe with the track. He's doing a great job so far with the tracks this year. So just everybody from top of the line is doing a great job. As for the track, so we are finally leaving Europe. We've done a great stay. Thank you for having us. So we're going to be moving a little bit onwards to either Australia or New Zealand. So coming into September, we got a track, and I will say that this will be the most technical track on our schedule this year. Definitely more technical than this. So the scores may be a little bit separated from this round because Mugello was an easy track. We want to take a little bit of a flashback, but next round is going to be hard, and Driver's going to definitely have to work for it.
Really quickly before we sign off, I don't think a lot of people knew that you were basically doing 3 jobs today. If anyone was wondering why the battles are kind of starting a little bit slower, Dai normally just has to sit back and watch the show. He had to judge today. He was gate carring. He was doing everything. So I know you won't give yourself credit, but that's what I'm here for. Thank you very much for working so hard at what you do and keeping this league going and having the ambition, the drive that you do. If it wasn't for you specifically, none of us would be here. So thank you for all the hard work that you do on camera, behind the camera, and take a look at what you've built. Today was a hell of a day of drifting.
Yes.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I really do appreciate you guys. Appreciate also the audience that stays in and still supports me and everything over the past past I would say 12. I can't say a decade. Past 12 years now. So I'm getting into grandpa stages. But yeah, I'd like to say to thank everybody from the start and from where I started all the way up to now for sure.
And ladies and gentlemen, before we all start crying up here, we're going to have to head on out. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is your first time watching, thank you so much for watching. We'll be back the weekend of September 9th and 10th. September 9th, we'll be back for ESDA qualifying, 5 p.m. Eastern Time, live qualifying, with our main event always being this Saturday, adjacent at noon Eastern Time. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And on behalf of the entire Esports Drift Association stream team, on behalf of the entire staff, my name is Keenan Kuzin. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you next time. We'll see you on the track. Take care. Peace.